Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Venom Mutation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya never intended to be caught. He never intended for Eraserhead to see him using his quirk illegally to help a woman being mugged by a bunch of guys. He never intended to be brought to a police station and cuffed with quirk suppressing HNDCFFS. But here he was, bound and tired, trying to figure out how the F he got himself into this mess. Aizawa was tired. He had already stopped 2 assaults, 3 mugging attempts, 1 suicide attempt, and 7 drunken fights. He needed a coffee, and a coffee he would get. Just later, he was jumping from rooftop to rooftop when he saw the hulking black monster absolutely beating the shit out of 6 guys in an alley while a young blonde woman cowered in a corner. He immediately jumped into the fight to help, but quickly realized he wasn't needed. He simply stood by the woman, watching, observing, protecting. He knew that the monster-looking thing was against the men, protecting the woman, so he didn't even try to stop it. He said nothing until the fight was over, the men bleeding on the ground while the monster stood victorious. He approached it quietly, making no noise as he got closer and closer. The monster turned at once, stopping the hero in his tracks. Aizawa tensed, prepared for anything. To his surprise, the monster simply observed the hero back, making no move to fight. It gestured toward the tied men on the ground, motioning then to his capture weapon. Understanding, Aizawa quickly bound the men, assuring escape couldn't be possible. Once the men were tied up, he turned, half expecting the monster to have run, but what he saw made him pause. Instead of a hulking monster, he saw a young boy with fluffy green hair that may or may not have reminded him of broccoli, comforting the woman. The boy was small, couldn't be older than 12 or 13. He watched with narrowed eyes as the boy rubbed calming circles on the woman's back and spoke soothing words. Aizawa quickly sent the police his location and sent a text to Naomasa saying to bring quirk suppressing HNDCFFS, his eyes never leaving the boy for more than a few seconds at a time. He quietly approached the boy. "Hey kid dash," he started but was interrupted by an annoyed voice. "Can't you see I'm a bit busy right now? Go call the police or something. Be useful for once." The green-haired boy didn't even look at him but just continued to comfort the woman. Aizawa wanted to say something, but he didn't know what. Thankfully, he didn't have to because the sounds of sirens soon filled the air. The police were here. The boy's head shot up at the sound. "Sheet," he murmured. He stood up, probably to leave, but the tired pro-hero quickly shot out his capture weapon and snagged the kid around the wrist. The kid just sighed. "Look, Eraserhead." Aizawa's eyebrows shot up. Not many people knew who he was. "My quirk is a mutation. You can't erase it. And I will tear your scarf to shreds if you don't remove it. So please don't make this harder than it has to be." Luckily, the police answered for him. Gun out, the officer started his speech. "Hands in the air, kid. I know you're dangerous. So come on." The kid groaned in frustration and scrubbed a hand over his face. "You know what? Fine," the kid said finally, surprising the officer and the pro-hero. Cautiously, the officer put his gun away and pulled out quirk suppressing HNDCFFS. The officer slapped them on the kid's wrists and dragged him over to one of the cars. Aizawa winced at how hard he had been pulled. He rubbed his aching dry eyes as he watched the police cars drive away. He glanced at his watch. He only had about 15 more minutes of his patrol left. "Okay," he thought to himself. "I'll finish my patrol and go join the kids' investigation." Izuku was frustrated. He had saved that woman from God knows what those men were going to do to her, and he was being treated like a criminal. He was cuffed to a table, his legs cuffed to the chair. They obviously thought that he was dangerous. They aren't wrong. A voice whispered in the back of his head. "After what you did to those poor men, can you blame them for that?" The green-haired boy shoved the voice to the back of his mind. They had it coming, cornering a woman like that. He thought to himself. A voice shook him out of his thoughts. "You are aware that using your quirk without a license is illegal, right?" The detective asked. What was his name again? Tsukachi? Izuku nodded. Regardless of the fact that you saved that woman, you have committed a crime and you will be held accountable for it. Izuku glanced at the clock in the corner and smirked. It's been 2 hours and 1 minute. And I'm a minor. And I have no guardian with me. Therefore, this investigation is over. You have committed a crime, boy. You dash. Regardless of the fact that I've committed a crime, the green bean interrupted. I'm still a minor. You can't keep me here chained like a dog. So if you plan on charging me with vigilantism, just put me in a cell and let me go to bed. The detective sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose and mumbling to himself. What's your guardian's phone number? The detective asked, pulling out his phone. Izuku immediately scowled. I don't have a guardian. He growled quietly through gritted teeth. The detective looked surprised. If you don't have a guardian, where do you live? Izuku sighed. He hated telling people he didn't have a home. Wherever I can. He ground out, glaring. Can I go now? The detective looked at him pityingly. That just made him angrier. Eat him. It will cause less problems. These cuffs don't work on us anyway. Venom whispered in his mind. The green-haired boy mentally told him no and to shut up. The detective motioned to one of the police officers to uncuff him from the table and chair. As soon as a cuff was off his wrist, a quirk-suppressing bracelet was slapped on. Izuku rolled his eyes. Did they really think he was going to use his quirk in a police station? How stupid did they think he was? Once he was free from the table and chair, he was led to a white room in the back of the station. The room was empty except for a metal toilet and a bench. The walls were bleached white, making for a grim and boring setting. He scowled, glaring at the walls as if they'd personally offended him. He hated white walls. They brought back memories he'd tried to repress. Izuku sat down on the floor in the middle of the room and closed his eyes, hoping to do some thinking. But Venom interrupted his train of thought before it even started. You are aware that I can hear you think, right? He asked. Your thoughts are very boring, so please do me a favor and think about something interesting. Like a video game or a movie. Oh, Minecraft. Do you a favor? Izuku thought angrily. You literally live off of my body. The only reason you are alive right now is because of me. So suffer. I will stop healing you. Venom threatened. I die. You die. As a shot back. Fine. Be boring. See if I care. The green-haired boy snorted. He had come to love Venom over the years. He and his dry sense of humor and bloodthirsty suggestions had been the only friendly company he'd had since Venom had developed when Izuku was 4. People would jeer at him at school or avoid him or call him a monster. Everyone avoided him when he went outside. So when his mother died when he was 6, no one bothered when he disappeared too, assuming he died with her. Venom was his only company. He didn't care that Izuku was slowly losing his sanity and was finding it harder and harder to hold back from hurting someone. He didn't mind his anger or his lack of control of his emotions. He would stick by his side no matter what. Well, he had to. They shared a body. Oh. Venom cooed. The boy groaned. Sometimes he forgot Venom could hear everything he thought. You love me. You love me. You love me. He taunted. Shut up. Shota's patrol ended up going overtime after he stopped a villain with a quirk that let her shoot spikes from her body. Her quirk was a mutation, so he could do little against it except wait for her to overuse her quirk and get tired and slow enough to capture. He had her wrapped in his capture weapon and was about to knock her out when she shot a final spike out of her neck that embedded itself into his shoulder. The hero couldn't stop the cry of pain that he let out. Fighting the black spots in his vision, he jerked his capture weapon to the side, causing the woman to slam into the wall and lose consciousness. Pulling out his phone, Shota managed to send his location to Tsukachi before passing out. By the time he woke up, it was morning. It was about 30 minutes, and an incredibly worried phone call from his husband later when he realized what time it was. He silently cursed himself. He had missed the kid's investigation. Kami knows what the officers had done to the boy because of his quirk. Shoyuta was all too familiar with quirk discrimination. After having his shoulder rebandaged and getting evaluated, he was free to leave the hospital. Shoyuta headed down to the station, fully intent on making sure the kid was taken care of. He didn't know why he cared so much. The problem child was just that, a problem, and would only cause him more paperwork to deal with. But something inside of his black, humorless heart felt the need to protect. And who was he to deny it? Izuku didn't sleep much that night. The bench was hard and uncomfortable, not to mention partially rotted. It was also quiet. He hated quiet. It reminded him too much of when his mother died. Background music usually did the job nicely, distracting him just enough to stay out of his own head, but not here. Here, the only sounds were the camera in the corner of the room occasionally whirring and Venom's constant chatter. How long do you think it will take to break out of here? I think 10 seconds tops. It would be so easy to just break out of this cell and get to the front door, don't you think, Izu? I'm bulletproof after all. Venom. The green-haired boy interrupted. As much as I don't want to be here and how easy it'd be to break out, I don't want a target on my back. Once I get out of here legally, we are leaving the city. Or the country. Whichever is necessary. We got caught, Venom. Do you have any idea what they'll do to us? No, I don't, which is exactly why we should leave right now. Eat them. First off, EW, you might have a point, but we can't just break out right now. Why not? Exactly. Izuku groaned. Venom had a point. He should just leave. It would be easiest for everyone if he disappeared. But if he broke out, a search would go up for him and his face would be posted for everyone to see. That would be horrible. He sighed, running his fingers through his hair, lightly pulling at the ends. He'd think of something. There had to be some kind of loophole, some way to get out of this without having the police on his butt. The door opened. 4 buff male officers walked into the room, 2 with guns trained on him. He rolled his eyes. He was grabbed and roughly dragged into an interrogation room. Once he was cuffed to the table and chair, Eraserhead and the detective walked in. Eraser winced slightly as he was thrown to the chair, watching with unreadable eyes. Izuku raised his eyebrows. Well, have you decided what you'll do with me? The detective glanced over at Eraserhead before nodding. You'll be going to UA as Eraserhead's ward. You will attend Gen Ed classes and you'll stay there until we figure out what else we'll do with you. You will be supervised at all times by a pro hero and live in the teacher's dorms, but you will be given your own room. Izuku just stared, mouth agape. What the F dash? You've gotta be FING kidding me, he said dumbfounded. The detective just pursed his lips together, glancing at the hero stood beside him. I'd rather go to jail. Izuku snapped. Eraserhead shrugged. You don't get a choice. The green-haired boy groaned. I think I'd rather die. I'm not exactly thrilled about it either, kid. Eraserhead huffed, crossing his arms. I didn't get a say in it either. Just let me go. I won't cause any more trouble. I didn't even mean to intervene with that fight. That may be true, but you are dangerous. That's discrimination. I didn't use unnecessary force with those men, just knock them out. And a quirk is only dangerous if you use it in a dangerous way or can't control it. Hell, Recovery Girl's quirk can kill you. It drains your stamina. That's why she can't immediately heal big injuries. This is complete bullshit. The detective was silent. Eraserhead was smirking slightly. You know why you're silent, detective? Because you know I'm right. Despite the fact that you are correct, if we let you go freely, lots of people, influential people will be upset. Sorry, kid. You don't get a say in this. He scowled. This was not what he'd expected. He would rather be locked up for the rest of his life than have to spend time with heroes. The detective waved his hand. 2 officers came into the room and unlocked his restraints but left the quirk-canceling bracelet on. They glared at him hatefully and got 2 middle fingers in return. They left, watching Izuku like a hawk as if he might attack them at any minute. Assholes. Izuku rubbed his wrists. Those restraints had been awfully tight. Eraserhead walked over to him before grabbing the younger's wrist. Come on. He sighed. Izuku was taken to a car out front. Much to his surprise, Present Mike was in the front seat. Hey little listener. He greeted with a bright smile and a tone that made both the pro and the child wince. Die in a into fire. He responded. Okay, in the car you go. Eraser shoved him in and shut the door, getting into the front seat next to Present Mike. The ride was quiet. A few times, Present Mike, or Yamada Hisashi, tried to start a conversation but was shot down by Eraserhead, or Shoyuda Aizawa, or Izuku. But Venom talked the whole time. Not that the heroes could hear it. Gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna re-thied till I can't no more. Oh my god, shut up, Venom. The green-haired boy said out loud. If only these bracelets made you be quiet. You have been singing Old Town Road this entire FNG drive. I can't take it anymore. Venom scoffed. It's a good song. It needs to be sung, he said aloud. The heroes jerked at Venom's deep voice. Aizawa spun around to see who else was in the back seat but only found the boy. The second he turned back to the front, Venom spoke again. You look tired, Aizawa. The man turned again, but only saw the green-haired teen, stifling his laughter. The second the Erasure hero turned his back, Venom started up again. You should really try to get more sleep at night. Those eye bags make you look very unattractive. How did you even get a husband? Izuku couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. He was hysterical. The two pros in the front seat were not amused. Now wait just a minute dash. Hisashi started but was cut off by Venom screeching. Don't even try it. It's a wonder you're cockatoo looking but got married either. You are literally just loud and annoying. I feel like you're the kind of person that wakes up bright and early with loads of energy. Honestly, how did you two even fall in love? You're polar opposites. Eyebags over there hates loud noises and is always tired, and you are a ball of loud energy with no limit on how loud you can be. Seriously, how do you two live together without murdering one another? Izuku was wheezing now. His vision was blurry with tears and he was barely getting any air into his lungs from how much he was laughing. Both pros in the front seats had cherry-red faces. Izuku coughed into his fist. He's got a point. You're dimmin' right, I do. Seriously, Dash. No, the green-haired boy interrupted. You have said enough. Go back to talking in my head, please. I don't think they can handle any more from you right now. No, Eraserhead spoke. I want to hear everything he has to say about us. Izuku bit down a smile. They were in for a treat. Okay then. Venom, feel free to keep talking. When was the last time you showered, Aizawa? Venom mocked. Your hair looks like you dunked it in a bowl of oil. And those clothes? What did you do, fish them out of a dumpster 5 years ago and decide to keep them? Look at the sleeve cuffs. There are more holes in them than there are in a strainer. And Hisashi, what is up with your hair? It looks horrible. How much hair gel did you use? 3 containers? At least you know how to dress though. You've got a nice bod, I'll give you that. If you let your hair down and took off those glasses, you'd be prime husband material. You know, Zawahead, if you cleaned up a little you would look pretty hot. I know you're strong. And you're like, 6 feet? 6'1"? The men would be all over you. But alas, you prefer to look like a homeless man. Both pros sat in silence thinking about how long these next few years were going to be. The rest of the car ride went by in silence. Not even Mike tried to make small talk. Venom had made all the points he wanted and retreated back to Izuku's head. Oh my god. Did you see Mr. I don't show emotion and I'm scary all the time's face? It was pure gold. Totally worth it. So what do you think UA is like? It looked huge in all the pictures. Do you think? Venom, the green-haired boy said aloud. I need you to do something really important, and I need you to do it exactly how I say. He didn't miss how both men in the front seat tensed up. I need you to shut the F up for 5 seconds so I can think. For the first time in a while, Venom was silent. Thank you. He breathed. Izuku needed to think of a plan to escape UA. Normally, thinking of a plan was easy as pie, but UA was practically Fort Knox, but filled to the brim with heroes. And hero students. So he decided, naturally, he needed to break out of the car. Slight problems. The doors were locked, Eraser hadn't taken his eye off him since Venom's little game of point out your faults, and they were currently on a highway. Now, Venom could just take over his body and get them out of there, but people could get hurt in the process, so that's a fat no. He could try and pull up the lock on the door and jump out, but he'd probably get run over faster than a dog, so another no. He could take his chances on running out of the car when they stopped for gas since they had about 2 miles left in the tank and about 20 more until they reach UA. Ah shit. A voice filtered from the front. Guess they just realized they'd have to stop. Perfect timing. It was time to put Plan A into action. Plan A failed. Miserably. Once they'd finally stopped, Mike hopped out and began getting gas while Eraser went inside the station to get a coffee. Big mistake. Once Mike glanced away from Izuku, he crept up into the front seat and unlocked the doors. Scrambling out of the car, Venom enveloped him and together as one mass, they ran. Now this plan probably would have worked if Mike hadn't shouted with his quirk. Venom's only got 2 weaknesses: fire and sound. The moment Mike shouted, Venom and Izuku separated and went flying. With now bleeding ears, and a bruised tailbone and back from a rough landing, Venom melted into his human's body and healed as much of the damage as he could. Meanwhile, Eraser and Mike were running towards them. Still disoriented, the teenage boy didn't notice until it was too late and he was wrapped in a capture scarf. Noticing the still wet blood dripping from the boy's ears, Mike was horrified. People could easily lose their hearing because of his quirk. And he just burst the eardrums of the kid he was supposed to take care of. God damn it. Izuku cursed. He'd forgotten about Mick's quirk and paid the price for it. Thankfully, Venom had healed his eardrums and he could hear just fine. Perhaps, though, this was unfortunate. I'm so sorry. Mike cried. I didn't even think about if your eardrums burst. I'm so sorry. He looked like he was about to cry. It's fine. The shortest of the 3 sighed. I tried to leave and you didn't let me. It's not your fault. Both men looked surprised. You can still hear? Eraser spoke tentatively. Unfortunately, he said, glaring accusingly at the blonde hero, who shrugged sheepishly. Come on, kid. Back to the car. Sit down. He did. Are you kidding me? The black-haired man groaned. He turned and started walking back to the car, dragging Izuku along behind him. Now, Izuku probably would have made another escape attempt, but the feeling of venom being ripped from his body was not a pleasant one and he'd rather stay alive. Thank you very much. So he let himself be dragged to the car and tossed back into the back seat. UA was gigantic. Like crazy huge. Not only was the school itself enormous, but the gate alone was taller than the 2-story apartment building his mother and he had lived in. The gate he could understand, but the building? Who needs a building that huge? One earthquake and bam. There goes the legendary UA for heroes in training. But it wasn't just the sheer size of the building that Izuku didn't like. He hated the entire school. When he was young, he wanted nothing more than to become a hero and go to UA. But then his quirk came in and not even his mother, his own mother, believed he could do it. She never said it aloud, but the way she apologized for his quirk when he asked was confirmation enough. So UA had become a symbol to him. A symbol of broken dreams and a demed life of villainy and secrecy. What kind of hero would he make? Venom was terrifying. Present Mike, completely oblivious to the hatred radiating off the boy in waves, started talking excitedly about how great UA was and how much he would love it. Aizawa recognized his growing annoyance and discomfort and attempted to get the blonde to can it, but it wasn't until Yamada turned around and glimpsed the boy's face did he realize where the tension in the car was coming from. His everlasting smile and bubbly personality melted slightly and he glanced at Aizawa anxiously, trying to figure out what to say. You okay, little listener? Izuku snapped. My name dash. He took a deep breath to try to calm himself down. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Not little listener. Izuku Midoriya. I'm not one of your fans, so don't treat me like one. I am a human being. One that is unfortunately not allowed to leave. So don't treat me like some kid that you can win over with a smile just because you're a FING hero. It sounded harsh, but after all the names he'd been called as a child because of his quirk, he couldn't stand nicknames. Good or bad? I'm sorry, Izuku. Silence. Sweet, sweet silence filled the car as they drove through the ridiculously over-the-top gate. Finally, they pulled into a parking lot by a building behind the main school building. The teachers' dorms, Izuku assumed. Okay, Izuku. Eraser started. I'm going to unlock the car and you aren't going to move. I will open your door and lead you inside. Your room has a private bathroom that has been stocked with everything you could possibly need. Your bedroom is stocked with all kinds of clothes since we didn't really know what you like. Don't be surprised if Midnight comes out and tries to hug you. She's loud and really touchy-feely, but she means well, okay? He nods. Sure enough, the moment they entered the dorms, Midnight immediately rushed over and enveloped the small boy in a hug. It was really uncomfortable for him because he was really short, therefore his face was pressed into the hero's cleavage for the majority of the hug. Even though he isn't attracted to anyone, he still blushes at the rather uncomfortable position. She finally lets go. Midnight squishes his face. You're so cute. I could just eat you up. Nice to meet you, Midnight. He mumbled, looking at the floor. He may not want to be here, but he respects women too much to be disrespectful. And they deserve that respect like the queens they are. Oh, none of that formalness. Call me Namuri. Or Kayama. Or whatever you want. It's so nice to meet you too. He just nods. Okay. Eraser interrupts the two. Kid, I'm going to make something clear now. Your windows have alarms, so if they are broken or opened more than 10 centimeters, an alarm will go off. You have to wear this too. He held out a black bracelet. It's a tracker. That way, if you try to leave, it will tell us where you are. Hold out your wrist. He clasped it on. Your room is this way. Come on. Izuku was led up a staircase and down the hall to a door with his name on it. Here we are. You can leave your room anytime you want. There is a kitchen downstairs that you can help yourself to. Also here. He was handed a phone. The numbers of the entire UA staff are on it. So if you ever need help, you can contact someone. There is a laptop on the dresser by your bed. It doesn't have a passcode, so you can make one or whatever if you want. He paused by the open door before turning with a serious look on his face. Don't do anything illegal. With that, he left, closing the door behind him with a soft click. The green-haired boy walked around his room. He stared at the bed with fresh, clean linens. It had been a long time since he'd had his own bed, his own room for that matter. He sat down on the bed slowly, looking around the rather spacious room. It was larger than it needed to be and plain, similar to the room he'd had with his mother after he'd torn every poster off the wall and threw all his old All Might figures away. He stood and walked to the dresser, opening a drawer. Hoodies, sweatpants, shorts, t-shirts. Quite literally everything he could possibly need. It felt strange, foreign even to have a bedroom and his own possessions. His eyes slid over to the laptop that lay on the nightstand, a small smile playing on his lips. If UA wouldn't let him leave, he would do everything in his power to make their lives miserable. Oh yes. Venom laughed in his mind. UA is going to regret ever taking us in. This is all your fault. Venom screeched at the top of his lungs as fire raged all around them. Everything we did before this just wasn't enough for you. No, you just had to make everything burn just to prove your point. You know I hate fire. Izuku smirked at his friend. I told them they would regret making me stay here. This is on them. 5 hours earlier. It had been 2 days since Izuku had been implemented into the teachers' dorms. In those 2 days, the entire UA staff had moved in as the school year started in a week. And in those 2 days, Izuku had figured out the schedules of every pro hero and when they would be around. He sat in his room scheming for about 3 hours before he figured it out. He wouldn't do anything drastic. Just very minor things to make their lives hell. It started that night. He waited for a staff meeting to occur. Then he struck. He snuck downstairs to the fridge and carefully tore the cap off of every single jelly pack the man owned. He put them all in a plastic bag and hid them in his room. Next, he went to 13's Capri Sun stash in the pantry and tore the straws off of them all. He unscrewed one light bulb in every multi-bulb light, just enough to where they wouldn't light. He poured out all Namuri's wine from the bottles and replaced it with water before putting it back in the cupboard. He took raw chicken legs from the freezer and placed them under the couches and sofa chairs in the common area. He made sure that the sink faucet would always drip loudly. He put Yagi's back pain medication on the bottom shelf of the pantry so that he had to bend down to get it. He remotely programmed both of Ectoplasm's legs to shut down for 5 minutes every hour. He rewired the fans so that it was the dangling lights that spun instead of the fan and cranked up the heat. Then he hacked the water system with the computer UA had so stupidly supplied him. He made it so that in every shower except his, the water would be cold for 5 minutes, then scorching hot for another 5 no matter how the temperature nozzle was pointed. Then he waited for the teachers to come back. Within an hour of the teachers coming back, Izuku could hear shouts. Nemuri shouted about how all her wine had turned to water. 13 uncharacteristically attacked Vlad because they believed that he'd taken the straws from their Capri Suns. Ectoplasm was stuck standing in the middle of the hallway, desperately calling for someone to help him, as his legs stopped working. Aizawa was in the process of strangling Mike, believing that he'd gotten tired of Aizawa not eating real food and sabotaged his supply of jelly pouches. Snipe was barely holding himself back from beating up Power Loader, accusing him of making the fans the way they were. Izuku listened to them panic with glee and actually laughed when Vlad found a chicken leg and screamed at the top of his lungs about how it was Hound Dog's fault and he needed to stop leaving his snacks around the dorm. You know what? Nemuri screamed, gaining the attention of all the accusatory heroes. We're going to the field behind UA and we are going to talk about this like civilized human beings. Izuku, get down here. We're going out. Schooling his features and putting on a blank face, he strolled down the stairs. Where are we going? Nemuri smiled, but it was strained. We're going out to the field behind UA and we're going to relax. Now, if you don't want your buttes knocked out, she turned to the rest of the teachers, I suggest you get moving. Her orders were immediately followed. No one messes with an angry Nemuri. Little did they know, Izuku had predicted that they'd go there. He mentally smirked. Shit was about to get real. No, seriously. The field was filled with sewage. Nemuri screamed with rage. Could this day get any worse? Izuku smirked. He'd been waiting for her to say that. He pulled out a remote from his pocket and clicked a button. Suddenly, a small flame appeared in front of the R-rated hero. Oh, she said quietly. Oh no. The flames devoured the field. Everything went up in a torrent of orange. By the time the fire was put out, all that remained was a field of black. Almost as black as Izuku's soul. When everyone got back to the teachers' dorms, they all sat in the common room, glaring at one another. Izuku giggled. Ready to get rid of us yet? Or do you want this to continue? All heads whipped in his direction. All of this, Aizawa growled, was you. He laughed emotionlessly. I told you I'd rather die than come to this shitty school. Did you honestly think I was going to make your life easier? If you did, you're an idiot. Your lives will be hell until I'm released. So, will you release me and be free of your problems? Aizawa's eyes narrowed. You know what? You are going to stay here. As long as we're miserable, you're miserable. This is my way of getting you back for spoiling all my jelly pouches. You are going to stay here because I know you aren't happy here. And I'm going to enjoy every second of your pain. The UA teachers expected a few different reactions from the boy, but they definitely didn't expect his smile to become wider, his eyes to become crazed, or the black that enveloped his body until only a hulking beast remained. Good. Venom growled in his scarily deep voice. Then let the games begin. He walked back to his room. But instead of feeling disappointment that his plan didn't work like he expected, he felt happy. No, that's not the word. That's more like it. Because, like Aizawa said, as long as he was miserable, so were the pros. Venom was absorbed back into Izuku's body as he walked over to his desk and picked up his laptop. He just needed to up his game. He could do that. Less than a mile away, a certain rat principal sipped tea with a crazed smile not unlike Izuku's. The boy had so much potential. Netsu rewatched the clip of the UA teachers attacking each other. Somehow, his smile got even wider. It had taken the boy a single hour to get pro heroes to turn on each other. He watched as husband turned on husband. Friend turned on friend. Coworker on coworker. These next few years were going to be interesting indeed. Izuku walked downstairs the next morning expecting to be faced with glares of hatred. Instead, he was met with civil good mornings and questions like, "How did you sleep?" He narrowed his eyes. None of you are mad about yesterday? Snipe sighed. Kid, you are being forced to be here. You were taken from everything you know because a bunch of quirkist people don't like you. While I don't agree with what you've done, I can understand why you did it. Yeah, Namuri chimed in with a smile too bright for 7 in the morning. But that shower thing? Phew, I like it. No. Mike cried from a sofa chair in the lounging area. I froze and then boiled. Do you have any idea what that can do to hair? Venom's head popped out of the green-haired boy's back. I doubt that a little temperature change will do anything to your hair that the gel you use hasn't already. Seriously, how hasn't it all fallen out yet? A mystery that has yet to be solved. Grumbled Aizawa from his cocoon. I must say, Power Loader piped up from one of the chairs lining the bar counter in the kitchen. All your pranks were quite genius. Genius? Yagi screeched from the couch. He put my back pain medicine on the bottom shelf so that I had to practically bend in half to reach it, which hurt my back so much, I ended up taking 2 pills instead of 1. The room spun for the rest of the night. At one point I saw Jesus in the corner. Pardon my language, but how the F did Jesus get in my room? Not to mention, I go to take a nice relaxing shower and what do I get? Ice water, then boiling water. Ectoplasm groaned from where he stood, unable to move in the middle of the room. Going for the legs? Are we gremlin? You are the embodiment of evil. Just wait until school starts. It won't just be your fellow heroes that see you get embarrassed. It will be children. Immature children that will ridicule you until you don't dare to show your face in public again. Wait a DMN minute. Namuri screeched. You can't just dash. Oh, but I can. Izuku interrupted. Just let me leave and your images shan't be tainted. Shan't? Mike giggled. What are you, a priest from 5000 BC? What are you, an ugly but annoying motherfucker that can't keep his big fat mouth shut for 5 FNG seconds? Venom, don't be mean to Mike, the green-haired boy chided. Venom popped out of his back. He started it. Be mature for once in your life. Be normal for once in your life. You're the reason I can't be normal. You're the reason I've been ridiculed and shunned. I had to fake my death to get away from people that hated me so much because of you. This is all because of you. Died because of you. I got arrested because of you. I got stuck with a bunch of middle-aged people that could care less about me or my problems because of you. A beat of silence. Venom and his host burst into hysterical laughter. Look at their faces. They actually thought I meant that. Haha. When they finally calmed down, they took a seat. You know, when you think about it, everything that has happened really is my fault. Oh, shut up. Actually, now that I think about it, you're right. If you weren't my quirk, none of this would have happened. Silence. Well, I don't blame you, Venom. Society's effed up. People with unfavorable quirks are treated like shit for something they can't control. If it didn't happen to us, it would have happened to someone else. Venom hummed. Look at you being all mature. It feels like just a few days ago, we were brainstorming ways to get out of prison. That's because it was a few days ago. 2 hours later, Izuku ran across the common area with something in his hand. He ran back. He ran across again. Whatcha got there, Izuku? Namuri called as he was passing once more. A knife. No. Izuku, put the DMN knife down. Aizawa commanded while trying in vain to catch the kid in his capture scarf. Not today, Mr. Funsucker. You're going to stab someone. Namuri called from her spot on the couch. He slowly turned to her and smiled evilly. Good idea. He turned the knife so the blade was facing him and plunged it into his stomach over and over. Every hero immediately rushed over. Meanwhile, Eraserhead is trying in vain to staunch the blood gushing out of. Wait, where'd his wounds go? Izuku laughed maniacally. I lived beaches. He shouted before running out of the room. The teachers just stared after him. At this point, they didn't even bother to go after him. After all, classes start tomorrow. Everyone had classes to prepare and papers to organize. They all felt bad for poor Hisashi, who was stuck with Izuku in his homeroom class. Meanwhile, Izuku, 2 floors above everyone else, was having a mental breakdown. It was just too much right now. He hadn't been to an actual school in a long time, not to mention that the school he was going to was UFA, the school he'd wanted nothing more than to go to when he was younger. The school that was now his prison. On top of that, he hadn't interacted with another kid his age since sometime in elementary school. He was problematic and incredibly socially awkward. This was going to be a rough year. Eventually, he passed out from not getting enough oxygen in his lungs from his erratic breathing. It was nice. He didn't dream. He just floated in a blank void peacefully. When he woke up, it was around 2 in the morning. His eyes stung from how dry they were, and they were no doubt red and puffy. Taking a glimpse in the bathroom mirror made him realize he was right. He looked like steamed sheet. His hair was sloppy and all over the place. His eyes were pink and puffy. It was obvious he'd been crying. Dried drool was caked to the corners of his mouth. Stripping off his clothes, he set the water as hot as it could go and let it wash away all evidence of what had happened just hours before. When he eventually stepped out of the shower, his skin was red and tender to the touch, but he felt better. He didn't bother trying to go back to sleep after that. He opened his laptop and clicked on the first anime he saw. He didn't really watch it, but the little bit of background noise was nice. He zoned out and let his mind wander. Venom was uncharacteristically silent as Izuku walked to the main UA building. It was early, the sun had barely just risen over the horizon and various shades of pink and purple danced across the sky. He was told that he was in Class 1C with Mike as his homeroom teacher. Izuku was trying his hardest to look at this as positively as he could, but he really couldn't stand people that were energetic as soon as they woke up. It annoyed him to no end. Class 1C was nothing special to look at. That classroom itself was bland and empty, the only life in it being Mike, Izuku, and a dying succulent in the window. After unwavering persistence, the green-haired boy was given permission to wander the campus until class started, so long as he didn't cause any trouble. Honestly, whoever thought it was a good idea to say that, cough my cough, is mentally deficient and wholly responsible for spinning potted plants that chased early students through the halls. Izuku grinned gleefully as he managed to sneak into Powerloader's lab undetected and steal various types of grenades. Oh yes. This would be an interesting first day indeed. Izuku arrived back to class about 5 minutes before the bell. He was practically the last person to walk in. Taking a seat next to a purple-haired boy whose hair seemed to defy gravity, and suspiciously reminded him of Aizawa, Izuku waited for Mike to walk in. He wasn't the only person who flinched as the cockatoo-looking man burst through the door, rather loudly, and exclaimed who he was and that he'd be our homeroom teacher for the year, once again, rather loudly. Eventually, after a long speech about something Izuku didn't know because he tuned out as soon as it had started, the 20 Gen Ed students were led into a large room presumably for the orientation. 5 minutes until the orientation was set to start, and when his first scheme was due to begin, and the green-haired boy still hadn't seen Aizawa's class. Well, guess they'd have to miss the show. Finally, Nedza began his speech. Now, you'd think that someone as smart as the rat was would expect something like this, but no. He looked just as surprised as everyone else when "the cow goes moo" was filtered through the speakers instead of whatever he was going to say. Nedza started to speak again, but all anyone heard was, "What do you call a cat with no legs?" "I don't matter cause I ain't gonna come," students were murmuring nervously now. Izuku giggled quietly at their confusion. Eyebags, as he'd elected to call the purple-haired boy, narrowed his eyes at the giggling gremlin. "You have something to do with this, don't you?" he whispered. The green-haired boy's smile grew feral. "Just wait. It gets better." At some point while the two boys were talking, Powerloader had come up to replace the microphone, but instead set off a tripwire Izuku ever so strategically placed and glitter bombs exploded everywhere. A thick, glittery gold gas filled the air, effectively blinding everyone, students and teachers alike. The students were driven into a panic and started to stampede. Green Gremlin quickly grabbed Eyebag's hand and dragged him towards the nearest available exit. The two burst into the deserted hallway of UA. Now, keep in mind, the hallways are huge. Incredibly spacious. Yet somehow, Eyebags managed to trip and fall onto Izuku, who is half his height, and send them both tumbling to the ground. And Eyebags, with the grace of an elephant in roller skates, hit the ground with a smack. And of course he landed perfectly on top of the smaller boy in a rather interesting position. And of course, Class 1A chose the perfect time to walk down the hallway to see what all the commotion was about. The second Aizawa heard screams, he knew Izuku had done something stupid. But when the screams continued to sound, he got nervous. So, he rounded up all of his students, who were in the middle of a distance run, and started back to UA. Now, he figured he'd find chaos in the halls, but the last thing he expected, and he'd expected quite a few odd things, was for some tall kid to trip and smash the shorter kid with his body. But keep in mind, Aizawa was a little bit ahead of his class. So all they saw was a purple kid laying on top of a green kid in an odd position. Being squished wasn't fun. But being squished in front of a bench of first-year high school students was mortifying. And sure enough, most of them burst out in giggles. "What are you doing?" a blue-haired kid shouted while chopping his hands in a robotic motion. "At least go to the bathroom first," giggled a pink-skinned girl with horns. "Not manly at all, bros," a kid with spiky red hair and shark teeth said with a frown. Meanwhile, Eyebags still hadn't gotten off of Izuku. "Hey Eyebags," he said quietly. "Do you mind moving your giant F-butt off of me? I'm literally being compressed down here." Realizing he hadn't moved, Eyebags scrambled off of him as fast as he could. "I am so sorry. I didn't mean to fall on you, I just wasn't watching where I was walking. And after you pulled me out of that stampede, wait. You caused the panic, didn't you?" The green-haired boy smiled evilly. "Of course I didn't. What are you talking about?" he said as innocently as he could. "Then how'd you know it was going to happen?" "Izuku, I'm not stupid," Aizawa interjected. "I know this was you. Just like I know those potted plants that terrorize students on their way to class was you. So tell me, what happened?" Since Aizawa already knew it was him, he let his innocent facade slip. "We programmed the speakers to blurt out random things really loud, so when Power Loader came up to see what was up, he tripped the wire and set off the glitter bombs we stole and caused mass panic." Aizawa held up a hand. "I'm sorry. Oh, Venom and I." "Ah. Wait." A voice interjected. "Did you say Izuku?" Oh, Izuku knew that voice. It was the voice of someone who had once been his friend, but turned to tormentor once his quirk came in. That was the voice of Katsuki Bakugo. The teen turned to the class and watched as an angry blonde boy shoved his way forward and blasted towards him. Expertly, he dodged the right hook, turned, and threw the blonde boy over his shoulder. He placed his foot on his throat and let Venom envelope his body. "You." Venom growled. "It should have been you that died. And after everything you've done, you still think you'll be a hero. You deserve to die." "We aren't killing him, Venom." "A shame. Let him up." After a moment, Venom moved off Bakugo's body and absorbed back into Izuku's. Bakugo sputtered to get air back in his lungs. "How?" he choked out. "You died 4 years ago. How are you alive?" "Ah, you disappointed that the villain you just loved to torment didn't die with his mother? Such a shame, right? That I'm still breathing and wasting the air. You just deserve so much more than I do? I'll see you around, Katsuki." He flinched hearing his name. This wasn't the weak Deku that cried all the time and followed him around like a lost puppy. This was Venom. And Venom wasn't weak anymore. Izuku grabbed Eyebags' hand and dragged him around the corner and out of sight. The moment the two were out of earshot, he crumbled against the wall and broke down crying. "Hey, it's okay." The taller of the two put his hand on the shorter's shoulders. "I really thought I'd never see him again. I really thought I'd never have to deal with this again." His breathing regressed to short gasps that barely got anything into his lungs. He tucked his head between his knees. "Hey, I need you to respond to me. UN Respo my Kasei Summit." Izuku could barely hear him. His vision danced with black spots due to lack of oxygen. "Respond," the green-haired boy whimpered. It was enough. Suddenly, everything fell away. All he could see was a white void. "Breathe deeply." He did. It just sounded like such a good idea. "Follow my breathing. In 2, 3, 4. Out 2, 3, 4. Good." Everything came rushing back. He breathed for a few minutes before saying something. Your quirk is really cool, eyebags. It's Shinso. Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku Midoriya. Call me Izuku. That night, Izuku didn't sleep very well. After Mick's quirk screech at 2 a.m. about incredibly hot water, he just tossed and turned. He'd ruined an orientation, made a friend, told off his childhood bully, and had a panic attack in the span of 1 hour, and he just couldn't wrap his head around it. The first day of school was a half day that was supposed to end after orientation, but considering the events that had occurred, it turned into more of a quarter day. After exchanging numbers with Shinso, he went back to the teacher's dorms and locked himself inside, refusing to come out. The UA staff were concerned. Even Aizawa gave trying to get Izuku out of his room a try. Nemuri ended up opening his door, but was tossed out a second later by Venom. UA staff group chat. Knockout gorgeous. I'm not the only one concerned and slightly afraid that Green Bean isn't coming out of his room, right? Yellow Caterpillar. He'll come out eventually. All the food is downstairs. Loud. I'm kinda scared that he's planning something. Guns and Roses, you aren't the only one. Legless Math. I don't want my legs shut down again. They shut off in the shower, so I couldn't move while the temperature roasted, then froze me. Space. He'd better be ordering me more Capri Suns to replace the ones he stole the straws from. Knockout gorgeous. Anyone got any alcohol? Loud. As much as I love you, Nem, you will not be drinking any alcohol while on campus. You remember what happened last time, don't you? Knockout gorgeous. No. I was drunk. Izuku clicked off of the UA staff group chat he'd hacked and continued to look through the files of police records. After a random strike of inspiration and motivation, he decided to find his father. Normally, he hoped that he died painfully in an abandoned building somewhere, alone and afraid, but he'd gotten thinking. If his father's quirk was fire breath, and his mother's was pull, how did his quirk end up being venom? Now, at first, it seemed to just be a strange mutation, but most mutations usually have some aspects of their parents' quirks, but his was completely different. He didn't have any form of telekinesis or fire. Hell, fire was one of his 2 weaknesses. It made no sense. He searched police databases, criminal files, everything. But there was no sign of a man named Hisashi Midoriya. In fact, the only Hisashi Midoriya to exist died 200 years ago. It just didn't make sense. So he looked up fire-breathing quirks. A few came up, but none were his father. Well, he scrubbed a hand over his face and finally went downstairs when Venom started complaining about needing energy. It was 3:30 and Izuku figured everyone would be asleep by now. But to his surprise, nearly everyone was downstairs in the common area, drinking coffee and having quiet conversations. Aizawa was the first to notice him. Kid. He greeted. Immediately, all heads turned in his direction. He narrowed his eyes. Why are you all still awake? It's 3:30 in the morning. And you all have classes to teach tomorrow. Nemuri smiled softly. Because we were worried about you. We figured you'd come down eventually because of Venom and his need for energy. The rest of them nodded along. Something in Izuku's heart cracked. You were worried? About me? Why? We care about you, Izuku. Mike said softly for once in his life. And we were concerned when you didn't come out of your room for hours on end. His heart cracked a little more. They're lying to you, a voice in his head, that wasn't Venom, hissed. They're only up because they are obligated as heroes to make sure you're okay. No one cares about you. How could they? You're a villain. A villain. His eyes hardened. Turning on his heel without a word in response, we marched over to the freezer and grabbed nutrient packs that Netsu had stocked up on for him, and walked back to his room and slammed the door behind him. Drinking the contents of the pouch, he thought about what Mike had said. He was lying, Izuku decided. No one cares about him. Mike was a liar. Liar. Meanwhile, downstairs, everyone was confused. Why would he react like that when told he was cared about? Did you see how his eyes flickered to the side and how he scowled as if he was listening to a voice and didn't like what it said? Mike asked. Nods all around the room. Venom maybe? 13 suggested. Aizawa shook his head. Venom and Izuku are too close for that. Venom wouldn't say something to make him that upset. This is something different, something that wasn't mentioned in his file. Could it be a side effect of his quirk? Snipe asked. I don't know. Aizawa sighed. But whatever it wasn't good. Aizawa wasn't the only one who flinched when the sound of a door slamming rang through the dorm. It was time. Izuku grinned manically as he pulled the box of the remaining bombs he'd stolen from Power Loader out from under the bed. The moment he figured out what they were, he'd been waiting for the perfect time to strike. Today was going to be a fun one. It only took about 30 minutes to plant all the bombs in their places. Once he was finished, he quickly made his way to Class 1C. Immediately spotting Hitoshi, Izuku rushed over and took a seat next to him. Hey Toshi. The shorter of the two didn't miss the way the taller blushed scarlet at the nickname. Looking good this morning. He blushed even darker. A word of advice. Izuku hooked his finger under Hitoshi's chin and leaned over until their faces were nearly touching. Don't go to the lunchroom today. As quickly as it appeared, the green-haired boy's flirty attitude vanished, replaced by his usual chaotic self. No, seriously. I planted fart bombs everywhere in there. Once most of the students are inside, I'm going to lock the doors and set them off. It's perfect. Hitoshi cleared his throat. You know you'll probably be expelled if the teachers figure out it was you who did that. He was worried. He didn't want the first real friend he'd made in years who didn't think his quirk was villainous to be expelled. But Izuku just smiled brightly. Yeah, that's like the whole point. Anyway, how are your moms? The purple-haired boy smiled softly. Good. They're doing really well. A beat of silence. They were ecstatic when they found out I made a friend. They really want to meet you. Izuku smiled happily. I would love to meet your moms. When should I come over? Hitoshi's smile got a little bigger. Oh, you could come over after school today. Only if you're free though. I don't want you to feel like I'm pressuring you into this. Don't worry, the shorter of the two replied. I'm super excited to meet your parents. There was just a slight problem. He needed to get out of UA first. And there was no way in hell he would just be allowed to leave. How to escape? You know I could. Just smash through the gate, right? Venom piped up. Oh, right. Then Mike walked in and started the lesson. Finally, lunchtime rolled around and Izuku's plan was finally put into action. About 10 minutes after the lunch bell rang, he locked every door and pressed a button. He watched from a nearby window as a brown gas slowly filled the air. He started laughing when he saw students cover their noses and run toward the doors and try to open them. But there was something incredibly unique about the fart bombs. You didn't just smell the gas that emitted from the grenades, you could taste it too. He watched with glee as students coughed and retched and vomited from the foul gas. Eventually, a student managed to break down the doors and students poured from the doors, desperate for clean air to breathe. He giggled and skipped off to join Hitoshi outside. Finally, the end of the school day arrived. But instead of heading back to the teachers' dorms like he did the day before, Izuku walked to the gates of UA with his friend. He half expected the gates to shut in his face once his bracelet was detected, but much to his surprise, nothing happened. He walked out of UA like it was perfectly fine for him to leave. But instead of running away, and trying to put as much distance between himself and the school as possible, something compelled him to go with his friend and have dinner at his house and meet his moms. In reality, the walk from UA to Hitoshi's house wasn't very long. But due to the amount of nervousness at meeting his friend's parents in his blood, it felt like an eternity. He could tell Hitoshi was nervous too. When they finally arrived, they were welcomed inside by two women, one looking a lot like Hitoshi. She had purple hair and purple eyes and the same face shape as his friend did. She had a kind smile and a lively presence about her. Her name was Milo. Milo's wife, Namashi, was tall and had fiery orange hair and beautiful green eyes. Splashes of multicolored freckles decorated her cheeks, and she was blessed with a smile that never faded. For a while, they talked with each other over tea, sharing introductions. Hitoshi has told us so much about you. You're quite the prankster, aren't you? Mom. He groaned. I don't talk about him that much. His mother made a face. He's literally the only thing you talked about last night. Izuku's eyebrows rose. Really? No. he shouted at the top of his lungs. The green-haired boy felt something warm bloom in his chest watching the mother and son bicker. It was something he hadn't felt in years. For the first time since his mother died, Izuku was happy. But of course, his happiness was short-lived. About 15 minutes later, the phone given to him by Aizawa started to blow up. Everyone was messaging him asking where he was, if he was okay, why he wasn't at the dorms. Taking notice of all the messages, Milo smiled softly. "Do you need to go home?" Izuku nodded his head. Hitoshi looked crestfallen. "It was so nice to meet you. I hope I can come back sometime soon." Tears pricked at his eyes knowing that he probably wouldn't see any of them again, but he blinked back. "Would you like Namashi to drive you home?" Milo offered. "No, but thanks for the offer. See you later, Toshi." The purple-haired boy waved. As soon as the door shut behind him, Izuku bolted. Turning the direction opposite to Yue, he ran as fast as he could, Venom boosting his legs. He ran as fast and far as he could before realizing the tracker was still on his wrist. As fast as he could, Venom turned an arm into a blade and cut the tracker off, and a sizable portion of Izuku's wrist, but that's okay because he can heal, and tossed the torn bracelet as far away from himself as he could. But of course, he wasn't fast enough. About 30 seconds later, a capture scarf wrapped around his middle, tethering his arms to his side. One firm yank later, he went flying into an alleyway. Easily tearing the scarf to pieces, Venom fully enveloped the green-haired boy and got ready to fight. "I don't want to hurt you, Eraser," Venom growled. "But I will. You are powerful, but you cannot do much against me. Please don't make me fight you." Aizawa shook his head. "I can't just let you go, problem child." "Why not?" Venom snapped. "We're just that. The problem. You should be happy we're leaving." "And Izuku, you know I didn't mean it that way." "Didn't you? Why else would you call us that? We've made your life hell for the past few days. You should want us to leave. Don't you get it?" Aizawa's voice cracked. "We care about you, kid. I care about you. I care about what happens to you and how you feel. We all do. Liar. You're a liar. A liar." With that, Venom jumped out of the alleyway and onto a nearby rooftop. Jumping them as fast as he could, Venom tried to put as much distance between the pros and him as possible. Finally believing himself safe, Venom retracted from Izuku's body and they started walking down a practically empty street. He recognized this place. He was in the red light district. A place most people avoided at all costs. Well, that explains why the street was so empty. He walked briskly down the overgrown sidewalk, believing himself far enough away from the heroes. But somehow, Present Mike got in front of him. "Please, Izuku. Don't make me use my quirk on you." Tears beaded the man's eyes. "Please." Venom once again surfaced to protect his host. "I'm not forcing you to. Just let us leave and you'll never have to deal with this again." "Fine then." He wiped his eyes. "You leave me no choice." Venom tried to jump out of the way, but he wasn't fast enough. "Wait!" Mike screamed. Venom separated from his host's body and both of them writhed in agony. Izuku let out a blood-curdling scream as pain fried every nerve in his body. Something Mike hadn't thought of, the amount of sound he needed to fully separate Venom from his body was enough to rupture Izuku's internal organs. And without Venom to heal him, he was dying pretty quickly. Blood streamed from his ears, nose, and mouth as he desperately reached a hand toward where Venom's true form lay next to him. After a few agonizing seconds of reaching, Venom finally reached his friend's fingertips and absorbed back into his body. Present Mike was about to reach him when Izuku was finally healed enough to keep going. He tried to run away, but once again, Mike screamed. "Why?" He held the shout even longer this time. Once again, Venom was torn from the small boy's already weakened body. He collapsed and desperately reached forward for Venom. He absorbed back into Izuku's body, but had no remaining energy. So this time, the green-haired boy's dying organs were not healed. This time, he didn't get back up. Time is set right before the last chapter. Present Mike was losing his Ifenji mind. He walked into the teacher's dorms and went upstairs to Izuku's room to make sure he was okay, just like he'd done the day before. He'd knocked, but received no answer. He knocked again. Same result. "I'm coming in," he said loudly before opening the door. The room was empty. He quickly called his husband. "Izuku's gone and I don't know where he is. Have you seen him?" "No. But I can check his location." A few moments of silence. "He's heading away from UA at a very fast pace. Let all the UA staff know I'm going after him." Shoyuta hung up. As fast as he could, he brought up the staff group chat and set it to urgent. Loud, Izuku ran. "His location is XXXX. Everyone needs to go after him now." His phone pinged a few times in rapid succession before finally going silent. He bolted from the teacher's dorms and ran as fast as he could to the front gate where he met Namuri. No words were spoken, but both, in perfect synchronization, got in her car and sped off. A few minutes later, his phone pinged. It was from Shoyuta. "Yellow Caterpillar. He's heading east from XXXX. Mike relayed the message to Namuri and she quickly changed course. They then saw a flash of black hop down from a rooftop. "Stop the car!" He screeched before getting out and dashing over to where he'd seen Venom's form. He popped out of an alley a little ways in front of the kid, who was no longer in his other form. He was speed walking down a mostly empty street. Taking sight of him, the teen stopped. "Please, Izuku," Mike begged. He could feel the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. "Don't make me use my quirk on you. Please." Venom surrounded the boy. "I'm not forcing you to. Just let us leave and you'll never have to deal with this again." "Fine." He wiped away the tears spilling down his cheeks so he could see. "Then you leave me no choice." He really didn't want to do it, but he couldn't let the poor kid leave. Why? He knew he'd overdone it immediately. But his suspicions were confirmed when the boy let out a horrifying scream and crumbled to the floor, Venom landing about a foot away. He could see the blood streaming from various places on the boy's body and was quick to run over to help. But Venom reached his friend and once again tried to run. He needed more sound to take him down. "Why?" he shouted with all his might. Venom was once again torn from Izuku's body as he crumbled to the floor. But when Venom went back into his body, he didn't get back up. The blood didn't stop. The teen's breathing started to slow as he passed out. Rushing over, he placed 2 fingers on the boy's throat. His pulse was weak and thready. His breathing was shaky and Present Mike lifted the boy into his arms. He was concerningly light, but that just made him easier to carry. He rushed to Namuri's car and shoved himself and an unconscious Izuku into the back seat. "Drive," he commanded. While she drove like a bat out of hell, he called Recovery Girl. "I need you ready for emergency medical attention as soon as I get back." "Okay," she replied calmly. "How fast can you get here?" "Namuri." "How long?" 3 minutes. 3 minutes. "Got it. I'll be ready." She hung up. Mike glanced down at the small boy in his arms. "Come on, kid, just hang in there. Please, don't die on me. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Finally, they made it back to UA. Waiting for them was Recovery Girl and a few med robots next to a stretcher. Present Mike all but threw himself out of the car and placed Izuku as gently as he could on the stretcher and watched as the kid he was supposed to take care of be wheeled away to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Recovery Girl was trying her best to help him as much as she could. She hooked the small child up to an IV filled with the specialized nutrients made for Venom, then to a heart monitor. That was all she could do. Pump his veins full of enough energy to kickstart Venom enough to where he could heal his host. But as the seconds ticked by, Izuku just got worse and worse. Blood streamed freely from his mouth and nose, and going by the squelching noise made every time he breathed in, his lungs were slowly filling with blood. Eventually, the IV was empty and Recovery Girl had to replace it with another. All of a sudden, his heart sped up to an unhealthy pace, before stopping altogether. It was strange, feeling the life from your body while knowing no one's coming to save you this time. Even though he wasn't conscious, Izuku could feel and hear everything just fine. He remembered Present Mike talking to someone, but he couldn't recall who. He remembered Namuri screaming something. "I'm sorry, my friend. I cannot save you." Not this time. He was going to die. It's okay, Venom. You're powerful, but you aren't invincible. We had fun while we could. Goodbye, Izuku. It was nice while it lasted. Yes. It was. Izuku continued to float in the blank void that was his current existence. He could hear words being spoken in the distance, but it was like he was underwater. Weren't words. Just noises. He was ready. What about Hitoshi? A voice said. Hitoshi? If you go, the voice continued, he'll lose his only friend. You remember how happy he was when you said you wanted to meet his moms? He'll miss you. And the worst part? He'll blame himself. He'll tell himself that if he'd just convinced you to stay a little longer, you'd still be alive. He'll think it was his fault you're gone. So hold on a little longer, okay? That's Stang, he said to the voice. It's usually you're the one telling me I'm worthless and no one cares about me. It's you who caused all my panic attacks. It was you that convinced me that I don't deserve to be loved. What's changed? That's my job. Every living person has me in their minds. The voice replied. I'm the one that tells you that you don't matter. The one that says you're useless and staying alive is pointless. That's what I'm required to do. But in truth, I don't mean anything I say. I don't believe it either. And since you aren't fully alive, I don't have to tell you those things anymore. So I'm asking you as someone that has lived in the darkest parts of your mind, of everyone's minds, to stay alive. If not for you, for Hitoshi. Because he cares for you. Don't let him down. That hit him hard. You're telling me that all those times I laid in bed unable to sleep believing I was a failure, all the panic attacks I had because I didn't think I was good enough, all the meals I skipped because I thought I didn't deserve to eat, all those sleepless nights I spent crying because I couldn't save my mom, all those hours I spent sitting on rooftops contemplating ending it all, that was just you talking? That was just you trying to get me to hate myself? Yes, said the voice, there's shame apparent. And I will have no choice but to tell that to Hitoshi. I'll make him hate himself. I'll make him blame himself for your death. So unless you want that to happen, I suggest you hold on just a little longer so that you can survive. He opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by another voice. One that wasn't Venom or the one that made him hate himself. One that belonged to a deceased Inko Midoriya. Izuku? Baby, can you hear me? Oh my baby boy. My sweet baby boy. His mother appeared in front of him and enveloped him in a hug. Oh, how he missed her hugs. He broke down. Mom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was fast enough. I'm sorry that I couldn't, his voice cracked. That I couldn't save you. Oh baby, don't apologize. It isn't your fault. Don't cry. Inko Midoriya held her son in her arms, something she'd been waiting to do for years. It's okay. It's okay. She waited for his cries to die down a little before continuing. I've been watching you, you know. Every second since my death, I've been watching. And honey, I'm so proud of you. You've saved so many people, even though it could jeopardize your plan to disappear. I'm so proud of the man you've become and I want nothing more than to be with you again. But you can't dash, it was her voice's turn to crack. You can't die. You have an amazing future ahead of you. As much as I want us to be together again, you need to live your life. She took a deep breath. Hold on, baby. Stay alive. Remember, don't listen to the voice. You are worth it. And people care about you. Tears poured freely from her eyes. And I love you. Never forget that. She started to fade away. Izuku desperately tried to grab at her rapidly dissipating form. Don't leave. Please. Don't leave me alone. He screamed. Mom. Come back. He fell to his knees. Please. He whispered hoarsely. Please don't leave me. And he cried. Alone in the dark. Until he wasn't alone anymore. Izuku. Venom screeched in disbelief. You're still alive? Holy shit. I can heal you now. Hold on, buddy. You aren't dying today. He actually did end up dying that day. His heart stopped and he was officially dead for about 5 minutes before Venom kickstarted his heart again and brought him back to life. And demon, did it feel weird to be alive? That's something Izuku never thought he'd think. But yeah, imagine everyone's shock when he just randomly started breathing, completely healed. 5 minutes earlier. Mike was completely heartbroken when he heard the news. The first child he was tasked with taking care of, he ended up killing with his quirk. He wasn't the only one broken by the news. Nemuri crumbled to the floor and broke down crying as soon as she heard he was dead. 13 tried to blink back the tears flooding their eyes, but were unable to, and soon joined Nemuri on the ground. Snipe and Ectoplasm ducked their heads out of respect for the dead, Snipe removing his hat. Power Loader and Small Might, Tashinori Yagi in his small form, sniffled and wiped their eyes. Aizawa fell into a chair and buried his head in his hands, trying, and failing, to stifle the sobs coming from him. Vlad's entire face fell and a single tear dripped from his eye. But Mike took it the worst. He fell to his knees and completely broke. Sobs racked their way from his chest as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. He'd killed him. A 15-year-old boy with his entire life ahead of him. A kid who'd been failed by all the people in his life. A kid he promised himself he'd save. He killed him. A beep sounded from the room Recovery Girl had walked out of. All heads swiveled to the door. Then there was another beep. And another. And another. Recovery Girl rushed in to see what was going on. "Well, I'll be dead." She breathed softly. "He's alive." When Izuku woke up, everything was really bright. The things he saw kind of blurred together and created big blobs and extremely bright colors. It was loud too. Everything he heard had turned ringing by the time the sound reached his ears. Eventually, things came back to focus. It was dark outside. Wow, he'd been asleep that long? The room he was in was empty. Quiet too, besides the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor. It was just him, once again. Surprise Beach. "I'm still alive." Venom piped up from somewhere in his mind. "Well, shit. I was hoping you'd stay dead." "Oh, shut up, you know you love me." "Yeah, whatever." "Okay, we need to come up with a plan to escape. What did we do wrong last time?" "We stayed with Hitoshi. And we forgot about the tracker. But besides that, I think we did everything else right." "So when should we escape?" "Well, the pros will no doubt keep eyes on me at all times now. So the best time to escape would probably be immediately." Silence. Izuku sighed. "Well, time to do something stupid that we'll regret later." They did in fact do something incredibly stupid that they regretted later. Said stupid thing was building a bleach bomb. Why there was bleach in an infirmary, neither knew, and using it to explode a wall that he later jumped out of, not realizing he was on the 4th floor, in the long-term patient ward. 2 broken legs and a whack on the head from Recovery Girl later, he was sent back to the dorms with Aizawa. The drive was silent, with Izuku refusing to speak to the older and the older trying to apologize for everything that happened. But he wasn't having it. The only adult he trusted right now was Recovery Girl. When they arrived back at the dorms, Mike and Nemuri were waiting for them in the common area. They both immediately ran over to them and started to speak to the green-haired boy, but he walked right past, shoulder-checking Mike. It pained him to treat them this way, but the less attached to him they were, the easier it would be for them to get over him when he finally escaped. Turns out he was correct in his earlier assumption. When he wasn't in his room, he had to be accompanied by a pro hero at all times. But the more the pros were around him, the more opportunities he had to make them wish he'd stayed dead. The next day he started. During homeroom with Mike, he hacked his directional speaker with his phone, which was a lot harder than using his computer, and programmed it to blast the most XPLCT music he could find, which just so happened to be a pre-Quirk era song. During math with Ectoplasm, he hacked his legs to make him run around in circles, into walls, and eventually out the door, or rather, through it. He was in the middle of trying to figure out how to get a bat to fly at Yagi's face when he opened the dorm room door when he saw it. A really short kid with purple ball on his head was attempting to stick his hand up a tall girl with a black ponytail skirt. In less than a second, Venom enveloped him and the kid was suspended by his throat above the ground. "You have 5 seconds to give me a reason not to kill you." 5. Venom growled. "P," the kid choked out. 4. "I'm sorry. Please. I don't want an apology. I want a reason." 3. "No. Help me." Venom looked towards the students who were all watching. Not a single person stepped forward to help. Izuku wouldn't have either. 2. I. Venom's smile grew feral. 1. Put him down, Venom. A voice spoke. Glancing over, Venom noticed it was a very tired-looking Aizawa. If I ever see this little fucker again, I will rip him limb from limb. Is that clear? Aizawa gave a firm nod. Good. Venom threw the kid to the floor and stomped off. When he finally cooled off, Venom retreated back into Izuku and he walked to modern art history taught by midnight. He tried as hard as he could to find smug satisfaction watching Nemuri choke on his last remaining fart bomb, but only felt set off. Said at the purple fucker for trying to assault that girl, said that he was still stuck in UA, said that the teachers wouldn't just let him leave, said at the world for FANG him over time and time again. Finally, school was over. As he was walking in the direction of the teacher's dorms, Cementos trying to be as discreet as he could while following him, he was stopped by a group of kids at least 10 strong. He recognized one of the girls. It was the tall girl with the ponytail from lunch that he'd prevented purple fucker from assaulting. She cleared her throat nervously. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier today. Mineta has been doing that to a lot of the girls and he made us all really uncomfortable. So thank you. He nodded. How did he even get into UA? The girl shrugged her shoulders. Apparently his parents are members of the board so they made sure he stayed in. If the yellow caterpillar hasn't expelled him yet, I'll go to Nedzu and make sure he never sets foot inside this place again. Yellow caterpillar? A girl with pink skin asked. Eraserhead. How do you know our homeroom teacher? A boy with red and white hair asked coldly, pushing his way to the front of the crowd. You obviously aren't in the hero course. That is absolutely none of your DMN business, Peppermint. Izuku retorted just as coldly. Dude, do you know who that is? A kid with oddly shaped elbows piped up nervously. I could care less who he is. He wants to treat me like I'm less than him, I'll do it right back. That's the son of the number 2 hero, Shoto Todoroki. A girl said, but he couldn't see her, just a floating uniform. I don't give a flying F about who his daddy is. That makes sense. The complete disregard of human decency, that scowl, his shitty but attitude. You're a carbon copy of your father. I am nothing like my father. Take it back. He said, ice coating his arm. Izuku just smiled. Really? Because you're awfully quick to make threats. Just like your father. Todoroki's eyes widened, his ice melted immediately. Didn't think of that one, did you? He laughed. You treat people just like your father does. Like sheet. You claim that you aren't like your father, but right now you're acting just like he does. Genuine surprise coated Todoroki's features. Izuku stepped forward until their faces were nearly touching. Want to be different from your father? Fix your FANG attitude. He walked around them and continued on his way. You were a little hard on him. Venom eventually said. Was I wrong though? You weren't. But you could have said it a little nicer and not made an enemy of the son of the number 2 hero. Why are you calling him that? His name is Shuto Todoroki. Who his father is doesn't mean sheet. He needed the truth. I gave it to him. And besides, no one ever got anywhere by being nice. Maybe not immediately, but having friends is always good in the long run. But so they can leave once you get attached to them? Becoming friends with Hitoshi was stupid of me. Because just like everyone else, he's going to leave me broken and alone, wishing I'd never made the mistake of having a friend. Izuku expected Class 1A to stay away from him after what happened. But to his surprise, the next day at lunch, he was joined by every girl and a few guys in the class. But what shocked him the most was when Todoroki, the very same guy he called out the day before, sat at the end of the table. But Hitoshi wasn't too happy about this. Do they have to be here? He groaned quietly. Toshi, you need friends. The green-haired boy said, shooting him a knowing look. I have you. I am an emotionally unstable chaos gremlin. I don't count. You need to be around normal, mentally stable people. He groaned again. But they're so loud. Yeah, well, some people are like that. But dash. No buts. Deal with it. Which one of the teachers is your parent? Todoroki cut in. Izuku just laughed. None of them. You're a secret love child then. But I don't know whose. Your personality is a mixture of a few, but my main theory was present Mike. But the way you give him the cold shoulder suggests otherwise. I then thought of Aizawa, but you aren't anti-everything besides coffee and sleep, like he is. So who is it? Whose secret love child are you? I'm not Dash. His words were cut off by the loud blaring of an alarm. Now, keep in mind, Venom's weakness is sound above a certain decibel. The alarm wasn't over his sound limit, but it was close enough to make him cover his ears and groan in pain. Noticing this, Hitoshi did his best to clover his ears and muffle the noise a little more, but it didn't do much. Noticing that covering his ears with his own hands was doing jack shit, the purple-haired boy grabbed his friend and dragged him over to the hallway that was already jam-packed with people, but seeing as he was desperate to get out, he didn't understand that the hallway was a death trap. In about 2 seconds, the two best friends were separated and Izuku was dragged off into the crowd. He was already lightheaded and in pain due to the noise, so he couldn't really do much to fight against the crowd of stampeding children and got trampled pretty fast. He was stepped on over and over, each time hearing something crack and feeling a flash of pain shooting through his body. Distantly he heard someone shout about how it was just the press, but he wasn't really paying attention to that. A shout later, he dimly recognized that everyone was moving away from him. Sure enough, most of his limbs were painfully bent in all the wrong directions and he was lying in a pool of his own blood. Venom, he thought. Do you mind doing your job? Sorry. One by one, each limb cracked into place, including his neck which had broken when he fell. Based on the traumatized expressions on everyone's faces, he guessed watching someone's bones spontaneously snap back into place was quite horrifying. He put on the cheeriest smile he could and said, "Well, that was fun." Jumping to his feet, Izuku strolled out of there acting like he didn't have a care in the world like the badass he was. As soon as he was out of everyone's sight and safely locked in a stall in the bathroom, the migraine set in. Wave after wave of pure agony flooded his mind and even Venom was suffering. After about 20 minutes of that, 50 messages from his friend and the teachers alike asking if he was okay, and a concerned pigeon later, he finally made it back to class. Cementos quickly typed into his phone and then motioned for him to take a seat. The second he sat down he was out. 30 minutes of pure, blissful, dreamless sleep later, the green-haired boy was woken up by the sound of something exploding. But he'd forgotten about the trap he set for All Might. Basically, the moment he walked through the door for the heroics lesson of the day, instead of a flying bat to the face like originally planned, a bucket of glue dumps onto his head, then 2 seconds later, a confetti cannon filled with glitter is shot straight at him. It was the glittery powder stuff too, which is practically impossible to get off of you. He grinned and fell back asleep. He woke up once again, but this time, Hitoshi was shaking his shoulder. "What?" he hummed groggily. "Come on, Izuku," Hitoshi sighed. "Class is over. Time to go." "No. I stay here." "If it." The purple-haired boy muttered under his breath before picking his best friend, and possibly Crush, up bridal style and carrying him out of the room. They were both blushing like crazy, but the moment was kind of ruined by the way Small Might, not so discreetly as he kept coughing up blood every 2 seconds, followed them. The next day, instead of going to Class 1C, he was told to go with Aizawa to Class 1A. Upon his arrival, Yaoyorozu, or Yamamo as she told him to call her, was confused. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "I thought you were in 1C. "I would like to know that too." He shot a pointed look at Aizawa who was coming out of his cocoon. "You'll be joining us at an off-campus training facility today. It's for rescue training." "Why though?" "Because apparently, Netsu thinks that you'd benefit from it." "Oh hell no." He would not be taking any part in one of the rats' plans. He started to walk over to the door before being restrained by a scarf. "Remove it, or it will be torn to pieces, Eraserhead." The man sighed and shot him a pleading look. "Please don't make this harder than it has to be, problem child. Go sit in Mineta's old seat." So Purple Fucker was expelled. Good. Then he saw where Mineta's old seat was. Of course it was right behind Bakugu, who was glaring at him with hatred. But behind that hatred he saw something else. Something that looked a lot like fear. There wasn't much of it, but it was there. Oh, how the tables have turned, he thought maliciously. The day passed slowly, every class being boring until finally, it was time to go. While the Hero Corps students were changing into their hero costumes, Aizawa approached Izuku. Look, I know you're angry about what happened but dash. Angry? He was fuming. I died, Eraserhead. Have you ever died before? Do you know what that sheet feels like? He killed me and you want me to just forgive and forget? No FNG way. He took a deep breath. If you need me, I'll be out by the bus. He stormed out of the room and down the hallway. He'd already forgiven Mike, but he wouldn't forget. But they didn't need to know that. Arriving at the bus, he noticed most of the class was already there. Todoroki raised an eyebrow. You're just wearing your uniform? It's better than whatever monstrosity you're wearing, and besides, Venom is practically a suit of armor. So I don't really need to wear anything special. Why are you here, Deku? Bakugo growled. First off, you angry Pomeranian, my name is Izuku. Not Deku. Izuku. Second, I don't want to be here. And third, I would never voluntarily go near anyone with a personality as sheet as yours. So shut the F up, and stop acting like everything I do solely to piss you off. And no, I don't think I'm better than you. So mind your own goddamn motherfucking business, and I'll mind mine, MK? On to the bus, hell spawn, Aizawa interrupted. The green-haired boy scoffed and got on. Izuku, I always speak what's on my mind, Karo. Azui said, and the entire bus fell silent. I think it's kind of strange, Karo, how you act. UA is the school that most people dream of coming to. Yet you seem to hate it, Karo. Azui dash. Call me Tsu. Tsu, I act like I hate it here because I do. Then why apply? Mina spoke up somewhere to his right. He didn't, dumbass. Bakugo cut in. They're forcing him to come here because he's got a dangerous quirk. Shocked looks crossed everyone's faces. Izuku laughed. I keep forgetting you aren't stupid, Bakugo. If you weren't such a man-baby with a shitty attitude, people would notice your intelligence more, Bakugo. The hell did you say to me, Venom? Only the truth. Just being around you makes me exhausted. You and your inferiority and superiority complexes, violent tendencies, and overall flaming sheet of a personality is just too much. No wonder nobody likes you. You're annoying as hell. Silence. Then Kaminari spoke up. Venom's not wrong. Chaos filled the bus. Most everyone started laughing while the angry Pomeranian attacked Kaminari. Aizawa tried to silence the bus with his quirk, but not even that worked. Mina then stuck a foot out and tripped Explodo Boy, causing him to go after her. Everyone else started to join in. They started teaming up on Bakugo and tripping him as he tried to run after each person. Ida, of course, started shouting for everyone to stop, but ended up smacking Tokoyami while chopping his hands, and a said dark shadow tossed him across the bus. Siro ended up stepping on Hagicure's foot when he dodged backwards to avoid being smashed by a flying Ida, getting an invisible punch to the nose. But he thought that it was Kirishima who'd done it and threw himself at the spiky-haired boy. Kirishima dodged backward to avoid Siro, unintentionally getting too close to Uraraka, who smacked him, with a little more force than necessary, and sent him into the air. Bakugo then made the mistake of going after Shoji, who threw him towards Tsu and Yamamo. Yamamo had already created the baseball bat that Tsu used to send Bakugo right back over to the six-armed boy, who chucked him right back over to the girls. This time, the black-haired girl created a net and with the help of Tsu, finally trapped a screeching Bakugo. Did the chaos end there? It did not. Ojiro ended up falling into Jiro's lap, who in turn jabbed her earphone jacks into his eyes. Blindly stumbling around, Ojiro ended up running right into Sato, who tossed him into the air, accidentally hitting a still-floating Kirishima. The only people that didn't join the fun was Izuku, Todoroki, and Aoyama, who was shaking his head at everything. Eventually, someone F'd up. The discarded baseball bat that Yamamo had made was thrown by an unknown person and ended up almost hitting Aizawa. Immediately, everyone in the bus shut up and sat down. Even Bakugo contained himself for fear of Eraserhead's wrath. Luckily for them, they pulled up to the training facility before he could completely go off on everyone. At the door of the gigantic building stood 13 in their space-themed costume. After explaining everything they needed to know about the USJ, they were led inside, where Aizawa asked where All Might was. 13 said he got caught up in a villain attack while holding up 3 fingers, meaning the buffoon had already used up all his time. Well, looking around the USJ, Izuku surveyed all the zones. They all looked pretty cool, and what was that? Eraserhead. He called loudly. What's that weird purple light? Well, F-. Eraserhead cursed while he slipped his goggles over his eyes. Seeing the villains now pouring into the facility, Kaminari asked, "Has the training started already?" "Everyone stay back. Those are real villains." 13, protect the students. With that, he jumped to meet the hundreds of villains that filled the area. He was doing pretty well actually. He was taking out villains left and right. Everyone was running towards the entrance when a misty purple guy appeared. "Hello. We are the League of Villains. We dash." "Ha." Mist Dude turned to the green-haired boy that was laughing at him. "You named yourselves after the League of Legends? Seriously? Ha." He couldn't see the misty man's face, but he could tell his patience was wearing thin. As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. 13 chose that exact moment to open the caps on their figures to SCK up the villain, but of course Effin Bakugo had to ruin everything. He and Kirishima jumped at the villain trying to defeat it and failed epically when he just dodged. 13 tried to use their quirk, but it was reversed on themselves, and they fell, the back of their suit ripped open. "It is my job to spread you throughout the facility where you will be tortured and killed. Now begone." A purple mist spread over everyone, transporting them to different points in the USJ. Izuku fell right into water. He looked around wildly and almost shat himself when he saw some shark thing coming at him. Thankfully, Tsu got to it before it got to him, smacking it away with her long tongue. It then wrapped around his middle and tossed him onto the ship. She leapt on after him. "Tsu, your quirk is the FNG coolest." "That was so awesome," he cheered. "Thank you, Karo, but I think we have bigger problems to worry about." She was right. Glancing over the side of the ship, he saw dozens of villains, all with aquatic mutations, surrounding the ship. Beyond them was the shore, where Aizawa was fighting. "I could try and jump us across, Karo, but I don't think I can make it that far." He shook his head. "No, if you can't make it all the way across, we could be caught before we get to shore. We need a way to get rid of the villains." He thought for a moment before getting a stupid idea. "Have you seen the Titanic, Tsu?" "No, Karo." "How have you not seen? You know what, we'll talk about this later. It was a good movie, but they made one major mistake during the scene where the boat sinks. When something large sinks, it makes a whirlpool that will drag anything near it, underwater. This is a shipwreck zone. So you think that if we activate the sinking part, it'll drag all the villains under and distract them while we get to safety?" She finished for him. He smiled. "Exactly." It took them a second, but they eventually figured out how to activate the zone. The boat trembled and started to sink and break apart. Grabbing Tsu's hand, he dragged her over to the tallest point on the ship. When the ship was about to go completely under, he morphed into Venom and picked Tsu up. Squatting down, he focused on where he wanted to land. Jumping was no problem, but landing where you want to was a little trickier than that. He jumped, creating a crater on what was left of the ship. Venom landed in the water behind a rock near where Eraserhead was fighting as quietly as he could. "You really are so cool, Eraserhead," the blue-haired teenager standing next to the Mist Man said. He then rushed in and grabbed Aizawa's elbow. But all quirks have their limits. He could hear Aizawa scream as it disintegrated. The teen giggled with delight. "Tomura Shigaraki. All Might isn't here and most of our forces have been defeated. And one of the students escaped. We should return before the heroes arrive." Taking note of the villain's distraction, he raced to Aizawa's side and tried to staunch the bleeding coming from his elbow. Aizawa groaned, catching the blue-haired man's attention. "What would you look at that? This kid is trying to save his teacher. I'm almost touched." Growling, Izuku let Venom envelop him and flung aside the villain trying to sneak up behind him. The blue-haired man looked surprised. What is someone with a quirk like that doing here? Venom roared. If you don't leave, I will tear you to pieces. Nomu, Krusty said. Whatever that thing is. With crazy speed, the Nomu ran to Venom, charging up a powerful punch, but Venom just caught it in his hand and sent it flying back over to its crusty master. How's? Nomu is strong enough to beat All Might. How is a kid able to hold it off? Its master screeched. But the Nomu kept coming. No matter how many times Venom beat it back, it kept coming. Meanwhile, Krusty was monologuing. Something about multiple quirks? Venom had to admit he knew he was outmatched. He knew that his energy was rapidly depleting. He knew he was going to be beaten sooner or later. But he had to hold the Nomu off as long as he could. He had to protect everyone. He fought as long as he could, but no matter what he did, Nomu wasn't even fazed. Eventually, he couldn't dodge the punch Nomu sent straight to his face. Or the next. Or the next. Eventually, he was slammed into the ground hard enough to break almost all of his ribs even with Venom's protection. But right before the creature squished his face between its meaty fingers, it was called to Eraserhead, who had used his quirk to protect Tsu from the villain about to disintegrate her face. Noticing his quirk was gone, she smacked the villain with her tongue and jumped to safety. At Shigaraki's command, the Nomu smashed Eraser's head into the ground hard enough to make a crater. He didn't move again. Fighting back the pain coming from his ribs, Venom rose and once again attacked the Nomu. But this time, instead of going for its body, he went for the brain. He turned his arm into a 3-foot blade and stabbed it right through Nomu's exposed brain. Nomu stumbled but attacked again. Venom aimed a slice at its leg and chopped it off. It was much slower to grow back. He hacked off its other leg and the Nomu fell. Getting closer to the downed monster, Venom stabbed it repeatedly in the brain. It didn't get back up. Venom retreated into his host's body. No! Handyman screamed. No, no, no. It isn't fair. He charged Izuku. He just barely dodged his outstretched hands and managed to roll away from the deranged villain. Again and again Shigaraki attacked, but the green-haired boy was already drained of energy from his fight with Nomu. The blue-haired man fainted to the side and he fell for it. Every nerve in his body flared with pain and he let loose a blood-curdling scream as the skin crumbled away from his bicep. It didn't heal like it was supposed to. The villain merely laughed before trying to attack again, only for the doors to explode and watch All Might running toward him. Seeing as All Might was now here, Izuku let himself crumble to the ground as the adrenaline bled from his veins. Shigaraki charged the symbol of peace, hands outstretched, only to be shot in the elbows and knees by Snipe, who was standing at the entrance with the rest of the pro-heroes. The mist villain shielded his comrade from the rest of the bullets with his quirk and warped both of them away. All Might turned and picked up Aizawa, before heading back towards the entrance. But he didn't see the small, green-haired boy, bleeding on the pavement behind him. Nor did he hear the desperate cry that came from his lips right before he passed out. Don't get him wrong, Bakugo hated the nerd. And he'd proved that many times. But to see All Might pick up his teacher and just leave Izuku bleeding on the cement made his blood boil. Yeah, he treated his old childhood friend like shit, but he expected more from the #1 hero. Katsuki was brash and violent, but All Might was supposed to be better. He was supposed to help people. But he just left him there. Even after he'd saved and protected everyone. He got his arm disintegrated for God's sake. Bakugo grumbled in annoyance and went to pick up his old childhood friend. Looking at him from the angle he was previously at, he didn't see it. But now, Katsuki could see the pool of blood he was laying in clear as day. It was a lot of blood. He rushed over as fast as he could and grabbed his arm to look at the wound closer. It was gushing blood. Katsuki ripped off a part of his costume and tried to use it to stop the blood. It slowed but didn't stop. Izuku's skin was cold and pale. Someone help! He screamed as loud as he could. The heroes and police officers who were talking to the other students turned. They immediately started to rush over to him. The first to arrive was a female paramedic. She took one look at the green-haired boy's arm and yelled for a stretcher and something about not much time, and lost a lot of blood, and blood transfusion. And for the first time in years, the great Bakugo Katsuki, was afraid. He watched as Izuku was lifted gently onto a stretcher and loaded into a waiting ambulance. He was worried. Things he hadn't felt in a long time. He turned to walk back to his classmates to make sure they were okay. Screw his ego, he cared about them all, and saw All Might talking to a police officer like everything was right in the world. All his fear and worry disappeared. Said, "What the F is wrong with you, All Might?" He screamed as he stormed over to the man. Everyone fell silent. "What do you mean, young Bakugo?" He said calmly with his fake but smile. "You're the #1 hero. God, you're FNG pathetic. Young Bakugo, what is this about? You know exactly what this is about." He growled. "You left him there. You picked up Aizawa and turned your back on a child who was bleeding. After he, who isn't even a F hero student, saved all of us." He took a deep breath. "Did you know that he fought and defeated a monster with multiple quirks designed to take you down? Did you know that he saved Aizawa and broke multiple ribs because of it? Did you know that he got his arm F disintegrated, facing a villain that can decay anything he touches? He saved us all, and you turned your back on him. You're FENG disgrace to all heroes." Midnight turned to All Might, a hateful expression etched across her face. "Is this true, All Might? Did you leave him there?" The #1 hero sputtered for a moment. "You FING BSTRD. Mike growled as he stormed over. He drew back a fist and faster than the eye can see, hit All Might right in the jaw. His head snapped back and he withdrew a step. "You left the very child you were tasked to take care of to bleed out?" Midnight screamed. One by one, each pro hero turned on All Might and grabbed him, dragging him somewhere beyond where everyone else could see. All Might didn't return. Bakugo watched the pros return, one by one, with bloody knuckles. He smirked. "Thank you for letting us know about what All Might did," Snipe said, cleaning blood from his hands. "Yes, thank you." Mike smiled, wiping splattered blood from his cheek. Katsuki smiled a genuine smile for the first time in his life. He liked his teachers. Izuku woke up with a pounding headache. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear something beeping rhythmically. Opening his eyes, he looked out the window. It was dark. Immediately, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He realized, "It was dark when I woke up after dying. That's why this feels so familiar." He sat up, hearing his back pop multiple times. Why was he in the hospital again? A black monster flashed in his mind, its dead eyes staring at him as blood rained down from the top of its head. Withdrawing Venom's blade, he could see the blood coating it. The blood of someone he'd killed. He was falling through a portal and into the water, a shark swimming at him with an open mouth. He was stranded on a sinking ship with Tsu surrounded by villains waiting to kill them. His teacher's elbow disintegrated under the hands of a villain. Aizawa's head being smashed into the ground so hard it created a crater. Blood leaking from his face and he stopped moving. 13 ripped apart by their own quirk. His arm disintegrating and pain frying every nerve in his body. All Might turning his back on him and leaving him to die. He remembered now. He glanced at his arm. It was still there, but covered in bandages that were already blotched with red. He was lucky. Aizawa. He shot out of bed, ignoring the shrill beeping of the heart monitor he was attached to, and stumbled to the door. Before he could make it, however, nurses rushed into the room. A needle found its way into his neck and he blacked out. The next time he woke up, Izuku made sure to shut off the heart monitor. Quietly slipping off the covers, he placed his feet on the floor and stood. Grabbing the frame of the hospital bed, he waited for the black spots dancing in his eyes to cease. When they did, he shakily walked over to the door, almost tripping twice. He opened it and peeked out. No one was in the halls. It was 1 a.m, after all. Stumbling through the halls as quietly as he could, he peeked through every window, looking for Aizawa. It took a second, but he finally found him. The man was covered head to toe in white bandages, making him look like a mummy. His right arm and his head were more heavily wrapped than the rest of him. Izuku opened the door slowly, hoping it wouldn't creak, but he had no such luck. The hinges creaked louder than an atomic bomb going off, and the man woke instantly. He could see panic in the older man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared when he realized who it was. Aizawa raised his arms slightly in invitation. He shakily made his way over and gently buried his head in the older man's chest, letting his carefully constructed mask break. The tears flowed freely for the better part of an hour and soaked the bandages the man had on, but he made no move to suggest he wanted Izuku to stop. So he didn't. Even after the tears had finally stopped, he kept his head against the older's chest. "I'm sorry I couldn't help you," the green-haired boy said, his voice hoarse from crying. "I'm sorry I couldn't prevent this from happening. I'm so sorry that I couldn't protect you." He sniffled at the end. "You did protect me," the black-haired man said firmly. "But no. Look at me." The younger raised his head. "If you hadn't defeated Nomu, I probably would have died. If you hadn't killed it, it would have killed every one of my students, including you. You saved me, Izuku. You saved us all. Don't you ever forget that." Once again, tears flooded his eyes. He reburied his head in Aizawa's chest and cried until he fell asleep. But of course, he had a nightmare. It started with Tsu. In his dream, he never came up with his plan. The villains boarded the boat and killed her right in front of him. He tried to fight, but he wasn't strong enough. He watched the life bleed from the green-haired girl's eyes as she died. It was all his fault. Next it was Aizawa. He didn't get there in time to slow the bleeding coming from his elbow, and he died alone, in a pool of his own blood. It was all his fault. The next scene was also of Aizawa. Izuku wasn't able to defeat Nomu, and watched powerlessly as it slammed the hero's head down one last time, breaking his neck. And he laid there, his unseeing eyes locked on the green-haired boy. It's all his fault. Izuku woke to someone shaking his shoulder. Glancing up, he saw it was Aizawa and immediately started crying. Hey, it's okay. I'm okay, Tsu's okay, everyone is okay." He grabbed the younger's hand and placed it over his own heart. "You feel that? I'm still alive. Everyone's still alive. None of this is your fault, okay?" The steady beating of Aizawa's heart eventually calmed him down. He snuggled against the man's side, the older carting his hands through the younger's hair, but he didn't fall asleep again. After a while, the man fell asleep himself, and Izuku just listened to him breathe. A few hours later, a nurse walked in, assessed the situation, and walked back out. About half an hour later, Nomuri and Mike walked in. Nomuri started cooing while Mike pulled out his phone and took pictures of the two snuggled together. After a few minutes of this, Aizawa finally woke up. "Zashi, Nem," he croaked. Just like the boy himself had, they both started crying. Taking his cue to leave, the green-haired boy stepped out of the room, slowly made his way back to his room. He passed a few people in the hallway, all of them giving him strange looks. Finally making it back to his room, he collapsed on his bed, but didn't let himself fall back asleep, regardless of the fact that he was practically dying of exhaustion. His eyelids drooped down, but he forced them back open again. He wasn't going to fall asleep. He wasn't. He did. And once again, his dreams were plagued with Aizawa bleeding out, Nomu's lifeless form as he pulled his blade out of its head, and Tsu, dead right in front of him because he wasn't fast enough to save her. He woke up to his own silent screams, soaked in cold sweat, with tears streaming down his face. Glancing out the window, he noticed it was bright outside. Probably somewhere around noon. Sometime later, a nurse came in and checked his vitals, and said he was being discharged in an hour. He just nodded and put on the plain, comfortable clothes she'd brought him. Mercifully, they covered the bandages, so he didn't need to worry about any more strange looks from people passing by. He waited for about half an hour until Snipe showed up to drive him back to UA. He tried to start up a conversation a few times but was shot down by short words or a glare from Venom. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the teacher's dorms. Similarly to after he'd gotten back from Recovery Girls after his escape attempt, most of the pros were in the common area, drinking tea or coffee. Seeing he was there, they started to get up, but he just shook his head with a sad smile and walked up to his room. He quietly shut the door and walked to the bathroom. Turning the water to freezing cold, he stood under the nozzle and let the water wash away everything. Excess blood, dirt, and grime dripped from his body and circled the drain. He scrubbed every inch of his skin until it shone cleanly, but he still felt dirty. He scrubbed himself down again and again until his skin was raw and red, but he still didn't feel clean. Logically, he knew it wasn't really there, but he could still see the blood coating his hands. Aizawa's blood. Nomu's blood. There was blood. No matter how hard he scrubbed, it stained his skin crimson, marking him a killer. God, what had he done? He killed a living thing. Something that could feel. He stabbed its brain over and over again until it stopped moving. Everyone was right. He was a monster. A monster. A killer. A villain. He crumbled against the shower wall and sobbed, head in his hands. He cried and cried until he had no more tears left. Then he just sat there, staring at nothing, completely numb to the world. When he finally turned off the water and stepped out, it had been well over an hour. He looked at the clock in the corner of the bathroom. It was 3, regardless of the fact that it was the middle of the day. He put on his pajamas and crawled into bed. He didn't go to sleep though. He opened his laptop and watched every cat video he could find in the hope of lifting his spirits. It didn't work. His phone buzzed. Picking it up, he noticed dozens of missed calls and texts, most of them from Hitoshi. Green Gremlin, I lived, fucker. Cats and coffee, holy shit, are you okay? I heard about the attack on the news and you weren't answering your phone and I was so worried. I thought you died. He smiled slightly. Green Gremlin, sorry to disappoint, but I'm still breathing. I got a wicked scar on my arm though. Other than that, I'm fine. Cats and coffee, thank if you're okay. If your dumbest died, I'd bring you back to life 10 kill you myself. Green Gremlin, sorry my friend, but death is eternal. But no need to worry. I have too many lives to ruin to die right now. Cats and coffee, are you really okay? Green Gremlin, yep. No need to worry. I'm going to take a nap, so I'll talk to you later? Cats and coffee, yeah. He turned off his phone and got back on his computer. Time to find out how TF the villains knew about the USJ. After a few hours of searching, he found it. It was Shigaraki. He'd disintegrated the gate and while the alarm caused confusion, he'd snuck into the file room and gotten a schedule. But the reason no one figured it out was because the footage was deleted from all servers except one. An unhackable and untraceable drive that Izuku himself had built and implanted in UA's camera system one of his first days there. He watched as the blue-haired man looked through each filing cabinet until he found what he was looking for. He pulled out a phone, took a picture of the schedule, and then stepped through a waiting warp gate. But right before he'd stepped into the gate, Shigaraki made a mistake. A slip-up so stupid and easy to avoid, yet a fatal one. He looked at the camera right before disappearing. The man must not have thought much of it since the footage would be erased anyway, but it was foolish of him to do. But now, Izuku had a way to find him. Facial recognition cameras. After running his face through as many street cams as he could, he found a match at Kamino Ward shopping mall. Later, after he found more matches around Kamino Ward, he deemed it safe to assume that his base was around there somewhere, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly where. His phone pinged. It was Nemuri. Knockout gorgeous, I know you hacked this chat Izuku, so please don't ignore me. It's almost 8, are you going to come eat? You really should, especially since you're injured. Loud, wait, you hacked this chat? Green Gremlin, yeah. And no, I'm okay Nemuri, I'm not really hungry. Guns and roses, you should still try to eat something. Venom needs a lot of energy. Green Gremlin, it's okay, I have some nutrition packs in my room. Thanks for the offer though. Knockout gorgeous, of course. Good night. Green Gremlin, night. He exited the chat and pulled up the news. The USJ attack was the only thing that seemed to be trending. How did the media even find out about that? The only people there were the police, paramedics, pro-heroes, and students. So how did everyone seem to know exactly what happened? He clicked on multiple articles. Turns out, the media had somehow managed to get inside of UA and was filming as the police and paramedics surrounded the facility and people started pouring out, 3 taken away on stretchers. If he squinted, Izuku could just make out his green hair on one of them. Then he looked like a corpse on that stretcher. But that's not important. What was important, however, was that the League of Villains wanted All Might dead. Since All Might taught 1A, not only was there a target on his back, but all of theirs. That was the reason they'd been attacked after all. All Might was putting lives in danger, and for what? He was a sheet teacher who didn't even have a teaching license. Not only that, no one can learn anything from him. All Might is 7-something feet tall and can level a city with a single punch. Seriously, that's his fighting style. Hit it until it stops fighting back. No one in Class 1A was like that. No one could just end a fight in 2 seconds with overwhelming brute force. No one could throw a punch and destroy everything in their path. So that brings the question, why was All Might really here? As it turns out, he was there on the Hero Commission's orders, but that didn't explain why. Was it for publicity? Blackmail purposes? The Commission already paid most of UA's expenses. So why stick the #1 hero in a school? Then it hit him. All Might wasn't at UA for publicity or blackmail. He was there because he was weakening. His injury prevents him from doing more than 3 hours of hero work a day. And it was slowly becoming less and less. He took the teaching job to cover up the fact that he isn't as strong as he used to be. And is close to retirement. He's going to get children killed because he's too prideful to admit that he can't save everyone anymore? That FING. BS30. If Izuku still had any admiration of the #1 hero left, it died right there. There was no FNG way he was going to let that stupid oaf get 1A killed. Not if he could help it. Turns out he couldn't help it. He emailed Nedzu explaining everything, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. The rat said that he completely agreed with everything the green-haired boy had said in his email, but the Commission paid for everything that UA did. Without that money, they'd shut down. So basically, if there was jack shit Nedzu could do, what could he do? He got an idea. Aizawa was going to hate him for it, but he knew that the black-haired man would see the logic in it and have to agree. It wasn't much, but it was something. At least with his plan, 1A would have a greater chance of surviving. He emailed Nedzu and got the confirmation he needed before emailing 1's teacher. The plan was simple. All Might can't teach heroics by himself anymore. Not only was it illegal for someone to teach without a license unsupervised, but a clip of the first heroics class that All Might directed was enough to convince Nedzu that All Might was unfit to teach without someone watching over him. So that's where Aizawa comes in. Not only can Aizawa teach how to actually fight, but he's been teaching for a long time and is proven to be good at it. So Nedzu okayed Aizawa supervising and mainly planning and directing the heroics class for 1A. And if All Might was unhappy with that, he needed to figure out how to teach properly. Nedzu emailed both teachers about the change in plans. Maybe now 1A actually has a chance at survival for the next few years. He rubbed his eyes and grabbed a nutrition pack from his dresser. Slurping its contents, he looked through a site with only movies from the pre-Quirk era. Oh, what's Marvel? For movies later, it was morning. Turns out, classes had been cancelled for the next few days due to the events at the USJ, meaning he had an entire day to do whatever. He pulled up one of those wheels that decides what you do. He put in, try to sleep, watch the rest of the Marvel movies, hang with the heroes, create chaos, go visit Aizawa, who was still in the hospital, or FaceTime Hitoshi. He clicked spin and smirked when he saw what it landed on. He shoved all his thoughts on the USJ and All Might and the Commission to the back of his mind. Time to create some chaos. Mike was afraid of insects. He'd asked Nemuri, and she proved that he was absolutely terrified of the little guys by showing him a video of him screaming and running away from a spider no bigger than his pinky nail. Oh yes, this will be a fun day. He started by planting fake cockroaches that Nedzu may or may not have sent him when he told the rat about his plan to terrorize Mike all around the common room. But these roaches had been built by Power Loader, who was also let in on the plan, and could crawl at speeds up to 5 miles an hour and could fly. Not only that, they could also meld together when he pressed a certain button on the control panel he'd been given to create one giant, realistic-looking cockroach. He finished planting the roaches, sat in a chair, and waited for the show to begin. Not 5 minutes later, Mike came down the stairs, smiled at him and opened up a cabinet that held cups. In it was a cockroach the size of a small fist. Once the cabinet opened, it leapt out and onto Mike, who screamed and started thrashing all over the place, wildly trying to get the roach off. Whipping his head to the side, Mike managed to fling the roach from his hair and onto the wall. Imagine his surprise when it ran at him a hell of a lot faster than it should have been able to with its stubby little legs and crawled up his pant leg. He shrieked and kicked his leg out, hitting the counter with his toe. He screamed louder. Izuku was laughing his butt off, but Mike didn't seem to notice. Neither did the other pros, besides Power Loader, and they too began screaming. But it didn't end there. One by one, more and more roaches crawled toward him, each one bigger than the last. Mike thought he'd seen the worst of it, but when one spread its wings and started to fly at his face, he forgot all logic and ran away screaming up to his room. Joke's on him, the idiot was just leading the bugs to his living space, which they could now invade. Another scream tore through the dorm. Mike came rushing back down the stairs chased by Power Loader's beautiful masterpiece, a 2-foot-tall spider with wiry legs and huge fangs. Those grown but adults screamed louder. But this spider could do something Mike could not. It could walk on the walls. Faster than anyone could see, the spider scaled the wall and jumped on top of Mike. He was soon wrapped in a very sticky web and pinned to the wall. The screamed and wailed as he struggled. Right before the spider could take a chunk from the pro hero, Izuku shut it off. Everyone else in the room, Snipe, Mike, Nemuri, Vlad, Hound Dog, Cementos, Lunch Rush, and Ectoplasm, stared at him in horror as he laughed his butt off. "You should dash," he wheezed. "You should see your faces." Everyone turned to Power Loader, noticing the smile on his face. "You built these for him, didn't you?" Snipe growled. Power Loader grinned evilly. "That's not the only thing I built for him. That's the signal for Phase 2. Izuku grinned gleefully as he pressed the red button on the control panel. Shit was about to get real. "I will not light any inventions on fire and have them chase the teachers around," Snipe said, staring dead into Izuku's eyes from where he was tied to the couch. "Repeat it 4 times. I will not light any inventions on fire and have them chase the teachers around." Mike glared at him from beside Snipe, his pants singed. "Again. I will not light any inventions on fire and have them chase the teachers around." If looks could kill, Ectoplasm would have been arrested for the murder of the green-haired boy long ago. Both of his legs had melted and he scowled at Izuku from a chair a little ways away, legless. "I will not light any inventions on fire and have them chase the teachers around." Nemuri tried and failed to hold in her laughter as Cementos promptly refused to come down from his spot on top of the counter for fear of flaming 2-foot spiders attacking him. "I will not light any inventions on fire and have them chase the teachers around." Vlad stared at him with a look of complete and utter betrayal as picked pieces of smashed cockroach off his clothes. "Now," Mike growled. "Power Loader." The man in question gulped audibly. "If you ever gang up against us again, the police will never find your body. Do you understand?" He nodded his head fearfully. He then smirked at his colleagues. Guess who got their shower turned back to normal for helping Izuku with his prank? All heads turned to him. Izuku laughed evilly. "Don't worry everyone, you'll all have a chance to get your showers fixed, but I doubt you'll be able to complete the task required. But since I'm not completely cruel, I'll let you choose from 2 things I want done. That way, it's a little easier for you." He laughed. You should have seen Power Loader's other option. Power Loader shivered in fear. Just thinking about option number 2 made him break out in chills. "Izuku, please, don't pull something like that again. I almost had a heart attack." Mike let his angry facade fade. "I have been that afraid in a long time." Nemuri just laughed. "That was absolutely hilarious. I can't believe a bunch of grown but adults, all of which are pro heroes, run away screaming from a few electronic bugs." Hound Dog scoffed. "Don't think we didn't see you hop on the couch to get away from the roaches, screaming at them to get back." Nemuri rolled her eyes. "At least I realized they were fake when they lit on fire. You idiots just screamed louder and ran around like headless chickens." "My legs." Ectoplasm mourned from his chair. "I have lost my legs once again." His gaze snapped to Power Loader's. "If I don't have a new pair before midnight, you will never have a moment of peace again." "Why would I need a pair of legs?" Midnight asked, only hearing the part with her name. "I meant midnight as in the time, you dolt." Has all the makeup you wear to cover your wrinkles seeped into your brain, or are you just mentally deficient? She gasped in offense. At least I still have all my limbs. It was Ectoplasm's turn to gasp. Before he could retort, Izuku interrupted him, still tied up on the couch. So, are you just going to leave me here, or are you going to untie me? I say we leave him there. Maybe then he'll learn his lesson. Vlad said with a scowl, not willing to laugh this one off. Maybe he'll stop doing stupid shit after spending a night tied up in an uncomfortable position. No, you cruel bastard. We can't just leave him there. Power Loader cried as he came forward and untied the green-haired boy. Yeah, well, this has been fun, but I have things to do. See ya. He went back to his room and came back out 30 minutes later. What you got there, Izuku? Mike called, looking up from his computer. A notebook full of blackmail and a task for Nemuri. God rest her soul, she's been chosen by the devil. Oh please, it's not even a bad one. She might actually survive. He giggled maliciously as he headed over to her dorm. An hour later, Nemuri walked into the dorm covered in honey and chicken feathers. Vlad opened his mouth to ask, but was silenced with a glare. You say one word, you won't wake up in the morning. Got that, Vlad? He paled. She could be incredibly scary when she wanted to be. Did you at least get your shower fixed? Snipe asked hesitantly, fearing Nemuri's wrath. She smiled slightly. Yes. And I'm going to go take a nice relaxing shower in it right now. Bother me, well, I already told you what I'd do. She turned to walk away, but paused and turned back. A word of warning. Izuku has a notebook full of blackmail on all of us. She smiled evilly. You won't be able to refuse his tasks. Have fun with that, losers. None of them spoke as she walked back to her dorm. Ectoplasm turned to Power Loader. Is this true? The man nodded in confirmation. It's something that can strike fear into the heart of any man. That notebook will bring the world to its knees one day. The only thing I fear more than Izuku and his blackmail book is Nedzu joining forces with Izuku and his blackmail book. Not only will the world fall to its knees, it will crumble. Oh! Spoke a voice behind them, causing everyone to jump. No one had seen the green-haired boy enter. I hadn't thought of teaming up with Nedzu, but now that I think about it, that might not be such a bad idea. Wordlessly, Snipe handed a rope to Vlad, and with the combined effort of everyone, they managed to tie him back up. You aren't leaving until you swear to never show that notebook to the rat. Or team up with him. Ever. Mike said, fear written all over his face. Izuku smirked. I guess I'd better get comfortable then. Turns out, Mike wasn't lying. They actually kept him tied there all night, changing shifts to watch him to make sure he didn't escape. Meanwhile, Venom just kept talking. You know, we'd be out of these ropes in like a second if you let me just get us out of here. They aren't even chains. Just regular old ropes. I bet we could easily just smack Vlad to the kitchen and just make a break for our room. After all, what's his little blood needle gonna do? Poke us? Venom whined. Okay, try it. See what happens. Izuku sighed silently, rolling his eyes. So Venom tried it, and got impaled with a huge but crimson spear. He sat back down, dejected as Vlad retied him. You were correct. It didn't work. Well, if you weren't such a big oaf and actually listened to me dash. Big oaf? Venom screeched aloud. Who you calling a big oaf, Mr. Built like a string bean cut in half? How dare you? I'm not that short. I've seen 5th graders taller than you. And you're in high school. It's not my fault they're built like FNG giants. You're just jealous that people don't run from me like they run from you. Excuse me, Beach, I'm the reason you're still alive. You're the reason I've been shot, stabbed, impaled, burned, bullied, ridiculed, and have died. You're the reason I've needed you to live. 'Cause you can't stay out of dangerous situations. This is all your fault. My fault. Okay, mister, let's jump off a skyscraper and see what happens. That was one time. One time? What about the time you jumped off a bridge connecting 2 mountains? Or the time you jumped off a cliff? Or the time you wanted to know what being hit by a semi-truck felt like? Or the time you stood on top of a tall building and got electrocuted to try and see if it would hurt because lightning is hot? What about the time you charged an alligator? What about the time dash? You were the one that wanted to charge that alligator. Oh yes. Point out the only time I ever suggested we do something dangerous to make the million times you did it not look so bad. You agreed to all of it. I literally live off of your body. There's exactly jack shit I can do to stop you. You could act responsibly and convince me not to. I'm 4 years younger than you. You should be the responsible one. You're the powerful one. With great power comes great responsibility. Oh, shut the F up. Or what, Venom? What are you gonna do? I will eat your spleen. Try me, Beach. Do it. No. Multiple voices interrupted. Turns out, while they were arguing, Vlad called all the other teachers down to watch. Nemuri even had a bowl of popcorn that she passed around. No eating spleens. Snipe scolded. Please tell me that you haven't been here the whole time. Nah. Nemuri said with a laugh. Vlad texted all of us a little after you started, so we missed the beginning. But Vlad got it on video for Shoyuta and 13, so we'll watch the beginning then. Izuku let Venom envelop him and snapped the rope. Give us the recording now and no one will die. Oh, Mike started. Venom threw himself at Vlad, who tried to run, but Venom caught his foot and both of them tumbled to the ground. He quickly threw his phone to Ectoplasm and in turn threw it to Snipe, who immediately got rid of it, not wanting to be Venom's target. So it turned into a dangerous crossover between Keep Away and Hot Potato. The second someone was tossed the phone, it was thrown to the next person. Eventually it was given to Nemuri, but before she could throw it to the next person, Venom caught her. After a bit of struggle, Venom managed to get the phone in his grasp before it was ripped away by Power Loader, who chucked it over to Hound Dog. Venom tackled the man just a second too late. The phone was now back in Vlad's grasp. He threw it and made the most devastating mistake a teacher could. It hit Nemuri right in the face. Immediately, everyone froze, including Venom. Vlad's eyes widened. He knew he was effed. Nemuri's eyes filled with rage. Vlad tried to run, but Venom held him back. You've effed up. Now it's time to face the consequences. Please, Venom. I don't want to die. Vlad begged. Nemuri silently picked up the phone and handed it to Venom. Don't delete the video, I want to see it. But you can have the phone for now. Venom nodded once. Thank you. As for you, Vlad. She smiled evilly, causing a shiver to run down everyone's spine. Time for me to beat the F out of you. She walked past, but glanced back at everyone's terror-stricken faces. Venom, bring him. An hour passed, and Vlad stumbled back into the common room, waxing strips covering his entire body. In this FIC, let's pretend he has super hairy arms and legs. Ectoplasm and Mike shared a glance. Ectoplasm made his clones and restrained Vlad. Mike sighed. This is really going to hurt Vlad. Meanwhile, Izuku and Nemuri sat in the older woman's room, doing face masks and watching a chick flick while drinking Capri Suns. The next day, 13 and Aizawa were discharged from the hospital and allowed to come back to the dorms. Mike was sent to pick both of them up and arrived back about an hour later. When Aizawa walked through the door, covered head to toe in bandages, Izuku had to choke back a cry. He didn't know why, but something in his heart cracked seeing his teacher wrapped in bandages. When green eyes met brown, Izuku stumbled back as if struck. It was like the cords tying his heart together were snapping one by one, each one hurting more than the last. The green-haired boy's hand flew to his mouth to stifle the sob trying to escape. He took a step back. Then another before fleeing the room altogether. Running up the stairs, he couldn't stop the tears pouring from his eyes. Finally arriving at his bedroom, he slammed the door shut and locked it, then barricaded himself in the bathroom for good measure. He turned on the shower to make sure that he couldn't be heard, then let the pieces he'd worked so hard to keep together break away from one another and scatter. He sobbed and sobbed for a time that could have been 5 minutes or 5 hours. He wouldn't know. It was all his fault. Aizawa and 13 were hurt because he couldn't help them. Just like he couldn't help his mom. It was all his fault. Noma died because of him. If Tsu died, it would have been his fault. If anyone died, it would have been his fault. Maybe it was for the best that All Might left him. If only Bakugo hadn't. A giant black hand smacked him in the face. Shut up. Shut the F up. Venom screamed in his mind. Don't you dare say that about yourself. It wasn't your fault, okay? Aizawa and 13's injuries were from protecting everyone. It wasn't just you, UF dash. It wasn't your fault they got hurt. And it sure as hell wasn't your fault when your mom died. There was nothing you could have done to prevent that from happening. Venom took a deep breath. Or rather, Izuku did, but that isn't the point. You know what, Izuku? That Nomu was completely brain dead. It couldn't think for itself and couldn't control its own body. I doubt it even felt us kill it. Of anything, you put it out of its misery. And if you hadn't done that, all of Class 1A, Aizawa, and 13 would be dead. You saved Sue, you hear me? She's still alive. Still breathing. No one died. Everyone's okay, so don't even start with the what-ifs. Venom's hand once again appeared and smacked him in the face. All Might never should have walked away like that. He is a liar, a fake, and an overall piece of shit. He left you there because he is a shitty person with an even shittier personality, so don't you dare think that you deserve that. Because you didn't. You deserve to live, Izuku. Not survive. And you know what? I hate Bakugo less now that he's shown that he isn't a complete a-hole and saved you despite the fact that he despises you. So shut the F up, and stop blaming yourself for something that wasn't your fault. Okay. The green-haired boy said, wiping away the tears dripping down his cheeks. Say it. It isn't my fault. He sighed and rubbed the last tears away. It was time to fix himself to make it look like he hadn't just had a complete mental breakdown. But when he went to stitch the scattered pieces of his facade back together, he saw that the edges had crumbled away, making it impossible for them to fit together perfectly. No matter which way he turned them, they wouldn't make a clean seam. When he managed to piece it back together, there were holes. Some gaping, some tiny, but if you knew where to look, you could see them all. The main ones were in his eyes. He could see the fear, the hate, the pain, everything. No matter how much he tried to cover it, it wouldn't fade back into the usual false confidence. Maybe you don't need it, a voice whispered in his mind. No, it wasn't Venom. Maybe it's time to stop hiding your feelings and let someone in. Get rid of the mask. You don't need it anymore. But Izuku couldn't risk it. Not again. He wouldn't be hurt again. So he shoved all his feelings to the back of his mind and tried to smile. It looked terrible. He groaned and scrubbed at his face, as if rubbing it raw might change how it looked. He only succeeded in reddening his skin. A knock sounded at his bathroom door. Hey, a deep voice spoke. Can you open the door, please? 2 hours earlier, when Aizawa walked through the front door of the dorms, he expected a few reactions. He expected to be hugged by Nemuri, gently patted on the back by Snipe, and for people to say the usual about his recovery and stuff like that. He didn't expect, however, for his #1 problem child to run out of the room crying the second they made eye contact. And from the varying reactions of all the adults in the room, they didn't either. What was that all about? Nemuri asked. I swear to God if he's mad that you're still alive, I'ma beat his butt. Vlad growled. I doubt beating him up will do anything. 13 snapped with an eye roll. It isn't that, you idiots. He literally broke out of his room just to see Shoyuta. Why would he be mad that he's alive? Mike chimed in. We can worry about that later. Nemuri said with a dismissive wave of her hand. We need to discuss your new medication regimens, physical therapy, sleep schedule. She kept talking, but Aizawa was more worried about his problem child. He'd seen the look in his eyes and heard the quiet sob that had crept from his throat before he ran. He definitely wasn't okay. His husband grabbed his hand, jolting him out of his thoughts. Everyone was looking at him, clearly concerned. What was that? He asked. We were just trying to figure out who's going to sub for you on Monday. Who do you think would be best, Dash? I don't need a sub. I'm teaching my DMN class. Aizawa said, stubborn as usual. Nemuri rolled her eyes. Shoyuta, this is serious. You can't just put the stress of being a teacher on your already broken shoulders. You need to take it slow, Dash. Like hell I do. I'm teaching my class. Discussion. Now, most people would back down by now. But Namuri was determined. No. Not end of discussion. It isn't healthy for you to teach a class right after getting out of the hospital with head trauma. I won't let you. Namuri stood, her arms crossed over her chest. Nem, you can't stop me. She placed her hand on the tip of her sleeve, a clear warning. Try me. At this point, Aizawa and Namuri had put the fear of God into their poor colleagues, who had retreated to the only safe space where they could still watch the fight, behind the couch. Even Mike had backed away from the line of fire. A staring contest later, Namuri gave up on trying to stop her best friend. But she would give up on anything else. An hour and a half later, Aizawa was released from Namuri and Mick's planning and went upstairs. But instead of going to his room, he went to Izuku's. The door was shut and locked, but a little jangle later, it opened. The kid was nowhere in sight. He heard sniffles from the bathroom over the sound of running water. He knocked on the door. Hey, he called softly. Can you open the door, please? The water stopped. A little rustling later, the lock clicked and the door opened. The green-haired boy stepped out, his face cast downward. Hey, he crouched down so that he was eye level with Izuku. He still wouldn't look at the older man. Can you look at me, please? After a moment, the younger looked into his eyes. Aizawa realized why he's previously refused to look at him. The amount of raw emotion in his eyes was overwhelming. Shoyuta didn't think he'd seen eyes with that much sadness and pain since Oboro died. For a moment, those green eyes reminded him of his own on that fateful day. He embraced the screw it his kid. For a moment, the hug wasn't reciprocated. But finally, he wrapped his small arms around the man's shoulders and buried his head into the crook of his neck. They stayed like that for a while, just enjoying the feeling of the hug before eventually, Izuku spoke. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to run out like that. It's okay. Carefully, Aizawa took his kid's hand and led him over to the sofa chair in the corner of the room. He sat down and opened his arms. Carefully, Izuku laid down against his uninjured side, and they both fell asleep like that. Waking up was kind of awkward. Izuku's neck was in an odd position and when he moved, it cracked quite loudly, waking Aizawa. For a second they just looked at each other, before Aizawa wrapped his good arm around the younger's middle and pulled him closer. Accepting his fate, the green-haired boy snuggled his head closer into the older's torso and breathed in the surprisingly clean smell of his shirt. He let himself relax for the first time in a really long time. Soon enough he fell asleep. The second time he woke up, it was to a voice murmuring. Blinking the sleep out of his eyes, he glanced around the room. His eyes landed on a giggling Namuri with a cell phone in her hand, the camera flashing. The murmuring sound he'd heard was Aizawa hissing at her to go away before he woke up. He stretched slightly and glared at Namuri. Great job, Aizawa whisper shouted. You woke him up. Sorry. Namuri giggled, taking another picture before scampering out of the room. How'd you sleep? Aizawa asked softly, carting a hand through the younger's unruly green curls. He groaned softly, leaning into the touch. "Okay." The older man huffed a laugh. "You couldn't have slept that great, considering your neck was in such an awful position." Well, as much as I don't want to, it's time to get up. I have a class to teach, and you have a class to attend. Come on." He shifted slightly, trying to prompt Izuku to get up, but he wasn't having it. The green-haired boy hissed like a cat before wrapping his arms around Aizawa's torso and clinging to him like a koala. "I'm not moving," he said tiredly, curling up into a tight ball. "You need to get ready for class, Izuku. Come on, get up." "No." "Yes." "No." "Yes." "No." "Izuku, I can't lift you." "Come on, get up." The green-haired boy glared at him with betrayal. "Fine." He got up abruptly, grabbed his uniform, and went to the bathroom, slamming the door behind him. "Teenagers," Aizawa murmured with an eye roll, getting out of the chair and stretching as best he could covered in bandages. His bones cracked and popped satisfyingly as he walked out of his kid's room and to the common area. The second he walked in, everyone turned to him, matching smug smiles on their faces. "How'd you sleep last night with your kid, Aizawa?" Power Loader asked, raising his eyebrows, a smirk on his face. Good. He responded, not willing to give them the satisfaction of knowing how much he cared for his kid. And here I thought the only ones allowed to cuddle with you were your cats. Nemuri said with a giggle, holding up her phone. On the screen was a picture of him and his kid, curled up together on a sofa chair, fast asleep. As she continued to swipe through the photos, he watched himself wake up and start telling Nemuri to leave, then Izuku wake up and glare at her. He hated to admit it, but he was going soft. That kid was going to cost him his reputation. Osho, I can't believe you. You don't even let me cuddle with you. Betrayal. Your hair stabs me and you never stay still while cuddling. You can't exactly blame me for not cuddling with you. Not to mention you snore. Really fing loudly. I never get any sleep with you in the room. The black-haired man made his way over to the coffee pot and started it. Nemuri. The woman in question turned to face him. Send me those pictures. She squealed so loudly it was a wonder the windows didn't shatter. You are going soft. I'm glad someone's finally melting your cold heart. Just send me the DMN pictures. Izuku chose that exact moment to arrive. You'd better delete those pictures. He snapped at Nemuri with a glare, grabbing a nutrient pouch from the fridge. No. You are eating real food this morning. Mike said firmly, snatching the pouch from the green-haired boy's hand. He glared. How about I just, Venom formed, eat you instead? You'd make a nice meal. No one is eating anyone this morning. Snipe interjected. Now Mike, I'll help you make some breakfast for everyone since Aizawa can't cook for Sheet, and Nemuri will pass out the coffee. How does that sound? Venom grunted but withdrew. Nemuri started pouring the coffee while Snipe and Mike started breakfast. Izuku, how do you want your meat? Extra rare. Venom likes it a little bloody too. Mike kinda just looked at him for a moment. That makes sense, actually. Nemuri handed him a coffee. Sugar. He shook his head. I like my coffee as bitter and black as my soul. Nemuri pouted. You're rubbing off on him, Shoyuta. Stop it. We don't need another you. Breakfast is ready. Mike interrupted. Everyone sat at the table. Medium rare and a sunny side-up egg for Sho, well done and scrambled eggs for Power Loader. He continued to announce what everyone had. And a rare for Venom. He took a bite. It was good. As he continued eating, he noticed everyone staring at him. Or rather, the rare, bloody meat on his plate. He looked each one of them in the eye, daring them to take it from him. They seemed to get the hint and averted their eyes. Once the awkward breakfast ended, Izuku rode with Aizawa and Mike to school. The entire time, Mike kept talking about how Aizawa needed to rest when he felt tired, how he needed to take it easy, not to use his quirk too much, etc. By the time they arrived at the main UA building, Aizawa looked about ready to strangle Mike and Venom was just plain old annoyed at the blonde's loud butt. Izuku quickly got out of the car before he could witness a murder. Walking ahead of Aizawa and Mike, the green-haired boy managed to ditch the bickering couple and headed to Power Loader's lab. Classes didn't start for another hour, giving him just enough time to stir up some chaos. Now that he thinks about it, building a flamethrower probably wasn't the smartest thing to do, but hey. At least it wasn't spinning potted plants again. He still got in trouble for lighting a tree on fire, though. In my defense, you left me unattended. He pleaded as he was dragged to the teacher's lounge by an angry Power Loader. Izuku, they burst through the door and the green-haired boy was tossed onto the couch. All heads turned. You are old enough to know that you can't just build a flamethrower and light everything on fire. If you didn't want a tree to go up in flames, you shouldn't have left me unattended. You ran away from us. Aizawa stated stoically, not even glancing up from his coffee, completely used to things like this happening. You were arguing like old people. You can't exactly blame me for not wanting to listen to that. And if you really didn't want me to do something stupid, you should have gone after me. He's got you there. Nemuri said with a snicker, going back to grading her papers. You know what? You're in timeout. Go sit in the cabinet. Power Loader fumed. This lounge is a effing nightmare. Izuku screamed as he crawled in and slammed the little door behind him. 10 minutes later, Mike told him to come out and get to class. He trudged down the halls, passing only a few students rushing to get to class on time. The moment he opened the door and stepped in, he was barreled over by an incredibly concerned Hitoshi. "God, Izuku, I was so worried about you," the taller boy said, burying his face into the shorter's shoulder. "We literally texted each other like a day ago." "I know, but I was still worried about your recovery. And I wanted to make sure that you weren't lying about being fine." He gave the green-haired boy a thorough once-over. "You seem okay, so that's a plus." "Of course I'm okay. I'm invincible," Izuku said cheerfully, a bright smile etched across his face. "You were literally in the hospital for a whole day and night. Not to mention Dash," he smacked his friend upside the head. "You broke like half of your ribs." "I'm fine, Toshi. Promise," the green-haired boy laughed, helping his friend up off the floor. "Now, sit down, class is going to start soon." They both made their ways to their seats, but right before the lesson started, Hitoshi turned to his friend, eyes narrowed. "Did you have anything to do with the charred tree by Yue's entrance?" Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but Present Mike bursted into the room, loudly as usual, and interrupted him. "Who's ready for some English?" he screeched at the top of his lungs. "Hisashi Yamada." Izuku stood up and looked the older man dead in the eye. "It is 8 in the FING morning. Shut, and I mean this with all my soul and from the bottom of my heart, the F up or tone it down about 1,000,000 decibels. It is a crime for anyone to be this loud and energetic this early in the morning." Everyone stared at him in a shocked silence, expressions of surprise on everyone's faces. He rolled his eyes. "Am I wrong?" "No," Hitoshi spoke up quietly from beside him after a moment. "But you could have said that a little more politely. He is a pro-hero after all." Pro-hero or not, no one should be allowed to be that FING energetic at 8 in the FING morning. I barely have the motivation to get out of bed in the morning. Yet here Present Mike is, overflowing with the amount of drive he has to seize the FING day. He doesn't even drink caffeine. He's like this naturally. He sat back down to the bewildered stares of his classmates and his friend. "What?" he hissed at Hitoshi. "You just implied that the famous pro-hero Present Mike has something wrong with him that makes him super loud and energetic. At a hero school." "Oh my God." He groaned in annoyance and stood back up. "Just to be clear," he faced everyone. "I was in no way implying that he's got something wrong with him, so don't even start acting like I did. Second of all, I just wanted him to stop screaming with his quirk. So stop looking at me like I just killed all of your families and friends. Dimon." He once again sat down to the bewildered stares of everyone in the room except for Mike, of course, who was used to his shenanigans. After FNG ever of trying to figure out the difference between there, and there with Present Mike, the class was finally over. Contrary to the Voice Heroes energy, modern literature with Cementos was just no hate to Cementos, but the dude's got to figure out how to make his lessons more lively. He just droned on and on about something Izuku wasn't listening to because he was too busy sleeping. Once that class ended, there was art history with Midnight, then math with Ectoplasm, before all first years were released for lunch. After getting his food, Izuku started scanning the crowd looking for Hitoshi when he locked eyes with Shuto Todoroki. "I'm eating alone outside," he told Venom. "Can't blame you. I don't think I can deal with Class 1 as energy right now." He turned and started his retreat, but was stopped by some blonde with a face annoying enough to make you just want to deck him the moment you saw him. "You're that Gen Ed kid that was at the USJ, weren't you?" he said with a sneer. "No wonder the teachers got so hurt. They probably had to go back and save your weak butt." The green-haired boy glanced at the other boy's uniform. He was in the hero course. "What's your name?" he asked civilly. The boy smiled smugly. "Minoma Nito. And you are?" "None of your DMN. Business, you ugly but beach." The entire cafeteria fell silent. "Tell me, Minoma Nito, what would you have done if you were faced by a monster with multiple quirks designed to defeat All Might? Would you be able to do anything at all?" Minoma laughed. "More than you'd be able to do, Gen Ed scum. I bet it was you that told the villains to go to the USJ." The green-haired boy smirked. How did you know that information was given to the villains? No one was told that. Monoma sputtered. It was obvious. How else would the villains have known about the USJ? I'm starting to really hate your annoying butt. You shouldn't disrespect me. I'm going to be a hero and save people. And don't act so high and mighty. I would have actually been able to help defeat that monster, which is obviously more than you did to help. Izuku laughed sinisterly, sending chills down everyone's spines. Is that so? You would have been able to kill it like I did. Monoma scoffed. Like you were the one to defeat such a monster. There's no way you would have been able to do that. Izuku raised an eyebrow. He took a step back and let Venom envelope him. Is that so? Monoma scrambled back a few steps as Venom lumbered over. You monster. Someone help. It's a villain. No one stepped forward. I don't like you, Monoma. You think yourself better than everyone else before even meeting them. You judge people and make fun of them for no reason. You are no hero. You are the only villain in this room. Monoma gulped and bravely fell on his butt and cowered. Look at you. Cowering in fear of the person you just called weak. You really are a pathetic piece of shit not worthy of a place such as this. Izuku let Venom melt back into his body. He walked over to the cowering blonde and grabbed his chin roughly and jerked his head so they were looking each other dead in the eyes. If you ever treat someone as shitty as you've treated me again, I will rip out your tendons and hang you with them. Do I make myself clear? Venom growled. Monoma gulped. Do I make myself clear? Monoma nodded frantically. Good. Izuku said with a sneer, slamming the blonde's face against the floor, breaking his nose and knocking him out cold. Principal Nezu and Izuku were locked in a staring contest. Halfway through the PRD right after lunch, he'd been called to his office to discuss what had happened. Apparently, Recovery Girl had called the rat, concerned about the events causing his injuries, considering Monoma had a broken nose and concussion. When he'd been asked, Izuku told him exactly what happened, second by second. Nezu had believed him, but couldn't let something like that go. So there they were, looking one another dead in the eyes, each refusing to be the first to look away. The green-haired boy's eyes stung, but he wouldn't lose to the principal. He wouldn't. He lost. He couldn't keep his eyes open any longer and blinked. Nezu smiled victoriously. How about I offer you a deal? He said with a sinister smile. Izuku didn't like that. That was scary. No. No deal. I shouldn't even be the one getting in trouble. He instigated the entire thing. He's the one that should be punished. Unfortunately for you, the first hit was thrown by you, therefore you will be punished. But, the rat smiled his scary smile. I do have microphones and cameras in the lunchroom, and since it was silent during your brawl, I caught everything Monoma said. Meaning he will also be punished as the instigator, considering that none of this would have happened if he'd kept his mouth shut. Let's discuss your punishments, shall we? He dialed Recovery Girl. Do send him down, yes. Yes, I will keep that in mind, thank you. About 5 minutes later, the blonde walked in, tape over his nose. Izuku snorted at how pathetic he looked. Right as he opened his mouth to start another fight, Nezu interrupted Monoma. Do sit down. We have much to discuss. There was only one sofa in the office, forcing the two boys to sit next to one another. As much as they both despised being anywhere near the other, they had no voice but to squeeze in next to one another so that their bodies were touching. They both glared daggers at the other, seconds away from attacking. Because of the fact that you both have a problem with the person sitting next to you, I got a little creative with your punishments. He grinned gleefully as the two boys shifted in clear discomfort. But since I'm not completely cruel, I will let you choose from a few different punishments. Izuku's eyes widened. His principal was using his own tactic against him. Choose your poison, he called it. You were given multiple choices, and no option to refuse. God, he was fed. Especially if he had to do it with Monoma. You must both agree on the punishment. Now do you want to hug each other for a solid hour, then say only positive things about the other for 2 more hours? No. Never. Hush, you ruffians. Nezu screeched, silencing the two boys. B. Go on a dinner and movie date, complete with expensive food and side-by-side seats, but if you fight or say one bad word to each other, you will be suspended. This is not a Monoma x DUFIC. This is pure sadistic Nedzu wanting to make them suffer. I'd rather die. Izuku stated wholeheartedly. Monoma nodded. It seemed to be the only thing they could agree on. C. Be tied together, face to face, for all of tomorrow, in the main hall, so every PRD, students will see you. FING hell. This just gets worse and worse. Izuku muttered, burying his face in his hands. Monoma looked downright horrified. D. Write love poems to one another, and recite them in front of the entire school, each poem 5 pages long. F's sake. Kill me now. The green-haired boy groaned, wanting nothing more than to be incinerated. Or E. Mow each and every field on UA's ground with a pair of mustache scissors, no quirks allowed. If you choose that, you will work every day after school until it is finished. You are also not allowed to use your hands to pull up grass. One of your legs will be tied together, forcing you to work as one. The rat smiled sadistically. What will it be, boys? E. They both said simultaneously. No way in hell were they doing any of the other ones. At least with having a leg tied together, they could lean away from each other. And all the others were downright humiliating. Well then, the rat said smugly, pulling a rope that he for some reason just had on hand. Stand up and put one leg together, please. We're starting now? They screeched, horrified. No time like the present. So Monoma and Izuku put one leg next to the others, and the rat tied them with a knot so complicated, neither could hope to undo it. Once they were tied, they were escorted from the room to the front field. What was normally a 5-minute walk took 20 minutes, due to both boys' unwillingness to work together. They tripped and fell multiple times, each screaming at the other in blame. They attracted quite a lot of attention, as the bell rang halfway through the walk to the front. Students stopped to watch the two scream and shout at one another and trip and fall, laughing the whole time. Almost no one got to class on time, due to stopping and watching. At one point, Monoma stepped wrong, tumbling to the ground, accidentally pulling Izuku down on top of him. He landed square on top of the blonde, screeching about his horrid sense of rhythm. Get off me, you oaf! Monoma screamed as the green-haired boy tried to wiggle away. It's your effing fault I fell, you Oompa Loompa body but beach. If you're uncoordinated but hadn't tripped, I wouldn't have fallen, you motherfucker. Izuku screamed back, done with the blonde's sheet. Stop going to the left. Roll right. Your other right, you imbecile. Monoma shouted at the top of his lungs. Stop twisting and stay still so I can get up, he shrieked right back. I'm getting up first, you a-hole. Move your effing butt so I can get off the floor, dipshit. Make me a face. They stared at one another for a second. No, don't make it gay. Izuku wailed. How did I dash? You looked at me. He twisted to the onlookers. He looked at me. I'm not gay, you piece of shit. Monoma howled, struggling even harder. Your dad wasn't either before he met me. Izuku screeched right back, struggling just as hard. I'll kill you. I'd like to see you try. F you. Your mom already did. At least I have a mom. Your poor mother must wish she were dead if she had to put up with your beach but all the time. At least I'm not a monster. Monoma hollered. At least I'm not some copycat beach with no power of my own. Izuku screamed back. They went on like this for a while. Long past the time the last bell rang, students crowded the halls, laughing their butts off at the two boys as they struggled to stand. And there was Nedzu, giggling off in the corner, watching the scene unfold just like he expected it to. Finally, the boys managed to stand, only for Monoma to step on Izuku's shoelace that had come undone during the tussle, and trip him. This time, however, the green-haired boy was prepared, and as he fell, he twisted so that Monoma would take the brunt of the fall. Of course, Monoma was absolutely furious and immediately started up the shouting again. You're like a lighthouse in the desert. Completely useless. The blonde shrieked and headbutted the greenette. You're the gray sprinkle on a rainbow cupcake. He shot back. You're more disappointing than an unsalted pretzel. Quit trying to be a smart but when it's clear you're just in butt. Apologize to the trees for wasting the oxygen they work so hard to make. You're not handsome enough to have a personality this shitty and expect people to like you. You're no trial and all error. At least I'm not destined to be a bitter old man, cold and alone as I slowly waste away. No one will notice when you die, and the only thing you will leave behind is a history of petty, pointless hate. The world will be a little bit better when you're gone. You're like the in lasagna. Pointless. Cry me a river and drown yourself in it. Boys. Principal Nedzu interrupted, trying and failing to smother his smile. We really must be going to start your punishment. Come on now. Work together and stand. Grumbling, both boys stood, after a few failed attempts. They slowly and shakily made their way over to the front doors of UA where the principal spread his paws. The field was endless and full of healthy, long grass. The grass needs to be 3 centimeters tall. It is currently 5. He handed each boy a set of mustache scissors. Get to work. This is all your effing fault. Izuku growled, clipping one blade of grass at a time with his pair of tiny mustache scissors. You attacked me. Monoma snapped back a few feet away, doing the exact same thing. Both boys had sweat pouring down their backs from how hot it was. One of their legs tied together, both boys had no choice but to stay near one another, hating it more than anything else they'd ever done. If you'd kept your big FING mouth shut, I wouldn't have. But no, you just had to say something. Was I wrong? Monoma said smugly, but it was kind of hard to act smug when you're clipping grass with mustache scissors. The green-haired boy yanked his leg away from the other, causing him to tumble to the floor, effectively smashing his already sore nose. You piece of shit. Do you want to die? Right now? Hell yes. He snorted. Please, just FNG kill me already. End my pathetic but life. I would kill you, but that wouldn't be very heroic of me, would it? Nothing about you is heroic, you copycat beach. The blonde scoffed but didn't say anything else. For the next hour until school ended, the boys clipped in silence. Then the bell rang and of course, all the students flooded through. The front door, seeing both boys, plain as day. They stopped and laughed. Some even recorded. Izuku paid no mind, but Monoma was furious. He started screeching like an angry cat and demanded everyone leave. It got to the point that the green-haired boy was tempted to just knock him out and continue the rest of his punishment in blissful quiet. But no. He had to listen to Blondie shriek at every UA student that passed by. You don't get no beaches, do? Venom piped up out of nowhere. Everyone around them exploded with laughter. Monoma's face turned cherry. Shut the F up, he screamed and attacked the green-haired boy. I'll effing kill you. He wrapped his hand around Izuku's neck and started to squeeze. He easily flipped over and started to punch Monoma over and over. I think you got him. A third year watching the spectacle piped up nervously. You want what he's having? Venom growled. He quickly shook his head. That's what I thought. He carried on snipping grass in peace. Finally, Nedza came out and informed Izuku that he could go back to the dorms. Venom cut the rope and left Monoma there, unconscious on the ground. He was scolded by the rat, but didn't receive any extra punishment as Monoma had initiated the violence. Digging through his closet, the green-haired boy fished out his blackmail book and headed downstairs. Time to cheer himself up. Aizawa, he called. The tired man glanced up from his sleeping bag. The second he saw the malevolent grin on the younger boy's face and the notebook in his hand, he sighed. I knew this would happen eventually. Give me my choices, the tired man groaned. Izuku smirked. Choice 1. Wear a maid dress for the entirety of tomorrow. Choice 2. Put on cat ears and a cat tail, film a bunch of TikTok dances and send them to everyone in your contacts. And choice 3, sing Slumber Party, E-girls are ruining my life, and hot demon beaches near you in front of the entire school. So, he smiled evilly. What will it be? Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. A maid dress, I guess. Izuku clapped his hands together excitedly. I'll be right back with it. He ran up the stairs to his room and grabbed the dress and everything that went with it and ran back down. Here you are. Have fun. The next day was interesting to say the least. Everyone who glimpsed Aizawa pointed and laughed. Mike followed him around and took pictures. At one point, he got so tired of the teasing from the other pros and smacked the F out of Lad and chased Ectoplasm through the halls, only catching him when his legs shut down. Class 1A didn't learn anything that day. Even Momo giggled a bit. It was not a good day for Aizawa. Izuku was concerned for Hitoshi. Every time they were together, Hitoshi looked uncomfortable and like he wanted to say something. Every time the green-haired boy asked him what was wrong, he blushed and looked away. Finally, at lunch, he'd had enough. Izuku pulled the purple-haired boy aside right before they entered the cafeteria. "All right, I've had enough. What's wrong?" Hitoshi looked away, ears red. "Nothing. I'm fine." "Bullshit," the smaller boy growled. "Try again." "Seriously, Izuku. There's nothing wrong." "Yes, there is. You aren't leaving until you spill. Everything's fine. Did I do something?" The green-haired boy asked. "Are you mad at me? Did I do something wrong?" The purple-haired boy's eyes widened. "No," he shouted. He lowered his voice. "You didn't do anything and I'm not mad at you. It's just..." "Just what?" Izuku asked. You what?" "I like you, minute." "Sorry, what?" Izuku said slowly, eyes narrowed. "I like you, okay?" He was blushing like crazy, his eyes downcast. Izuku.exe has stopped functioning. For a second he just stared at the other, before the surprise wore off and anger replaced it. "You're effing you with me, aren't you?" The green-haired boy laughed humorlessly. "That's a shitty thing to do, Shinso." The taller of the two recoiled as if he'd been hit at the use of his last name. "No dash. And here I thought you were different from everyone else. But I was wrong, wasn't I? You're the same. You're worse. God, you FING piece of shit. I can't believe I ever considered you my friend." He turned on his heel to walk away but paused and turned back around. "You really are a villain." Then he walked off, leaving a stunned Hitoshi in his wake. How could he befriend him then say he liked him? Then what? Laugh in his face when he fell for it? Because who could ever like someone like him? Nobody, he murmured softly, leaving the building and heading to the teachers' dorms even though the school day wasn't over yet. He laid on his bed and cried until his face was sticky with saliva and tears. 30 minutes later, he heard a knock on his door. "Izuku," a deep, tired voice called softly. It was Aizawa. "Kid, can I come in?" "No," he rasped, his throat straining with the use. "I'm coming in." He opened the door to see a disheveled Izuku with tears streaming down his face, red eyes, and a running nose. He didn't waste any time asking what was wrong, only rushed over and wrapped his arms around his kid. The older man held the gray-haired boy while he cried, not giving a f about his now damp and slimy shirt. They stayed that way for well over an hour before Aizawa finally spoke. "What happened?" I thought he was my FR friend." Izuku hiccuped, face still buried in the other's shirt. "Who?" "Hi Hitoshi. I thought he was someone I could trust. But he's just like everyone else." "What did he do?" Aizawa's voice was firm, but gentle. His anger was barely concealed. "He told me that he liked me just to make fun of me." The older man's eyes widened with realization. Did he ever say that he was just kidding? And no, but why else would he have said that? "Izuku, look at me." The green-haired boy slowly raised his head. "He wasn't making fun of you. He actually likes you." "That's impossible. Why would he like me?" "Beats me, but he must have found some reason. And if he was taunting you, we'll beat his butt for you." Izuku's eyes widened. "Oh God," I said. "I need to go." He sprang to his feet and took off through the dorms, across the yard, and to homeroom. He flung the door open with a crash and scanned the room until he found Hitoshi, looking glum in his seat. He rushed forward, grabbed his friend's hand and yanked him out the door and into the hall. "I'm sorry about what I said earlier. I didn't mean it. I thought you were trying to taunt me and I got mad and lashed out at you and said those horrible things and dash." "Izuku." The green-haired boy snapped his mouth shut. "I wasn't trying to make fun of you. I do have a crush on you." Silence. "Here." Hitoshi rolled his eyes and grabbed his crush's hand, pulling him into a hug. You don't have to like me back. It's okay. Izuku pushed back on his friend's chest gently and looked him in the eyes. The truth is, I don't have romantic attraction with anyone. At all. The purple-haired boy's eyes widened with realization. I hope I didn't just make things awkward between us. No. No, you didn't, don't worry. It's my fault, I should have told you earlier. It's okay. I never told you I was gay either. The smaller boy enveloped his friend in a hug as best he could. Thank you for not hating me for what I said. The taller one huffed a laugh. I don't think I could hate you if my life depended on it. Come on, we're going to miss the end of the lesson. Hitoshi pulled his friend back into the classroom, and if he moved his desk closer to Izuku's protectively, no one had to know but him. After another day in the incredibly hot sun tied to Monoma, clipping grass with mustache scissors, Izuku just wanted to collapse on his bed and go to sleep. On his way to do just that, he ran into Bakugo, about to leave. The green-haired boy didn't look at the blonde and tried to walk past him, but was stopped by a hand gripping his arm. To his immense surprise, the grip wasn't painful and no explosions blistered his skin. It was gentle. Or gentle for Bakugo. I'm sorry, the blonde said. When Izuku turned around, the blonde wouldn't look at him. He gritted his teeth and looked up to the ceiling. I'm sorry for how I treated you when you were younger and for all of those things I said to you. Bakugo, look at me please. Reluctantly, the taller of the two looked down. I'm not going to tell you that it's okay, because it wasn't and it never will be. But I can tell you, he paused debating with himself, and Venom who wasn't ready to forgive Bakugo on what to say. That I forgive you. You're willing to forgive me that ifing easily? After all of those things I said to you? After I burned you, and shoved you down and convinced everyone to hate you? Seriously? That was a long time ago, Bakugo. And the way you apologized is proof that you aren't that person anymore. That you've changed. The green-haired boy said with a slight smile. I'm willing to put that all behind me. If you are to, then maybe we can finally be friends like we were before we got our quirks. Like I always wanted us to be. Bakugo nodded. Okay. Venom took over Izuku's body and growled hatefully at the blonde. No. It's not okay. I do not forgive you and I never will. Izume, but I don't. After everything you've done to us, do you really think that you can just say sorry and everything is just magically okay, you a-hole? Well, it isn't. You were a piece of shit then, and you are a piece of shit now. People don't go from downright evil to buddy-buddy with everyone. You think you've changed, but the second a minor inconvenience comes up you revert back to the same horrible person you are. The past never goes away, Bakugo. You will never, ever be anything more than a villain posing as a hero. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Venom stormed off, ignoring how Izuku screamed at him to retreat and let him go back and resolve what had just happened, but he refused. Venom didn't let up until they were back to his dorm room. What the F-, Venom? The green-haired boy shouted at his quirk. How could you? How could you forgive him? After everything he's done to us. He's changed - He'll never change. He felt guilty and apologized to clear his conscience - You don't know that. Well, I know him. So do you. And deep down you know he can never change. People can change Venom. Fine. I'll humor you. Let's say he really changed. But that doesn't undo all of the things that he's done in the past. He is nothing but a bully with a superiority complex and anger issues. Once an a-hole, always an a-hole. That isn't true. For F's sake, Izuku, he told you to kill yourself. How can someone like him change? That was years ago. We were kids. He didn't mean it. Are you even listening to yourself? That's like saying that a serial killer can kill 20 people but as long as he waits a few years then apologizes, it's okay. That isn't what I'm saying. Oh really? You were going to walk past him and continue hating him, but because he apologized, you suggested being friends. By apologizing, he showed that he's grown out of who he used to be, Venom. I'm not saying what he did was okay, because it wasn't - What about Endeavor? If he apologizes for all of the people he killed, you think that it's okay? He didn't kill anyone. Oh yeah? So when you leapt from that rooftop that day, he told you to take a swan dive? That doesn't count? Have you forgotten? Well, I haven't. Do you remember what you told me, Izuku? You said, "Don't help me this time, Venom. Let me die. I'm ready to die." Then you jumped off that roof and tried to end your life. You may have walked away healed, but a piece of you died that day. Your spirit died that day. He crushed you. Don't even try to deny it. Even if he has changed, which I strongly doubt, he doesn't deserve a second chance. So why have you given him one? Izuku sighed and sat down on his bed. Because, Venom, even if you aren't willing to forgive him yet, I am. I let go of the past a long time ago. And it's time you did too. Maybe then you'll understand that changing is what makes people human. We have the ability to grow from who we used to be. And who would I be to deny this change? How can I not give him a second chance? Venom growled. You can let go of the past, but I never will. You can forgive him, but I never will. And if the need arises that you need me to save his life, I will not help you. If he doesn't like how his own medicine tastes, then he can choke on it. Izuku didn't move for a long time. He tried arguing with Venom, but he wouldn't respond, and deep down he knew Venom would never change his mind. Eventually, he stood and made his way to the bathroom and dug around through one of the drawers. Finding what he was looking for, he pulled out a small black lighter. Change your mind, Venom, or I swear to God I will burn you alive. You wouldn't dare. Try me, Beach. Do it then, pee-pee boy. Burn me. Fine, motherfucker. Izuku flicked the lighter switch back and a flame ignited. Slight problem though, one flame wasn't going to cut it. So he threw open the door and stormed downstairs. He started rifling through the cabinets in the kitchen and throwing things onto the floor as he searched for what he was looking for. He made so much noise that the teachers were starting to come investigate. Finally finding what he was looking for, he ripped the container of oil from the shelf and dumped it all over himself. He held the lighter in his hand and positioned his thumb on the switch. Izuku, put down the lighter, please. It was Nemuri. She slowly walked toward him, as if he were a cornered animal. She held out her hand. Give it to me, please. No. Venom, last chance. No. Fine. He was about to flick the switch when he was tackled to the ground. Hisashi was trying to wrestle the lighter out of his hand while the green-haired teen screamed and thrashed. The green-haired boy kneed the other in the crotch and shoved him off, diving for the lighter that now lay just beyond his reach. Just as his fingers wrapped around the shiny black plastic, he was dragged back by a thick, hairy arm. Vlad yanked him into the air, but Izuku bit him as hard as he could and was dropped. He landed in a roll and popped back up, ready to flick the switch when Ectoplasm's clones wrapped their arms around him in an attempt to restrain him, but he'd gone feral. He kicked, scratched and bit his way through each one. The pros backed away in fear. His normally green eyes were black with how dilated his pupils were. He looked rabid. His eyes scoured the floor looking for the lighter. Seeing it, he lunged, but the voice hero got to it first. He jumped back as Nemuri ripped off her sleeve. Hold your breath, everyone, he heard her shout. Purple mist obscured his vision and everything went black. This is all your effing fault. Izuku growled. He was currently strapped to a bed in Recovery Girl's office. How is this my fault? Venom shot back in his mind. You were the one trying to burn me alive. I wouldn't be trying to burn you alive if you hadn't decided to be an a-hole. I'm the a-hole. You're the one trying to get all buddy-buddy with that pathetic disgrace of a human being. Izuku's face went bright red. He tried to bite his tongue to keep the retort from slipping out, but he couldn't help it. What would you know of people? You are nothing more than a shitty quirk with a bad attitude. You don't get a say in what I do. Your opinion doesn't matter. Venom went silent, but the green-haired boy could feel the hurt radiating from him. Wait, I didn't mean that. Venom, I don't actually think that dash. So the truth finally comes out. At least now I know. Venom, I didn't mean that. I wasn't thinking dash. Wow. You believe that so thoroughly that you say it without thinking. You know, for a quirk that doesn't know anything about people, as you so kindly said, this feels a lot like a human emotion. Like betrayal. Like heartbreak. Like I just lost my best friend. Izuku said nothing. He knew he'd gone too far, but he had no idea how to fix it. He'd had fights with Venom before, but none like this. Venom, I'm sorry, okay? Is that a-hole really worth it? Would you rather have him than me? No, Venom. I didn't say that. Really, because it sure sounds like it to me. Don't put words in my mouth, a-hole. Izuku struggled and thrashed against the straps tying him down. I never said that, so stop it. I bet you just couldn't wait to make up with him, could you? Stop it. He was crying now. Tears streamed freely down his cheeks as he thrashed. Stop it, stop it, stop it. He was sobbing now. I don't think that, okay? Venom went silent for a moment, feeling slightly bad about making Izuku cry. Why are you forgiving him? We both know he doesn't deserve it. He blinked away his tears. Because if I didn't forgive him, I would be no better than him. Venom sighed. You can forgive him, but that doesn't mean I like it. He's still the a-hole in my mind. Thank you, Venom. Now can you break us out of these? Yep. Venom engulfed him and went to break through the bonds, but they held. The F-dash? Why isn't it working? Venom growled. They were specially designed by the police department to hold you just in case something like this happened. A voice filtered from a small speaker at the end of the room. Let me go. Venom screamed as he jerked his body around like he was possessed. Venom, calm down. Once you relax, we'll let you go. It was Aizawa. Usually, this would help him calm down, but considering that Venom was currently strapped down like an animal, this didn't help. He struggled harder, and even though the bed was reinforced to hold him, it started to bend. The restraints creaked as Venom thrashed harder, until one had snapped all together. He used his now free hand to rip at his other hand until it too was freed. Ripping the restraints from his feet, he leapt up and smashed the bed with his fist over and over until it shattered into a million pieces. Breathing heavily, Venom turned to the door and with a running start, bursted through it into a room full of the pro-heroes he was living with. Don't ever do that again. Do you understand? They all nodded. Good. For once, it was silent. Izuku's mind was his own. Venom was nowhere to be found. All around him was void, complete blackness. No floor, no ceiling, nothing around him. He stood on something but he couldn't see it. He took a step forward, then another. Nothing stopped him. It was just an endless nothing everywhere. Despite the empty infinity he was in, the green-haired boy felt stifled, almost as if he was in a crowd of people, but no one was there. The silence grew louder until it was deafening. He tried to speak, to eradicate the loud silence surrounding him, but he couldn't hear his voice. Izuku clamped his hands over his ears in an attempt to shove the noise away to no avail. It felt like years had passed when he heard the voice. It was familiar, yet alien in the sense that the voice didn't sound like someone speaking, but like hearing a recording underwater. The words were impossible to make out, and the source of the sound was constantly moving. He spun in circles, walked this way and that in a fruitless attempt to find whatever it was. It was maddening. The noise stopped abruptly. The silence set in once again. The stifling feel came back, only 1,000 times worse. On and on for hours and hours. Izuku had long since crumpled to his knees, head tucked between his hands, slamming his head to the floor over and over in an attempt to shove the noise out. Panic attacks had come and gone and he'd passed out more than once from the overload of his senses. It was difficult to say how much time had passed before he'd been given the choice. A knife sat on the floor in front of him. Its appearance had silenced the silence, but as time marched on, it slowly got louder and louder. He wasn't a fool. He knew what the option had been given was. Suicide, or continued torture. He put off the decision long enough, and lifted the knife, placing it to his wrist. A voice in his mind screamed at him to stop, but he couldn't take it anymore. He tensed, ready to slash into his flesh, but there was nothing in his hand. Finally, he figured it out. None of it was real. He closed his eyes. This wasn't real. He opened his eyes to a dark room. It was the middle of the night and quiet. What happened? Venom quietly spoke in Izuku's mind, voice uncharacteristically quiet and full of concern. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't hear anything either. What happened? It was just a dream. Don't worry about it. The green-haired boy responded, quiet, voice closed off, a clear warning not to pry. Venom didn't know what to do. The quirk knew prying would make things worse, but he'd never been shut out of a part of his brother's mind before, and he was worried. Do you want to talk about it? He asked softly. Izuku just shook his head and stood up, walking to the bathroom and shutting the door behind him. He'd had dreams like this before, and each dream did more damage than the last. The green-haired boy stared into his reflection. He looked like sheet, to put it simply. The bags under his eyes were ever present, his hair was a tangled mess, and he looked like he'd just come back from the dead. His eyes, however, were the worst part. They weren't green anymore. They were a murky black, the same color as the void he'd just dreamt of. He blinked. They stayed the same. Izuku just sighed and accepted it. He turned the shower to the hottest setting, much to Venom's dismay, and sat down in the shower, letting the water cascade over his back, burning it, but he didn't move. In fact, he relished in the pain, used it to snap himself out of his comatose state, and it worked after a while. His back was blistered and red from the extreme heat, but he didn't care. As the green-haired boy stepped out of the shower and glanced into the mirror, he noticed that his eyes had gone back to normal. Izuku walked back into his room, collapsing onto his bed, falling asleep almost immediately. The next morning, he didn't get out of bed when he normally would, and missed his first class. Within minutes of the class starting, his phone blew up with texts from Hitoshi. He glanced down at his phone to see who they were from, but didn't respond to any. He simply put his phone on silent and went back to sleep. He didn't wake up again that day. Meanwhile, the UA staff was getting more and more worried about their kid. They hadn't seen him before class, which immediately set off Aizawa, as he knew that the green bean couldn't function without his 4 cups of coffee. When Mike was walking to his homeroom to set up, the lack of spinning potted plants or screams put him on edge. And for the first time all year, he was met with an empty classroom. As the day continued on, the pro-heroes got more and more concerned. Hitoshi had approached them all more than once, asking about his friend, but they never gave him a clear answer. When the school day was over, they approached his room together, fearing the worst. Aizawa knocked softly, but it slowly grew louder as no one answered and no noise was heard. Vlad was about to break the door down when Venom oozed out into the hallway from under the door and rose to his full height, his head scraping the high ceiling. "You are not welcome here. Not anymore." Venom growled. "Do you have any idea what you've done? Did you even stop to think about how this would affect Izu? When he gets like that, he needs comfort, not to be restrained like an animal. You will be lucky if he ever allows you near him again. Now leave and don't come back." Venom shrunk back under the door and disappeared. No one spoke. Finally, 13, in a wistful voice, said, "What have we done?" They all stayed silent, but one by one, started back to their own rooms. Inside his room, Venom listened for their footsteps to retreat and sighed in relief. It was his job to protect his brother, and he would, even if it meant protecting him from the ones he cared about. So, that night, he managed to remove the tracker from Izuku's foot while he was still asleep, and he fled. They were miles away from UA by the time Venom stopped to rest for the remainder of the night. Nudging his brother awake, the sentient quirk prepared himself for the onslaught of harsh words he would receive from his brother, but heard none. Instead, the green-haired boy sat up and looked around tiredly before realizing where they were. He bolted to his feet. "Venom, we're out. You got us out." Venom nodded. The excitement on his brother's face, however, faded almost instantly. "But what about Hitoshi? And Aizawa? And Class 1A? Are we really just going to leave them behind?" Venom grimaced. "Izuku, have you forgotten so soon? Do you not remember the one reason we've been on the run? Why we can never have anyone else?" Izuku frowned. "You're right. I did forget." He glanced around the alley, and finally sighed and started towards the mouth of the alley. "Come on, Venom. We need to get out of here." They walked for a long time. They had no idea where they were going but continued on nonetheless. Neither wanted to leave everyone behind, but they both understood why they had to. Just being near them could result in their deaths, and neither Venom or Izuku wanted to watch anyone die. So they continued on, ignoring the pain in their heart at leaving everyone behind. Because wherever Izuku and Venom went, people died. And after his mother burned to death in their apartment, he vowed to never again be close to someone, because after all, it had been his fault. It wasn't an accident. Inko Midoriya was murdered, but she wasn't the target. It was supposed to be him in that apartment, not his mother, and because of him, she was gone. By the time Izuku finally collapsed from exhaustion from walking, it was nearly daylight. Venom had been talking non-stop since they'd left, no doubt in an effort to take his brother's mind off of everything they were leaving behind, and Izuku appreciated it, he truly did, but it only made him feel worse. He'd been zoned out for nearly 3 hours by the time Venom had snapped him out of it and had him sit down behind a dumpster in some random alleyway. Izuku rested his head against the dingy, mold-covered wall and let his eyes drift shut, but didn't dare fall asleep. Instead, he made a plan. A plan to leave Japan altogether and go somewhere where he'd never be found. But, unfortunately, all he had were the clothes on his back and Venom. He had no money or means of transportation, and without food he didn't have Venom to help him. He was virtually defenseless, besides what little self-defense he actually knew. And, to make matters worse, cloud cover was rolling through, and the clouds were a deep grayish purple, and unmistakably about to bring hard showers of rain. The green-haired boy had no shelter unless he crawled into the dumpster and closed the lid, which he refused to do thanks to his childhood memories of being locked in them. Meanwhile, Venom was getting more and more worried about his brother. He could hear his thoughts, but they were all jumbled, sounding like 20 people were talking at once. He could barely make out a word from Izuku's thoughts, but he could feel how the teen felt. He was cold, detached, and emotionless. He didn't make shitty jokes or puns about their crappy situation and didn't even talk to his best friend. But Venom knew better than to try to lift the teen's spirits at the time. The memories were too fresh, too hurtful, too much to deal with at the moment. No, Venom would simply stay silent and wait for Izuku to come out of the haze on his own. As soon as the boy showed signs that he was ready to move on, Venom would be there to help him. But for now, the best he could do was offer silent comfort. The rain was worse than Izuku had expected it to be. It poured down relentlessly to the point of being soaked to the bone within 30 seconds to a minute of standing outside. Venom had forced Izuku to crawl into the dumpster to prevent him from catching hypothermia or pneumonia. The teen resisted, but he was no match for Venom. He'd been dragged inside by his quirk and shut in. The whole time, Venom spoke to him calmly, trying to avoid a panic attack. But he had no such luck. Within minutes of being inside the dumpster with the lid shut, Izuku began to have a panic attack. His vision blurred and his breathing shallowed as he began rocking back and forth. He was gripping his hair roughly and began to pull on it, starting to rip some out. Venom attempted to somewhat restrain the boy, but he lost control. Tears streamed down the green-haired boy's face and he rocked faster and faster. His chest was tight and restricted and he couldn't get enough air into his lungs. He felt like he was drowning. He felt like screaming, but nothing came out of his mouth. He couldn't breathe. He started scratching at his clothes. They were too tight. I can't breathe. 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 He scratched feverishly at his neck, trying to scratch out his windpipe. Searing pain erupted from his neck, and he could feel a warm liquid beginning to coat his fingers. His vision went completely black and he started to pass out. He tried to fight the nothingness overtaking him, but it didn't work. He succumbed to sweet emptiness as he slumped against the side of the dumpster, bleeding and covered in sweat with his clothing tangled around his wrists and ankles like restraints. When Izuku woke up, he could still hear the pattering of heavy rain on the roof of the dumpster. His eyes were nearly swollen shut, and his neck felt like it had been run over and set on fire. The lid of the dumpster was propped open by an old can, allowing fresh air into the confined space. The teen tried to shift himself into an upright position, but his wrists were tied together by something. Upon closer inspection, he realized that they were in fact tied with his own sweatshirt. His sweatshirt was around his arms and twisted in all directions. He was confused. How had that even happened? His memories of the night before were hazing and unclear, and he couldn't even remember crawling into the dumpster. He tried to speak, to call Venom, but the moment he tried to, his throat erupted in pain, and he doubled over, fighting the spots in his vision. Gingerly, he pulled his sweatshirt over his head, carefully inspecting the wound on his neck with his fingers. The whole front of his neck was raw and exposed, and when he squinted, he could see dried blood on his hands. Venom, he thought, focusing all his remaining energy on summoning his friend. Venom responded weakly. What happened? Izuku thought, trying not to let his eyes close. Venom's voice drifted off. He didn't speak again. Izuku's eyes drifted shut and he let his head rest against the side of the dumpster. I love you, he thought as he let himself drift off into a dreamless sleep, not sure if he would wake up again. Aizawa blamed himself. He should have known better than to try and restrain his kid. And now, thanks to him, his kid was gone. The morning after Izuku refused to leave his room, Aizawa had decided to go try and talk to him. He knocked, and after a few minutes of knocking that got progressively more and more frantic and loud, he tried the handle. He called out to Venom, but the quirk didn't appear. So he did what he did best. He kicked down the door with enough force to break it in half. He looked around the room in panic, and seeing that Izuku wasn't in bed, ran to the bathroom. Empty. He was freaking by this point and turned to leave the room and call his fellow teachers when something on the bed caught his eye. It was the tracker that his kid had around his ankle, which meant that he could not, in fact, track him. Aizawa tore down the stairs and bursted out of the building, calling for help on his walkie-talkie as he sprinted towards the front gate. He could hear the front doors of the main building open as more teachers poured out to assist him in the search for Izuku. Once he had exited the grounds of UA, however, he paused. He had no idea where his could have gone, and no way to find out. The rest of the teachers by then had caught up to him. He turned quickly and searched the crowd for Hisashi, who looked just as worried as he did. Get in groups of 2 and pick a direction. We need to find him quickly. The other heroes nodded and paired up and split off in different directions, some taking to the sky, the rest jogging down the streets. Hisashi placed a hand gently on his husband's shoulder. We'll find him, he said softly and pulled him out towards the road. I'm sure he'll be okay. Izuku was not in fact okay. He lay there motionless in a dumpster, paler than the moon and cold as ice. His fingers were nearly frozen solid, and he was shivering from the cold. He'd woken again after a few hours of passing out, and this time was able to stay awake thanks to half a bag of Cheetos and some half-eaten granola bars fueling Venom. Venom was doing his best to keep his brother warm, and no, the irony was not lost on him, but most of his attempts were fruitless. Izuku didn't have enough energy to even get himself out of the dumpster, much less continue to dig around for more food. After about half an hour, it began to warm up a bit. The sun had finally peeked out from behind the clouds, and a ray of light shone through the crack in the lid of the dumpster. As he warmed up, Izuku was able to stretch himself out and continue to look for food. His attempts were worth it when he found a box containing 3 packages of unopened Pop-Tarts, which he gulped down quickly. With enough energy from the sugary pastries, he was able to haul himself out of the dumpster, landing unceremoniously on his back, knocking the wind out of himself. Sheet, he groaned aloud, attempting to get air into his lungs. This day just gets worse and worse. Venom giggled and helped him to his feet. So, Izuku said, stretching out his muscles and using a puddle of rainwater to rinse his hands of the dried blood. Where exactly are we? Venom was quiet for a moment and cleared his throat, but didn't answer. You have no idea, do you? Izuku groaned. Well, Venom started, his voice unsteady. I don't know exactly, but if I had to guess, I'd say the northern edge of the city? Izuku walked unsteadily to the mouth of the alley and peered out, examining their surroundings. Nothing was familiar, but it looked like some kind of red light district, with broken glass and garbage everywhere. The streets were reasonably populated, but not with the kind of people one would want to be near. They were gruff and scarred, most either yelling at each other or pushing one another around. This place was unfamiliar and Izuku was weak, meaning he was vulnerable. He wasn't exactly eager to make himself known to the people prowling the streets, but he was less inclined to spend any more time in the dreaded dumpster. Besides, he needed food. So, he just pulled up his hood, trained his eyes to the asphalt, and made his way out of the alley as inconspicuously as he could. He walked along the sidewalk, quietly conversing with Venom in his mind for a while before he ran into a hard chest, the force of the impact knocking him to the floor. He lifted his head, annoyed and ready to tell someone off, but quickly shut his mouth as he surveyed who stood in front of him. He was tall and muscular, at least 6 feet 5 inches, and was armed to the teeth. The man glared down at Izuku, searching his face as if trying to figure out if he was familiar or not. Internally, Izuku was freaking out. He was weak and not in the best shape to fight the absolute unit of a man in front of him. So he did the next best thing. It was time for a distraction. "You're really effing muscular," the green-haired boy commented, hoisting himself to his feet and venturing closer to the man, inspecting his biceps. "Sheet man," he said as he poked one of the man's biceps. "You look like you could tear apart if you train." The teen giggled as he continued to poke at the man's arms. Said man had a bewildered expression plastered across his face, no doubt shocked at Izuku's courage. "I'll admit," the man said, his voice nearly deeper than Venom's, "you've got some serious effing ball, kid." Izuku just shrugged and stepped back, examining the man closely, looking for any weaknesses he could find. The man must have misinterpreted the teen's expression for trying to figure out who he was. "I am the Crusher," the man said, his chest puffed in pride. Izuku just kinda looked at him, drawing a blank. "Surely you've heard of me," the Crusher said, bewildered. "Nope," Izuku said, popping the pea. "Are you a villain or something?" "Yes," the Crusher yelled, set at the green-haired boy's lack of fear. "I've killed countless people." "That's great, Officer Fuckface," the younger said, a bored expression plastered across his face. The man took a step forward, angry now. "Listen here, you little sheet dash." "No," Izuku shouted. "You listen to me. Here I am, just walking down the street, minding my own FING business, and you run into me and now you're getting all offended." "Seriously?" The Crusher started forward and wound back a fist, ready to teach the kid a lesson, but Venom quickly morphed and drew his leg back as far as it could go, and kicked the man straight in the chest, watching in satisfaction as he flew through the air and crashed through the wall of a building. "The Crusher. More like the Crushed," Venom said aloud, causing Izuku to snort with laughter. Venom retracted back into his brother's body and they continued on down the street, unaware of the people actively moving across the road to avoid them. Unbeknownst to Venom or Izuku, a certain recording of Venom beating a famous villain in seconds was uploaded to HeroTube minutes after the fact, and had almost instantly gone viral. Venom and Izuku were now famous all across Japan, but not just with civilians. Heroes and villains alike now had the teen and his quirk on their radar. Izuku's life was about to get really effing interesting. Izuku was nearing his breaking point. Everywhere he went, people stared and whispered, pointing at their phones. To be honest, it was pissing him the F off. All he was doing was walking along the sidewalk, and people just wouldn't stop looking at him. He couldn't stand it. Finally, he just walked straight up to a man that had been eyeing him for a while now. "Hey man, could you please explain to me why everyone keeps looking at me like I just set a baby on fire?" The man stared at Izuku wide-eyed and said nothing, instead turning his phone to face the greenette. There on the man's phone was a video of Izuku himself kicking the F out of the Crusher. "Where did you get that video?" Izuku asked, horrified. "HeroTube," the man said. Izuku snatched the man's phone from him and scrolled down to the views. There were over 1 million. He was panicking now. He tossed the man's phone back to him and quickly started down the street, head down, hood pulled as far over his face as it could go. "Sheet, sheet, sheet, sheet," Venom chanted in his brother's mind. "We're screwed. 1 million people saw us. 1 million. Yeah, I know," Izuku murmured under his breath. "We just need to lay low for a while, that's all. People will forget about it soon enough once a new hero fight gets uploaded. What if Aizawa sees it? Or Hitoshi? They'll know where we are." Venom screeched in his mind. "Chill," Izuku said firmly, giving himself a mental shake. "We just need to be inconspicuous. Blend in. Right? Because we are amazing at that." Venom rolled his eyes in his brother's mind. They were screwed. But first, Izuku said with a devious smile. Lunch. The grocery store was surprisingly empty when Izuku walked into it. Head down, he made a beeline for the frozen section. He scanned the shelves desperately until his eyes landed on it. The most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. His only reason for living. Frozen tater tots. Yes, yes, yes. Venom chanted loudly in his brother's mind, unable to contain his excitement. He hadn't had tater tots in ages. Picking up 2 bags of frozen tater tots, Izuku headed to the candy section, scanning the shelves for Venom's favorite chocolate bar. Spotting it, he grabbed a handful of the candy and shoved it in his hoodie pocket. Now for his escape. Head down, Izuku walked leisurely towards the exit, trying to be as unsuspicious as he could. He did not, however, take into account that the doors had sensors on them. The second he stepped through, a wailing alarm sounded, causing him to fall to his knees, clutching his head, and dropping his precious tater tots. He scrambled up and out the door, leaving his tater tots behind, and started to run down the road, only for Venom to pull him back. "We are not leaving the tater tots behind." The symbiote screeched, refusing to go forward another step. In the distance, Izuku could see an unfamiliar hero running towards him at full speed. He only had seconds to decide. Tater tots or life. Venom chose for him. Tater tots. Venom bellowed as he enveloped his brother's body and ran back inside the store, snatching his goods from the floor and spriting off, with 2 heroes now right on his heels. Venom was fast, but somehow one of the heroes managed to jump onto his back and latched on, refusing to let go as he tried in vain to restrain Venom with his quirk, electric rope things. "Get off me, you spicy human!" Venom shouted while he spun in circles as he ran, looking like he was doing some weird form of ballet, trying to shake off the hero. He was unsuccessful. Opening a panel in his back, Venom released his brother, a long black tendril wrapped around his waist, and flung him around, trying to get the hero to detach from his back by hitting him with the green-haired boy. Both Izuku and the hero were screaming as the latter was whacked unceremoniously with the former. Izuku finally managed to grip the hero in a bear hug from behind and shouted at Venom to fling him backwards. With enough force to slingshot a car, Venom whipped his brother and the hero through the air, and Izuku let go at the last moment, sending the hero soaring off into the distance. Venom pulled the green-haired boy back into his body quickly, laughing his butt off. "I have found our super move," Venom said excitedly as he leapt over 3 lanes of traffic, still trying to shake the second hero. Only, they didn't just have one hero on their tail anymore. There were at least half a dozen men and women in flashy outfits chasing them, throwing all sorts of things at them trying to trap them. "Drop the tater tots!" Izuku screamed. "You need both hands." "No!" Venom refused, flinging out a tendril that attached to the side of a building, sending them flying through the air with a single tug. They soared through the air so fast everything around them just became a blur of colors. They spun head over heels as they flew forward, both having no idea what was up and down anymore until they hit the side of a building with enough force to go through a foot of concrete. Venom shot to his feet and searched his arms, sighing in relief at the unharmed tater tots that were tucked safely in them. He ran through the building, breaking through walls and scaring the F out of the workers that resided on the floor they'd entered through. Finally stopping at a big wall of windows, Venom whipped his head left and right looking for a place to go. Directly below was 2 4-lane highways going in opposite directions. The next building was at least 1,000 feet away from the one they were in, and there was no way Venom could reach a tendril out that far, especially not with just one hand. "Please," Izuku begged from inside Venom. "Just drop the tater tots. We can always get more." Venom didn't answer, opting instead to run back as far from the windows as possible, then bounding back toward them as fast as he could, flinging himself through the glass. Venom flew through the air once again, but considering he wasn't at full energy, didn't reach the other side. Instead, he plummeted towards the highway at an impossibly fast speed. He only had seconds before he crashed into the pavement. Then Venom saw it. An 18-wheeler speeding towards exactly where he was going to land. Venom gripped his tater tots as firmly as he could without breaking the bag and braced for impact. He crashed into the body of the 18-wheeler, denting the top and rolling backwards toward the edge. He just barely was able to catch himself on the edge of the truck with his free hand and hoisted himself back up, fighting his way over to the dent he'd made. Slamming his hand down on the dent, the metal split, and Venom slid through the hole, landing on the soft bags of chicken feed inside. Venom immediately absorbed back into his brother's body, leaving a stunned Izuku sitting inside the truck, trying to comprehend the fact that they hadn't died. "Hurry up!" Venom shouted aloud, shaking his brother out of his daze. "Eat the tater tots. I cannot believe you jeopardized our safety over a bag of tater tots." Izuku scolded his brother. "2 bags." Venom corrected him. "Hurry up. I'm starving." "They're frozen, you heathen," Izuku shouted, instead opting for the crunch bars in his pocket. According to Venom, they reminded him of eating brains with bits of skull in it, which grossed Izuku out, but he supposed the chocolate was better than the actual thing. 5 minutes and a full stomach later, Izuku was sprawled out on his back, the bags of chicken feed making for a surprisingly comfortable bed. He rested there for a while, watching the sky through the hole in the ceiling of the truck. Venom was chattering on and on about something the green-haired boy wasn't listening to when the truck began to slow. Izuku just sighed and let Venom envelop him, trusting the symbiote to keep him safe. When the truck driver opened the back of his truck to look for any damage from whatever had hit him and caused such a loud noise, he was surprised to see only a few bags of broken chicken feed. The wrappers of 4 king-sized crunch bars and the human-sized hole in the roof were the only evidence that someone had, in fact, been inside his truck. Venom sat perched on top of a tall building, taking in the beautiful sight before him. The sunset glinted majestically off of all the buildings surrounding him, sending light refractions in every direction, something only Venom's highly sensitive eyes could detect. He and his brothers sat quietly, just enjoying the view in silence, observing the sun as it dipped below the horizon. The clouds were awash in a pink glow, and Izuku would have given anything to be able to touch them. Venom absorbed back into his brother's body, and Izuku plopped down on the ledge, letting his legs dangle over the side. From this height, no one down below would be able to see him anyway. Izuku reached beside him and lifted the bag of now thawed tater tots from the floor and tore off the corner. He poured a few into his hand and stood up, teetering front side to side as he found his balance on the narrow ledge. For anyone reading this, do not do this. You do not have a symbiote sleeping in your body that would catch you were you to fall. You would splat. Do not do this. Crouching slightly, the teen threw a tater tot into the air and jerked backwards in order to catch it in his mouth. He missed, and the tater tot bounced off his cheek and fell slowly into the abyss of moving cars below. Venom mourned the loss as he watched the tater tot fall until he was unable to see it anymore. Izuku tried again, catching it in his mouth this time, but nearly fell off the edge of the building and was only saved by Venom sticking his feet to the ledge. The green-haired boy giggled happily as he chewed the tater tot, and for the first time in years the ever-present weight of his past lifted slightly from his shoulders. He didn't have a care in the world. The only thing on his mind was the gorgeous view from his vantage point and the game of catch the tater tot he was playing. He tossed another into the air and crouched, ready to catch it in his mouth, but a bird swooped in and stole it at the last second. Venom, screeching at the bird in Izuku's mind, shot out a tendril from his back and it wrapped around the bird and sent it flying back towards his brother, but poked his head out of his back at the last second and swallowed the bird whole before disappearing once more. Izuku stared into space, a disgusted expression twisting his facial features. "Gross, Venom." Venom only grumbled in response. Izuku picked up yet another tater tot and scoured the surrounding sky looking for any birds. Seeing none, he threw it into the air, but it was way too far towards the edge of the building. Izuku would have to jump off the edge of the building in order for him to be able to catch it. Venom, refusing to let yet another tater tot perish into the abyss below, leapt off the side of the building, safety med, and caught the tater tot midair in a totally badass-looking way. As gravity began to pull them down, Venom twisted his body in a very gymnastics-looking way and shot out a tendril, attaching it to the side of the building. Venom swung in an arc and did a backflip when the arc peaked, landing perfectly on his feet in a very staged hero pose. "Thank you," Venom said, bowing to a non-existent audience. "Thank you very much." Izuku just laughed at his brother's antics as Venom absorbed back into his body. Forgoing throwing the tater tots and catching them in midair, the green-haired boy poured a bunch in his hands and held them up for Venom, whose head popped out of his back and devoured the tater tots. Satisfied and happy, Izuku stood and walked along the ledge, teetering from side to side as he went. Arms straight out for balance, the green-haired boy lifted one of his legs up, so he was balancing solely on one foot. He then arched his foot so that the only thing touching the ledge were his toes. He stayed there a moment trying to find his balance, before bending his body forward in a ballet-like pose. He counted to 5, his limbs trembling from the strain, before bending his leg and launching himself off the ledge with as much force as he could, spinning a few times in the process. He fell towards the streets far below, back to the ground. He fell with his arms outstretched, a massive smile on his face. The wind whistled in his ears loudly, almost as loud as his heartbeat thumping in his ears. Maybe 50 feet above the ground, Venom threw out a tendril that was attached to a building, and Izuku swung across traffic only a few feet from the tops of cars. Izuku shouted in excitement, bursting with joy as he flew through the air, swinging between buildings. But of course, his happiness was short-lived. A certain pro-hero with wings had seen him, and was flying toward him at a high speed, a large feather in hand. "OF dash!" Izuku yelled as Venom enveloped him and flung them to the side, narrowly missing Hawk's sword feather thing. How the F does that even work? Venom flipped mid-air, dodging a feather thrown his way, and attached himself to the side of a building, sticking both his feet and a hand to the building. "I am not a villain." Venom bellowed at the hero, holding a hand in front of him to show he didn't mean the man any harm. "I don't want to fight you." Hawks hovered in front of Venom, sword raised. "You ate that kid. Seems like you're a villain to me," Hawks said, drawing his sword back and preparing to strike. "He didn't eat me," Izuku yelled as Venom retracted back into him everywhere except his feet and hand. "See? It's just my quirk." Hawks looked at him with a mix of confusion and horror. "The F dash?" the hero murmured under his breath, which Venom picked up. Emerging his head from his brother's back, Venom gazed at the hero hatefully. "You're in butt. Did you even think about how I'd feel about a comment like that?" I didn't," Hawks stuttered, obviously surprised at Venom's appearance. He cleared his throat. "I didn't. I'm sorry." "Rude but bye." Izuku smacked Venom's head, earning a string of muffled curses from him as he retracted back into the teen's body. Hawks crossed his arms over his chest. "What are you doing out here? You know that using your quirk without a license is an illegal right," the hero said, narrowing his eyes. "But what defines what's legal and what isn't? Is it the law?" Izuku clutched his chest right above his heart and threw his head to the side dramatically. "Or our hearts?" He glanced at the hero, trying his best to do puppy dog eyes. Hawks looked weirded out. "The law won," the older said. "Sorry kid, but you're under arrest." Izuku looked at the hero for a moment, pressing his lips together in a thin line. The teen's eyes flicked behind the hero and at the nearest building, before quickly flicking back. "Please don't," Hawks said in exasperation, already regretting getting involved with the strange child and his slightly scary quirk. "Too late," Izuku yelled as he launched himself off the side of the building, going into freefall. "Kid!" the hero yelled as he flew after him, hand outstretched. The teen spun so that his back was to the ground and watched as the older approached him, hand in front of him, trying to grab the kid. "Get away from me, you creep!" Izuku yelled as he tried to detach Hawk's hand from the front of his shirt. Finally prying off his hand, Izuku delivered a swift kick that may or may not have been thanks to Venom, who wasn't particularly eager to be around the hero, to the side of the hero's head, nailing him on the temple. The teen flipped off the hero with both hands as the older jerked back and out of the scary quirk's range before throwing out a tendril and swinging away. Hawks gave chase, but soon lost the kid behind a building thanks to his double vision from getting kicked in the head. By the time the winged hero had rounded the corner of the building, both the teen and his quirk had disappeared from view. Meanwhile, Izuku watched from behind the corner of a building as Hawks whipped his head in every direction, trying to find them. Giving up on trying to see the kid, the hero flew in a random direction to try and find him. The teen giggled from his place pressed against the side of a building, in disbelief that he'd gotten away. Then he remembered. Venom, you kicked him in the face. Izuku whisper yelled, chastising his brother. He was acting like an a-hole, so I treated him like one. Venom shot back, his growing hate for the winged hero becoming more and more evident. Maybe he could have been nicer, but that doesn't mean you kick the shit out of him. He's a hero. What do you think is going to happen when he tells his buddies about our little encounter? We'll be screwed. The green-haired teen berated Venom as he climbed down the building inconspicuously. Thankfully it was dark by then, so they didn't have to worry about being seen. Venom absorbed back into Izuku's body as soon as they touched the ground, and he joined the flocks of people walking down the sidewalk. Neither was tired or knew where they were going, but they needed to get out of the area before they were spotted by someone that recognized them. Meanwhile, back at his agency, Hawks was fuming. Holding a damp rag to his temple, he stormed around his office, trying to find his phone. He couldn't remember why the kid had seemed so familiar to him until he'd arrived back and was kicking himself over it. Finding his phone, he quickly called the one he feared most in the world. Hello. An upbeat and cheery voice chirped on the other end of the line. That kid with the monster quirk, what was his name again? Hawk says. The principal of UA laughed quietly. Izuku Midoriya. Nedzu said lightly. Kigo cursed under his breath, finally remembering. Yeah, well, he's in my city and he kicked the shit out of my face. Either come get him, or I'm throwing that little fucker off the highest cliff I can find. Nedzu laughed once more on the other end of the line. Don't worry, Hawks. I dispatched every available hero I could get my paws onto his location nearly an hour ago. Hawks could practically feel the creepy smile Nedzu was famous for through the phone. Great, he said and hung up, a chill going down his spine. The rat was really FNG creepy sometimes. Izuku strolled down the sidewalk casually, listening to Venom talk about nothing. He didn't really know where he was, but as time passed, the streets got dirtier, the amount of people walking along the streets dwindled to none, and there were little sounds. No cars drove by, no people passed him, and it was weirding him out. He had to be in some kind of red light district, and if the lack of life hadn't given him the hint, the decaying buildings would have. It was freezing cold and completely dark by the time the teen passed the first person. The man was tall and thin and dressed in clothes that had definitely seen better days. The man carried a backpack and some old grocery bags filled to the brim in what looked like trash. The man stared at Izuku as he passed, sending shivers down his spine. Where the F are we? Venom growled, disgust evident in his voice. Izuku just shrugged. After a while, they passed more people, mostly homeless. There were trash can fires that had people huddled around them on almost every street corner. As he passed, all conversations stopped and many sets of eyes watched him until he disappeared from their view. Izuku was starting to get uneasy. He knew that sooner or later, someone was going to attack him, and he was right. The woman that jumped out of the alley was short and skinny, but despite her small stature, she brandished a rusty knife, the expression on her face hateful and threatening. Give me everything you have or I'll kill you. The woman yelled, her rotting teeth snapping like jaws. Izuku took a step back, her breath hitting him like a train. Lady, he said as he gagged. The woman looked confused. Your breath, he choked out. The woman screeched and lunged at him, furious. Izuku easily sidestepped and watched her trouble out into the street. She turned and attacked him again the moment she found her balance, but this time, the teen didn't dodge and simply grabbed her wrist and took the knife from her hand. Can we not stab me? Please, he said, exasperated. The woman thrashed around in an attempt to free herself and Izuku, tired of dealing with her, had Venom pick her up and place her gently on the top of the neared building which was only 2 stories high. He turned and walked away, leaving the woman to scream curses at him from the roof. The green-haired boy continued on his way, head down, trying not to draw attention to himself. An hour hadn't passed when he was once again attacked, but this time, it wasn't some homeless person. The man had strolled out of an alley 30 feet in front of the boy and stopped directly in his path, arms crossed across his chest. The man was at least 7 feet tall and was decked out in all kinds of gear. A mask shielded his entire face and weapons were strapped to every part of his body. The man simply stood there, watching. Izuku averted his eyes and crossed the street, and much to his dismay, the man crossed the street as well, resuming his position in front of the teen. The green-haired boy stopped walking and put his hands on his hips, jutting one out in an overly exaggerated pose. Once again, the man just watched. "Can I help you?" Izuku called out, exasperated. "I'm really tired and I have somewhere to be." A lie. He did not, in fact, have somewhere to be. "I recognize you," the man said, his voice deep and raspy. Silence. "Okay, and?" Izuku said, impatiently tapping his foot against the ground. "You are quite young for a villain." The man spoke, looking the younger up and down. "I assumed the video was distorted, but I was mistaken. WTF is this guy going on about?" Venom whispered in his brother's mind. "I don't effing know," he though back, annoyed. The man took a step closer, examining the boy further. "What are you, 12? 12? Izuku shouted, offended. "I'm 15, fuckwad." "Are you?" The man sounded surprised. "I wouldn't have guessed. Anyways," the man waved his hand in the air dismissively. "I am Dash. Is there a fly or something?" Venom asked as he popped his head out of his brother's back. "The F are you doing with your hands? Conducting a symphony?" He pet his head, examining the symbiote. "How interesting." He cleared his throat. "I am Arsenal." Izuku rolled his eyes. "What is with you people? I mean, who the F comes up with these names?" "I'm not calling you that. How about I call you fuckin'?" He snapped his fingers trying to think of a name. "Dick Wrinkle. How about that, The man took a step back in surprise. "Dick Wrinkle?" The teen suppressed a laugh. "What? You don't like Dick Wrinkle? What about?" Venom laughed and whispered something into his brother's ear. "Esciardium stain. You like that one better? You motherfew dash. Dick Wrinkle it is, then." Dick Wrinkle clenched his fists at his sides and took a deep breath. "I have come to recruit you. I have seen what your quirk is capable of, and I have determined that you may be of use to me," he said through gritted teeth, fists still clenched. "But now, I am beginning to regret extending this offer to someone as immature Dash." "Hey!" Venom interrupted in dismay. "And annoying as you." Dick Wrinkle crossed his arms. "No thanks, I'll pass," Venom said. He uncrossed his arms and stepped closer. "Why not? You are against heroes, why not join me? I don't know who the F you even are. And I'm not against heroes. They attacked me, I fought back, simple as that." Venom snorted. Izuku nodded in agreement. "Sorry, Dick Wrinkle will pass." "I was afraid you may say that," he said, unsheathing a large sword. Venom continued to laugh. "Do you really think you can beat me?" he said as he enveloped his brother's body and rose to his full height. "You saw the video, didn't you? If the heroes cannot best me, what makes you think you can?" "I cannot," Dick Wrinkle said as he shifted into a fighting position. "But perhaps we can." From the surrounding alleys, people poured out, forming a circle around Venom. All were armed and ready to fight. Venom just groaned and rubbed his eyes tiredly. "Were you guys just waiting in those alleys the whole time?" he asked to no one in particular. "And what the F is your problem? I didn't do shit to any of you." The villains looked to one another, perhaps confused as to why they were trying to kill Venom, or wondering why Venom didn't want to fight them. "I'm tired, I'm hungry," Venom ranted on. "I'm just trying to leave the country, minding my own business. What is your issue?" "Enough!" Dick Wrinkle shouted. "Join us or die. I'm just passing through, you will never see me again." "Why are you trying to kill me?" Venom groaned. "If you are not with me," Dick Wrinkle started, "then you are against me." Venom just rolled his eyes. That was corny as shit. Over the conversation, he sent out a tendril that attached to a building behind the group. He was about to slingshot away from them, but a stream of fire blocked his path, forcing him to release his hold on the building. "What's this?" Dickwinkle laughed mockingly. Fire is your weakness, isn't it? Venom bared his teeth and crouched, ready to fight. When the next stream of fire was launched at him, he was ready for it and dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding it. Someone came at him from behind and attempted to stab him, but was easily whacked away by Venom and crashed into a few other villains, knocking them over like bowling pins. Venom bounded toward the fire wielder, ready to eat him, but was once again blocked by a wall of flames. The man with the fire quirk was the only real threat in the group, and everyone else was simply knocked away by the symbiote. The fire wielder was quick and powerful, and Venom, who wasn't at full strength, was having trouble getting around the flames while dodging all the rest of the villains. In his frustration, Venom took his eyes off of the man with the fire quirk for just a second and was thrown back by a torrent of flames. The heat seared the symbiote, burning right through his protective coating and scorching his brother. Izuku screamed in pain as his entire shoulder was enveloped in white-hot pain, and Venom stumbled back, attempting to heal himself. It took a second, but he finally did, but doubted he would be able to again as his energy was too low to fight and heal himself at the same time. Venom, we can't hold on much longer. Izuku shouted from inside the symbiote. We could eat someone? He said hopefully. He dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding being burned again. The teen desperately tried to think of another option, but as the heat of the flames singed his face, he made up his mind. Do it. Sheet, actually? Venom asked, unsure. If you don't eat, we can't get out of here. I don't want you to kill someone, but we don't exactly have any other choice. Venom surveyed his options. As he continued to play a dangerous game of hot potato with the man throwing fireballs at him, his eyes scanned over the crowd of people trying to attack him. He picked one up, but the moment he came within a foot of his face, the smell of BO made his eyes water. Venom gagged as he threw the man as far away from himself as he could. He continued his hunt for a villain suitable enough to eat when his eyes landed on Dickwinkle, who stood at the back of the crowd of villains, simply watching the fight. Coward! Venom screeched as he bounded toward him. Dickwinkle turned to run, but he was nowhere near fast enough to evade Venom's outstretched claws and was snatched up in less than a second. You started this. Venom hissed. We wanted to leave in peace, but you rejected our offer. This is on you. Venom opened his mouth nearly as wide as it would go and ripped off his head. The taste of a real human brain invigorated him, and he devoured the rest of the man. The crowd of villains watched as the man was ripped limb from limb and eaten right in front of them and fell silent, looks of horror painted across their faces. Izuku looked on, horrified, as his brother tore the man apart, unable to look away. He had rationalized the decision in his mind, but he felt something in him break as he took the man's life. What if he had a family? He really was a monster, wasn't he? The teen pushed the thought from his mind and tried to focus on winning the fight. Venom shuddered as his newfound energy surged through his body and crouched, ready to fight, but to his surprise, no one attacked, not even the man with the fire quirk. Perhaps watching their leader get ripped to shreds had made them realize what kind of monster they were dealing with and that he had in fact been holding back the whole time. Venom, on the point of madness from the taste of human flesh, was beginning to lose control of himself and leapt into the crowd of villains, wanting to eat them all. So, the villains did what any rational person would do. They ran. Or they tried to. Venom showed no mercy as he whacked people into buildings or stepped on them. He refrained from eating any more of them, but he hunted down each one of them and made sure they would never be a threat to anyone again. Brutal, maybe, but Venom was tired of being kind. It was mercy enough to leave them alive. Venom stood amongst the carnage, surveying the broken bodies that littered the streets. They were alive, yes, but few were conscious, and the ones that were cried out in pain. Izuku could feel a heavy weight settle on his chest as his eyes wandered over the gruesome scene laid out before him. He'd done this. He was a monster. A villain. His thoughts began to spiral, but the sound of approaching sirens broke it off. He hadn't even noticed the surrounding buildings had caught fire. Sirens meant police. Police meant heroes. Heroes meant... Venom bolted down the street, slinging himself between buildings in an attempt to go faster. He couldn't be caught. Not now. Not after what he'd done. He'd killed someone. He was a villain. Heroes arrested villains. Put them in jail. Heroes killed villains. Villains killed heroes. He had to get away. If they caught him, they wouldn't send him back to UA. They'd kill him. He just needed to get as far away from them as he could. But when had he ever been that lucky? Izuku was really tired. He was also beginning to believe he was cursed. There was no way, after everything that he'd been through, everything he'd had to do, everything he'd lost, that he wasn't. It was like fate was against him, letting him build up hope before simply squandering it again. Giving him people that he'd grown to trust just to have them betray him. The fates were cruel, and crueler they got. He was right in assuming that heroes were on the way to the scene of his fight. Regardless of how fast he swung between buildings, he could hear shouts for him to stop behind him. He didn't recognize the voices, thankfully, but they were gaining and his energy was depleting slowly but surely. This was a fight he knew he couldn't win, but Midoriya Izuku would be dead before he was dragged back to UA. A part of his mind doubted that it would be UA he was taken back to, but a prison. A certain maximum security prison where the most dangerous villains are kept. That was where he was destined to go. That was his future. Locked in a cell like the villain Hiwashira Sakura and deserved to be imprisoned. An explosion shook him out of his thoughts as he was sent flying. He landed hard on the ground and was fairly certain that he'd broken his leg in the fall, and that was confirmed when it snapped back into place moments after. He stood quickly, allowing venom to envelope him, and turned to face the source of the explosion. A woman stood there with her arms raised, slowly walking toward him like he was a cornered animal. "Hey," she said softly. "I'm not going to hurt you, okay? I'm just here to take you back to UA. Midoriya, right?" He recoiled at the use of his mother's name. "Who are you and how do you know who I am?" He hissed, unwilling to trust the woman. "There was an alert that went out to the entire hero network about you. We are trying to help you. I won't hurt you, I promise." She took a step forward. "My name is Hinoshu Fetamu, better known as Fuse. I am here to help you. We don't need your help." Izuku screamed and launched himself at the woman, certain she was lying to him. She sprang out of the way, throwing a sphere at him that exploded just before reaching Venom's body, throwing him into the side of a building. Venom was separated from him, and it was just Izuku who made impact with the wall, shattering his spine. He screamed in pain as he fell to the ground, unable to move. Venom lay nearby and wasted no time reabsorbing into his brother's body. It took a moment for Venom to heal Izuku's broken spine, and he hadn't finished before the heroine reached his crumpled body. Izuku feigned unconsciousness and lay still as the woman knelt behind him and rolled him onto his back. He heard a sharp intake of breath from the woman as she gazed upon his face, which was no doubt a bloody, broken sight. "No, no, no," he heard Fuse whisper to herself as her hands lightly grazed his face as she inspected the damage. "They said your quirk would protect you. Why did this happen?" He felt a twinge of guilt as he heard the heroine choke up, no doubt thinking she killed him. For a moment, it almost seemed like she cared. He banished the thought from his mind as his last vertebrae snapped into place. He felt bad about what he was about to do, as she seemed like a decent enough woman, but he needed to get out of there. He'd wasted enough time already. He had Venom envelope one of his hands and grabbed her in a large fist and threw her to the top of a building a decent enough distance away. He hoped that she was okay, but he didn't have time to worry about her. More heroes were pouring in and he had to get out of there, quick. He rolled over and sprang to his feet, sprinting as fast as he could in the opposite direction of the sirens. Thanks to his shattered back, he had wasted nearly 30 seconds and he wasn't about to let them get any closer. He could hear the shouts of heroes right on his heels as he ran, taking as many turns as he could. He knew it was only a matter of time before he took a wrong turn and ended up in a dead end, and he prayed to whatever god was listening that he would make it out before any more people had to get hurt. He didn't want to fight, but damn it, he would until his last breath. He had to protect the people he cared about from them. And if he died in the process, it would be worth it. At least with him dead, everyone else would be safe. When Shoyuta got the message from Nedzu that his kid had been spotted in a neighboring city by hawks, he wasted no time telling any other of his colleagues as he rushed out the door and into his car. It was only when he was speeding down the roads when he called anyone else. Dialing Mick's number as he sped down the highway proved to be quite difficult considering some bitch-ass wouldn't get out of the left lane even though they were going 5 under, and he had to keep swerving between cars because apparently every grandparent in existence had chosen that exact moment to go for a drive on a major highway while going as far below the speed limit as they could without getting pulled over. Finally, he managed to get him on the phone after 3 failed attempts. "Mike," he shouted frantically while narrowly avoiding slamming into some old beach barely going the speed limit. They found him. "Fukuoka City, East Side. Get everyone and get there as fast as you can." "Okay," he said back, and the underground hero could hear rustling on the other line. "And show," he heard just as he was about to hang up. "We find him and bring him home. I promise." Sho Yuta nodded even though Mike couldn't see him. "We have to," he whispered. His kid was in danger and he had to find him. He had to. He wouldn't let his kid get hurt when he could do something. He wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Not again. Izuku was fing over living. He was tired, in pain, and so annoyed at whatever hero was behind him and throwing shit at him. The man was just a few meters behind him and would not stop throwing metal contraptions at him. In a way, they reminded him of his own creations, as some of them were smoke bombs, some were flashbangs, and some were just flat-out pieces of metal being chucked at the back of his head. He didn't recognize the man, but his outfit told him he was a hero, a daylight one at that. The man was fast, no doubt, but had yet to show signs of a quirk. Izuku had theorized that it was contact-based, as it didn't make sense for him to have not used it yet. He couldn't let the man touch him at any constant. Kami knew what the hero could do to him. The man shouted at him to stop over and over, and like Fuse, had known his name. Fuse told him that his information had been sent out to the hero network, and it was starting to seem that every hero in Japan was after him specifically. It was going to be a long, shitty night. He just knew it. The man's footsteps were getting louder and Venom was getting slower. He had no choice but to face the man head-on like he had with Fuse, and he was dreading it. Who knew what the man could do? He was just hoping he wouldn't be blown apart. Just before he turned to face the hero, a flashbang hit him square in the back of the head, and for the millionth time that night, he was sent flying. He couldn't see. The pain in his head was too much for him to even stand up. Trying to move his hands sent waves of pain through his head, and there was no way he would be able to get up, much less continue to run. Izuku lay still on the pavement. Even though he could feel the pain start to dissipate as he was healed, he still couldn't get up. His limbs felt like they were filled with sand. He slowly opened his eyes and watched as a blurry figure in a bright blue costume approached him. His eyes flitted down to himself. The pants he wore were torn and blood dripped freely from multiple places. His hoodie looked as if it was run through a shredder and was nearly as bloody as his legs. He felt weak, broken even. "I can't give up. I have to protect them," he thought to himself as he attempted to push himself up and failed. "If they bring me back, they'll die. He'll kill them, just like he killed Mom. Get up." Izuku had barely pushed himself up onto his elbows when he felt hands on him. Large gloved hands slid under his knees and neck as he was lifted into the air and pulled against a broad chest. As the man started to walk back toward the other heroes, a feeling of intense calm and trust washed over him, and he wanted nothing more than to curl up and let himself drift off in the man's arms. He felt safe. His surroundings. He was 4 again, curled up on the sofa with his mother. Her gentle hands stroked his hair as they watched All Might fight a villain on TV. His head was in her lap and the sofa was so soft and warm. He could smell cookies in the oven. He let himself sink further into the couch. He felt like he was floating. His body didn't ache anymore. His stomach didn't ache from hunger, and he was no longer bleeding. His mother was alive and smiling. She cheered when All Might defeated the villain and shook him gently. "Did you see that?" His mother laughed. He'd forgotten what that sounded like. "All Might wins again. You're going to be just like him one day, aren't you?" Her words sent a stab of pain through his heart. All he ever wanted to do was help people. His mother had always told him he could do it, even after his quirk had developed. She always believed in him no matter what the doctors or anyone else said. He smiled up at her as she continued. "You'll be a great hero one day, Izuku. I just know it." She laughed and began to tickle his sides. The green-haired boy laughed along, a big smile on his face. His mother always knew how to make him smile, even when they got home the day he'd gone to the doctor's after his quirk had manifested. She still smiled and managed to cheer him up. Izuku's face fell and he barely resisted the urge to cry. He just missed her so much. "Oh, honey," his mother said, her voice was so gentle, so comforting. "It's okay. You're home. No one can hurt you here." She smiled lovingly at him. "I love you so much, Izuku. You know that?" His mother began to hum softly. It was an old tune she always used to sing to him before she put him to bed. She always hummed to him when he was upset. She'd sit by his bedside in the middle of the NGE when he'd wake her up after he had a nightmare and hum until he fell back to sleep. His eyes started to drift shut. He was tired. So tired. The teen thought as a realization came to him, snapping him from his favorite memory. That's his quirk. His eyes shot open. He glared accusingly at the man who stared back with a look of shock, no doubt because he'd broke free from his quirk. How did Yo dash? The man didn't get to finish his sentence before a fist connected with his temple and the green-haired boy flung himself out of the hero's arms. The man stumbled back, clutching the side of his face as the boy ran. He dodged the hero that attempted to tackle him and continued running. Over the next few minutes, Izuku was tripped, tackled, punched, kicked, and flung into buildings by at least a dozen different heroes. It felt like an eternity before he saw his cheps and shot out a tendril and launched himself into the air to the top of a 4-story building. He continued to run, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. "I'm so sick of running all the time," he screamed as he jumped from a ledge to the fire escape of another abandoned old apartment complex. "Perhaps we shouldn't then," Venom murmured as he scaled the side of a taller building. "We could still go back, make things right." He paused a moment before continuing. "Stay with them." His brother's words were like needles in Izuku's heart. That's all he'd wanted to do from the second he left. He wanted desperately to curl up in Aizawa's arms and cry. He wanted to hug his best friend and have dinner with his moms again. He craved that feeling of safety and security. A feeling he had felt for the first time after his mother's death. As much as he tried to convince himself otherwise, he felt safe at UA, and for the first time in so many years, he felt happy. The more he thought about all of the things he'd miss because he left, the slower he ran. He could hear voices behind him, but he was too caught up in all his memories of UA to register what they meant. He thought about Hitoshi and present Mike. He thought about Bakugo and the relationship that he wished so badly to mend. He thought about Aizawa and how he'd protected him, how he'd treated him like he was a person and not some monster. He thought about all the pro-heroes who he lived with, all the funny pranks they'd done together. He thought about the potted plants he'd rigged to chase people and the fart bombs he'd planted at the assembly. So many good memories, so many reasons to go back. One reason he couldn't. A voice interrupted his thoughts. A very familiar voice. A voice that he's wanted so badly to hear one last time. "Izuku." Aizawa spoke softly. Turned. There stood Shoyuda Aizawa, tired as always. His hands hung by his sides and he made no move to come nearer to the boy. Venom tensed his muscles and crouched down, preparing for a fight. The older man made no move to do the same. "Please," Aizawa said as he took a step closer. "Come back to UA. Come back home." Venom shook his head. "We cannot." "Why?" the hero countered. "What is preventing you from staying with the people who care about you? Regardless of what you seem to have convinced yourself, we care. We want you to be safe. We want you to be happy. Whatever out there that you are running from, we can protect you. But you have to let us. You have to come back." He sounded almost choked up by the end of his speech. "It isn't me who needs protecting." Venom spoke, uncharacteristically quiet. "It is all of you we are trying to protect." "Protect from what?" Aizawa said as he took a step closer. "UA is the safest place we can possibly be. We are all heroes with years of training and experience. What out there is so dangerous that UA wouldn't be safe for us? For you?" Venom simply shook his head. "The less you know, the safer you will be. Go back. Tell Hitoshi I'm sorry." Aizawa lowered himself into a fighting stance and gripped his capture scarf. You'll tell him yourself when we get back. You can come back willingly or not. Either way, I will be taking you back to UA where you will be safe. Venom raised his fists. We do not wish to see you hurt, Shoyuta. But if you will not back down, Venom prepared to launch himself at the hero. So be it. Fighting a pro hero as a 15-year-old boy isn't exactly the easiest thing in the world. Izuku would know considering he was doing just that and getting his butt handed to him. Now, don't get him wrong, he's not horrible at fighting, but fighting Eraserhead was on an entirely different level. Aizawa struck first, lashing out with his capture weapon in an attempt that Venom dodged quite easily. The man sprang forward, aiming a kick at Venom's head which he ducked. The older man's foot barely missed the side of his face as he ducked, but his capture weapon wrapped around his arm as passed, and he used it like a rope and swung backward with a kick to the small of Venom's back, sending him stumbling forward a few feet. Venom tore the capture weapon off his arm easily and turned, only to be met once again with a barrage of hits to the face. Aizawa was strong as F, and even with Venom's protection, Izuku could feel the blows to his face. It took Venom a moment, but he managed to catch the hero's fist in his hand and throw him to the side. He landed 20 feet away and Venom used the time that Aizawa was flying through the air to jump to the next rooftop and continue fleeing. Of course, like the stubborn hoe he was, Eraser refused to give up and was on their tail in seconds. Just before Venom could make the jump to the next rooftop, that goddamn capture scarf wrapped around his foot, effectively acquainting Venom's face to the concrete. He just barely managed to roll out of the way before his head was stomped on by a reinforced boot and popped up, facing Aizawa head-on. What the hell is your problem? Venom grunted as he swung a fist in Eraser's direction. The man dodged his punch fluidly and sent one back in return. Well, the older man said, letting out a sharp breath as Venom tackled him to the ground. He landed a punch to where Izuku's kidney would be and Venom hissed in pain. Aizawa flipped his body over so that he was on top and landed a blow to the center of Venom's face. Whether you like it or not, another punch to the mouth. I was tasked with taking care of you. Venom kneed the man in the back, sending him sprawling over his head and rolled to the side, using that momentum to get back to his feet. Blood actually dripped from his mouth, a sign that his healing wasn't working. He was running on empty and there was no way he could beat the pro in his current shape. That much was evident. What a funny thing to say as you're beating the shit out of me. Venom scoffed as he just barely blocked the kick flying toward his face. He gripped the older man's leg and swung him around like a baseball bat and released his grip, once again, throwing the man. He booked it to the next rooftop, just barely able to throw himself over the edge. He stumbled, giving Aizawa just enough time to make it across and wrap his capture weapon around Venom's middle like a lasso and fling him backward where a knee was waiting for his spine. The hit was excruciatingly painful and Venom actually fell to his knees but was quick to roll forward and get back to his feet. The second he was up, Aizawa's foot connected with the back of his knee, sending him down again. The fist to his jaw was enough to make Venom's vision flash and his head connected with the ground hard, adding injury to, well, more injury. Venom didn't have time to stand before the capture weapon had secured his arms and legs. It took more effort than he was willing to admit for him to break out of it, but he did eventually. He crouched into a kneeling position and sprang upward, his fist aiming for the underside of Eraser's jaw. The man tried to move back to avoid the hit but not fast enough. While the hit only partially actually connected with his face, it was enough to knock him a few feet backward and he cradled his jaw with narrowed eyes but recovered quickly nonetheless. Venom, this isn't working. Izuku thought frantically as he just barely managed to dodge a fist aimed for his temple. He was trying desperately to plan an escape route but was too busy trying to not literally be beaten to death to effectively make a decision. An idea popped into his head suddenly. Venom got a kick to the stomach that made him want to throw up the non-existent contents of his stomach, and he made his decision. Venom, retract. He thought, allowing himself to start to believe they could really get away. What? Venom thought back as he continued to take steps back while dodging rapid-fire kicks from Aizawa who didn't even look winded. It wasn't until his back hit a wall that he realized the hero's plan. He was so if it. Now, Venom. Izuku screamed in his head as Aizawa wound up a punch that looked like it could actually kill someone. Venom listened, and in a split second, it was Izuku who stood there, not a 9-foot-tall Venom. Eraserhead froze and something akin to regret flashed across his face. No doubt, the green-haired boy's appearance was quite pathetic. He could feel blood dripping from his mouth, and he knew he had injuries prior to fighting the man. Blood streamed freely from his forehead into his eyes, and he was rather obviously favoring his left leg. He forced a fearful expression onto his face and tried to make himself as small as possible. He raised his hands up to cover his face, palms outstretched as if trying to tell Aizawa to stop. "Please." He forced his voice to tremble and cowered. "Stop, I give up. Please just stop hurting me." He forced out a sob as he pressed himself as far into the corner as he could, trying to pull on the hero's heartstrings. One glance at the man's face and he could tell it had worked. Now, was Izuku aware that this kind of emotional manipulation was evil and downright villainous? Did he care? Kinda, but he was too focused on getting away to allow himself to think about how this would affect Aizawa. He finally formed his plan. Get Aizawa to let his guard down and then strike him right in the nether regions and bolt. This was his best shot, albeit a flimsy one, and by Kami he was going to take it. If making Aizawa hate him was the only way to keep him safe, then so be it. "Izuku, hey, it's okay." Large hands gently gripped his wrists and lowered them from his face. A tear fell from the boy's eye, one that he tried to convince himself was fake. He looked at Aizawa, twisting his expression more to look as scared as he could. "Peel please." He hiccuped and he could feel something crawl up his throat. Based on the metallic taste in his mouth, he could guess what it was and purposely coughed, sending it spewing out of his mouth. He was right. It was in fact bright red blood. He didn't have time to think of the implications of what coughing up blood meant and was solely focused on making himself look as weak as possible. "Sheet," Aizawa hissed as he attempted to grab his kid and pick him up, but Izuku refused to let him, darting to the side and away from the wall at his back. He backed away slowly, tears now falling freely from both of his eyes. They were fake. Fake tears. But not even he himself could convince himself of it. "Kid, it's okay. I'm not going to hurt you," Eraser said, slowly approaching the younger. "You need medical attention. We have to get you to a hospital." He was practically begging him now, something the younger didn't think the stoic man was capable of. Izuku simply matched each one of his steps forward with a step backward. Of course, in true Izuku fashion, he didn't see the ledge directly behind him or the 7-story drop. Falling off a rooftop brought back memories. In his mind he saw flashes from primary school and being told to just kill himself at 10 years old. He was sitting on the ledge of his school, staring at the ground far below him. His phone buzzed repeatedly with calls and texts from his mother, asking him where he was. He simply switched his phone to silent. He'd skipped dinner the night before as well as breakfast and lunch that day in hopes that even if Venom tried, he wouldn't be able to bring him back. He looked out toward the horizon. The sun was beginning to set and the sky was awash with bright reds and oranges. It was beautiful. Yes, he thought to himself. A perfect last sunset. Venom chittered in the back of his mind, trying to distract him. "Think about Mom," Venom said frantically, his voice not yet matured and quite high-pitched. "You're all she has. She'll be all alone if you do this." "No," Izuku said, his voice no more than a whisper. "She will be free of me. I'm just a burden." He looked at the ground again. It was an awfully long way down, but Izuku didn't feel scared. He slipped his shoes off, one by one, and placed them neatly next to him. He hadn't written a note, hoping that after he died, he'd simply be forgotten. "Venom," he spoke softly with a sad smile. "You are the best brother I could have asked for." "No, no, no," Venom chanted in his mind. "Please no, Aizu. Don't try to heal me this time. Just let me go." He took a deep breath, one he hoped would be his last, and with one last look at the sunset, he pushed himself off the edge. The world felt like it was in slow motion as he fell, and memories flashed in his mind. Watching TV with his mother, cooking katsudon in the Bakugu's kitchen while Mitsuki Bakugu and her son argued, his quirk diagnosis, the abuse he suffered at the hands of his own best friend. The impact wasn't as painless as he assumed it would have been. He felt his legs and back break and his ribs shatter. He lay there on the pavement as blood leaked from all over his body. It was quiet for once. No bird chirped, no voices mocked him. The world around him blurred and faded as more and more blood leaked from his body. He stared at the beautiful colors that painted the sky as smiled. He could finally rest. The disappointment he felt when he woke up the next morning in a hospital bed was bad, but the look on his mother's face was infinitely worse. Her green eyes were dull and red from crying. She looked like she hadn't slept in weeks and her clothes were wrinkled, something his mother absolutely hated. When she saw that he was awake, Inko Midoriya rushed over and cradled his face in her hands as she sobbed. "My baby," she cried into his hair as she engulfed him in a hug. She smelled like sweet strawberries and Izuku broke down, embracing her tightly as he sobbed and let all of the weight he'd been carrying out. That sweater she wore the day he woke up in the hospital sat on his bed in the dorms at UA, and even though the smell of his mother had long since faded, he hugged it to his chest every night as he fell asleep, cherishing the last item of his mother's he had. And flashback. Izuku, wait. Aizawa tried to run forward to catch the boy as he tumbled head over heels over the rooftop. The capture weapon just barely missed his ankle as he fell, screeching like a dying penguin. Venom was just barely able to take control before they hit the ground and flicked out a tendril that connected with a lamppost and swung forward, his feet scraping the ground. Back on the street once more, Izuku was experiencing severe déjà vu. He could hear shouts from behind him as he ran, pumping his arms at his sides as fast as he could. Each footfall sent searing pain up his leg, but he pressed on, weaving between alleys and the occasional person. He was starting to notice that more and more people were starting to line the streets, going about their daily business. He cursed himself silently. The last thing he wanted was for more people to be caught in the crossfire. He sprinted down an alleyway just before he hit a main road and searched desperately for a fire escape. There wasn't one, but there was a dumpster. He disliked the wretched things, but he had no other option. He gathered as much momentum and used the top of the dumpster as a springboard of sorts and launched himself to the nearest rooftop. Unfortunately for him, he didn't jump high enough and his hands just barely were able to grip the side of the building. He dangled for a moment and debated on just letting himself fall before he hoisted himself up and rolled onto the roof. He immediately regretted it. As luck would have it, there were people on the roof. Just regular people going about their own business when one spotted him and started screaming. Venom groaned and was about to jump to the next roof when he spotted it. There were platters of food, an assortment of dishes that ranged from salads to curries, and Venom dashed towards it. Opening his mouth as wide as he could, he shoveled dish after dish into his mouth while the people on the roof screamed and ran for the door that led back into the building. Flicking his eyes from side to side, Venom searched for a certain underground hero and spotted him just a few rooftops away, eyes dead set on him. Venom smirked as he could feel all of his previous injuries start to heal, confident that he could win this time around. Before he could even turn to face the man, however, shots rang out and a searing pain spiked through both of his thighs and arms as bullets pierced his flesh. He hit the deck immediately and Speed Army crawled. That must have been interesting to see, his way behind an air conditioning unit that sat in the middle of the roof. The shots continued and he could faintly hear Aizawa screaming at them to stop shooting. Venom dug the bullets out of his wounds and flicked them to the side while peeking over the unit to see what dickface was shooting at him. It was the police, hiding behind the fronts of their vehicles, guns trained on him. "Give me F-brake," Venom growled in annoyance as he made a run for it. Shots followed him, hitting just inches away from his feet, and he ran to the edge of the rooftop, only to have to skid to a stop. Below him was a highway. There were no more buildings to jump onto or alleys to hide in. He was in the open city now. A bullet barely missed his head and he made up his mind. He was going to have to jump into oncoming traffic and hope for the best. The best turned out to be getting run over. Multiple times. Then flying over the hoods of cars as they barreled into him. Had he not boosted his energy levels before getting to the highway, he would have died no doubt. Finally managing to get a grip of the car he was currently flying over the hood of, he planted his feet firmly and crouched, preparing for his next jump. Seeing his chance, he leapt from that car to the one attempting to pass it. He continued on that way, his moves similar to a game he played when he was younger from the pre-Quirk era called Crossy Road. He traveled fast in the opposite direction of the city, but he could hear sirens following him. Then he heard something much, much worse. The sound of a helicopter approaching invaded his ears, making Venom screech in pain, but not separate from his brother's body. Glaring upward in annoyance, he saw something even worse. A news crew was leaning out the open doors, filming everything. He panicked. If they saw the news, they'd know where he was. And considering it was a live news feed, they could find him easily. So, there was only one way to prevent that from happening. Venom turned, crouching down. He leapt with all his force into the air, heading straight for the helicopter and braced himself for impact. Aim was never Venom's particular strong suit, so when he missed the helicopter by a whole 6 feet, Izuku wasn't too surprised. Venom shot out a tendril, yanking himself toward the helicopter, only to splatter against the side. Peeling his face off of the hot metal of the helicopter, Venom grumbled in annoyance and gripped the side of the open door. Pulling himself inside, Venom stared in silence at the terror-stricken faces of the reporters. The camera was trained on him and a red light blinked faintly. Loudly cursing, Venom gripped it between his fingers and crushed the lens, flinging the whole thing out the side of the helicopter without even looking. He glared silently at the reporters who shrank to the walls in fear. A loud scream made Venom jerk his head to the side. The pilot, a man no older than 25, had seen him. The helicopter swerved to the side, throwing Venom backwards, and he barely was able to catch the side as he was flung out the open door. "What the F?" Venom screeched as the helicopter began to spin in circles. He gripped the metal harder and it began to crack. The helicopter spun faster. "Let Geo dim it." Izuku screeched in his mind. Venom complied, sending himself flying in a random direction. Said random direction was in fact directly into the side of a building. As he connected with the solid concrete, Venom made no move to peel himself out of the crater made by his enormous back. Yes, a reference to his dietary tendencies, and surveyed the street below him, contemplating his life choices. The helicopter, thankfully, had managed to level out and didn't crash, but nonetheless, people were running around like cockroaches after someone turns on a light. The sounds of sirens was unbearable, and to make matters worse, there were heroes. FING. Everywhere. They sat there in silence, contemplating their choices, why he was still alive, and why the F these heroes cared so damn much. Would it be the end of the FING world if they just left him alone? He simply watched as heroes in their bright-colored tights and showy costumes got closer and closer. He didn't want to move, rather comfortable in the crater his fat butt back had made. Must we continue this fight? Venom sighed, defeated and tired. They like us. They feed us. Why do we have to leave? Because, Izuku groaned, annoyed. If we stay, we put them in danger. Didn't you see all of those cameras? There's no possible way they didn't see it. We have to lead them as far away from here as we can. They laid there a few more moments, staring at the sky. Venom even remarked how one of the clouds looked suspiciously like a drumstick. Neither really had the energy to move, nor the motivation. Izuku urged Venom up, having already spent too much time just laying there. Venom smacked the side of the crater, hoisting himself up. He crouched and leapt out the side of the building, aiming nowhere in particular. The nearest building was too far, but there was a crowd of people in the street running. Perhaps Venom retracted right before they hit the ground. Pulling his hood up high to cover the vibrant green of his hair, Izuku ran in the same direction as everyone else, thinking that blending in was probably his best chance of getting away. Alas, no dice. The heroes were on him immediately. Bright-colored leotards blurred around him, pouncing, chasing, and refusing to let him loose them. He ducked, rolled, and dodged, but you can only do that for so long when you are being swarmed. A hand closed around his ankle and pulled, sending him tumbling to the floor. He smacked against the pavement, his cheeks sliding across the rough gravel, no doubt peeling off a layer of skin. "Oh my F dash!" he screeched as he frantically kicked at the oddly large face of the hero that had latched onto him. "Let go, you piece of dash!" He was cut off as he was hoisted into the air by the ankle and dangled upside down. He looked at the hero in shock as he hung there, trying to comprehend what the F just happened. "All right, kid, enough is enough," the man said, his voice deep and gravely. "Time to go home." He turned and began walking back the other way, Izuku dangling like a limp turkey. "Oh yeah," he said as Venom sprang out of his arm and latched himself to the hero, climbing around him like a spider. Like a man with a spider on his back, the hero dropped Izuku, his weapon, and started to dance around, frantically trying to detach a scurrying Venom from his back. Venom dodged each swipe and crawled faster before latching around the man's leg and promptly snapping it. He crawled back towards his brother and reabsorbed, attempting to heal his cheek and finding it took more effort than it should have. He urged his brother forward, attempting to ignore his depleted strength. He knew that it would only take one more for them to be done. One more injury, one more fight, one more broken bone, and they would be done, the fight over and caught. He tried not to think of it, hoping Izuku hadn't noticed the effort it took to heal such a simple injury. Regardless of how fast you may be, though, there's always someone faster. The hero was one he recognized, the older brother of one of the 1A students. The tall one that was loud and punctual. They looked DMN near identical. Arms circled around his waist and he was lifted from the ground. Ingenium didn't bother to say anything, or stop for that matter, and simply turned around and started running back towards the way they came, towards the sea of heroes. He twisted in an attempt to break free but couldn't. From the corner of his eye, he saw something akin to toilet paper flying in the wind coming closer and closer. Venom didn't wait to be called upon to envelope his brother and the hero tumbled forward, unable to support the mass amount of weight. Venom grabbed the hero around the waist and threw him towards a rapidly approaching and angry Aizawa, knowing he'd catch him and hoping to slow him down. He shot out 2 tendrils and backed up, ready to launch himself away. The second he was about to fly into the air, a gunshot sounded and a searing pain embedded itself in his side. Izuku let out a scream and he flung himself into the air, tumbling head over heels uncontrollably. He hit the ground with a smack a couple seconds later, sliding multiple meters until finally coming to a stop against a wall. The pain was still there, white hot, and Izuku blinked back spots that were forming in his vision. He could see blood on the pavement, red and smeared. "Why?" he panted and he dragged himself towards a nearby alley. "Isn't it healing?" He groaned as his back hit the side of the alley behind a dumpster, his side burning. He glanced down, seeing the front of his shirt stained red. The bullet had gone through his back and out his torso, tearing through everything in his path. "Venom!" he cried out. "Please!" he panted as he lifted his shirt, expecting to see the hole slowly closing but saw only blood pouring out. "It's too much," Venom said, his voice strained. "I healed most of the internal injuries, but I don't have anything else left." "Perfect," Izuku ground out as he pressed his hand to his side, a feeble attempt to stop the bleeding. "I swear I've never almost died more than I have in the last few months." "We're trying to save you," he said in a mocking voice. "I've been shot, stabbed, thrown, had the F beaten out of me, ruptured eardrums. The F else are they gonna do to me?" He glanced down, watching blood seep through his fingers. "And now I'm gonna die behind a FNG dumpster." He glared at the green monstrosity accusingly. "A final FU from the universe." "Go out," Venom whispered. "They can save you." He shook his head furiously. "You know we can't." "Yes we can. And we will." He felt Venom in his arms, forcing them forward onto the pavement, dragging his bloody body forward. Izuku bit back a scream as his wound was dragged against the rough ground, too tired to resist. Venom pushed forward, refusing to give into the darkness calling to him. He made it to the mouth of the alley before collapsing, having nothing left to give but his life. Izuku rolled over with difficulty, his eyes trained upward at the clouds. "Hey," he said weakly, forcing a light voice. "That one looks like a cake, doesn't it?" "A bit," Venom whispered in the back of his mind. "Yeah," Izuku agreed as darkness crept into the corner of his eyes. "Just a bit." He lay there motionless, waiting to die, ready to be with his mother once again. "I'm sorry, Hitoshi. I'm sorry, Aizawa. I'm so sorry," he thought to himself. He wished he'd gone back took Aizawa's hand. He wished that he'd told the man that he loved him when he had the chance. That he'd thanked him when he still could. The difference he'd made, the life he could have had. There was no point now. He was going to die alone, in an alleyway, eyes toward a sky he would never again see, mind on a life he wished he could go back to. He'd found a family who he loved and loved him in return, and he'd single-handedly made sure he would never live the life he'd begged for. He thought back to that night in the hospital, laying in Aizawa's bandaged arms. He felt safe, wanted, loved. Yes, he would die thinking of his favorite memory, the first time he realized that he loved someone and was loved in return, of something he long ago accepted he would never find. His family. In all his years, Shoyuta Aizawa had never met a child as problematic as his. That DMN kid was going to be the death of him, he swore it. Leaping over rooftops, he scanned the cityscape frantically looking for the familiar mess of green curls or Venom's quite obvious hulking form. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a hero, one he did not know but had heard of, with his kid dangling limply by the ankle as he was walking toward the group of heroes rushing toward them. He felt a twinge of panic as he saw that his kid wasn't moving, simply swaying with each footstep. He ran faster, as fast as his old but could go, hoping to reach them in time in case. No, he wouldn't think like that, he couldn't. Just then he watched as Venom leaped from Izuku's body onto the hero's arm, crawling fast towards the man's torso. His lungs stuttered as he watched his kid drop from the man's burly arm, directly on his head onto the pavement. He wondered to himself as he ran, just how many injuries his kid could handle, how much he could take and keep going. He'd make a DMN good hero, he was 100% confident of that. He watched Venom break the man's leg and he couldn't hear it, but he didn't doubt that the hero was screaming obscenities as he clutched his now oddly bent leg. Izuku was up in the next second, sprinting through roads and side streets, dodging cars and people alike. A familiar blur rushed past him, and for a moment he thought that maybe this was it. If only he could get within range of his kid, this could all be over. He was fast, but there was no way he could outrun Ingenium. He watched as Ingenium's arms circled Izuku's waist, lifting him easily from the ground and spinning towards him. His kid was coming closer and closer with each footfall. He allowed himself to hope for just a moment that maybe. Venom dashed that hope the second it came to be. His hulking form was too much for his old friend and he fell forward. Using that momentum, Venom launched him toward Aizawa. His capture weapon caught a flailing Ingenium easily, setting him safely on the ground without even having to stop running. He was so close, so close. He saw the officer too late, his yell to hold fire just a second after the shot sounded. He saw his kid stumble forward, the tendrils attached to the building already taut, and he was flung into the air, spinning uncontrollably. Venom had retracted and he watched as his kid flew above the tops of apartment complexes without armor to cushion his fall. He passed the officer as he ran in the direction Izuku had gone, smacking the man flat to the floor with a swift kick to the back of his head. He would answer for that later, he was certain, but he didn't care. There was only one thing on his mind. He skidded to a halt, frantically searching for a sign of where his kid had gone. There was nothing. Izuku! He yelled at the top of his lungs as he spun, searching. Kid, where are you? Nothing. No response. No sign of him. He had no choice but to pick a direction and hope that he'd find him. All of the fighting, all of the injuries, there was no way he would be able to heal a wound like a gunshot. He was running out of time and he knew it. He cased streets, alleyways, running like he had never before. He was in pain, but he ignored it. He couldn't lose his kid. Not again. He had flashbacks of the night of his first escape. The blood running from his mouth, his nose, his ears. The way every breath was painful and wet. The slow beep of the EKG, then only one, continuous alarm. He lost him that night just for a moment, but he lost him. He'd failed him once and swore to himself he never would again. Then he saw it. A smear of blood meters long. The blood was shiny and wet, and was there a lot of it. He sprinted towards it, pausing just a moment as he spun, looking for where his kid might have gone. What he found made his stomach churn as he fought to keep his early morning coffee down. His kid, laying flat on his back, eyes trained toward the sky. His eyes were open and blood pooled around him, making him look, well, dead. No, 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 he whispered as he skidded to a halt and fell to his knees beside his kid. His skin was clammy and cold, his shirt stained with blood. Too much blood. One hand lay beside him, the other covering the front of his side. The bullet had passed clean through. He lifted his kid and pulled him into his lap, his fingertips immediately to his pulse. His vision blurred as tears filled his eyes as he pressed a hand to the wound. "Come on, kid," he whispered as he frantically searched for a pulse. Sirens were getting closer, but still too far away. He wrapped his capture weapon tightly around Izuku's middle, knowing that its waterproofing might be able to staunch the bleeding just enough. There was a pulse, a faint one. But the blood, no one could survive that much blood loss. Knees hit the ground beside him, and there, like an angel, kneeled a girl, no older than 5, or she pulled off a glove and reached towards Izuku, her hand above his forehead. "I can help him," whispered, gesturing towards the broken body lying next to them. Something in her eyes made him pause. It was recognition. She gazed at Izuku's face as if she knew it already. Her eyes were watery as she reached towards his face slowly, then pulled her hand back. "Izu," she whispered so quietly he almost thought he'd imagined it. He didn't recognize the little girl with bandages wrapped around her forearms, but what choice did he have but to trust her? It was clear she knew Izuku. He nodded and she placed her hand on top of his forehead and closed her eyes. Golden light surrounded her hand, washing his kid in a glow that made his skin look less like that of a corpse and more like a person. He watched as the blood that pooled around them began to shrink, going back into Izuku's body. The scratches on his face closed to reveal smooth, pale skin. She then pulled away, her pale blue hair hiding her face. She stood quickly and ran off down the street, disappearing behind a corner. He considered going after her for a moment, but his kid was the most important thing at the moment. He would deal with finding her later. He turned his head back towards Izuku, who now looked like he was simply sleeping. His chest rose and fell evenly, his face a mask of perfect calm. He slowly let his capture weapon fall away and lifted his shirt, seeing nothing there but smooth skin. He knew there were scars there, burns and cuts, but they were all gone. Nothing but undamaged, perfect skin lay there. Izuku's pulse was stronger then, but still his eyes didn't open. He shook him gently, then with more force. No reaction. Cursing softly, he lifted Izuku from the ground, cradling him against his chest, letting his capture weapon do the work as he headed towards the flashing blue and red lights. His kid lay still and silent, not stirring when strapped to a gurney, the shouts and rushed voices of paramedics getting no reaction. He tried to get into the ambulance, but was pushed back by a paramedic and the doors shut in his face, sirens blaring, and took off, leaving him behind. He cast a glance back, but the little girl was long gone. A hand landed on his shoulder and he jolted, spinning around. Nemesa stood there, eyes almost as tired as his own. "How is he?" he asked, studying his face. Aizawa's lips pursed slightly. "I don't know. Alive at least." He chose his words carefully, knowing a single wrong word would set off his old friend. "What aren't you telling me?" the officer asked, eyes narrowed, his normally expressionless face tight. Aizawa said nothing, simply turning and walking away toward a nearby ambulance, packing up and getting ready to go back to the hospital. "The kid, where did they take him?" he asked the woman loading supplies back into the back. She glanced over her shoulder, annoyed, then straightened up to face him, seeing who he was. "Hospital," she said simply. "Yeah, I gathered as much." He sighed, his patience already wearing dangerously thin. "Which one?" "East side." She looked him up and down. "Sit, you need help." She gestured toward the open back of the ambulance. He just shook his head. He could wait. He had better things to do. "Later," was all he said as he walked past the ambulance and gathered police cars. A black SUV screeched to a halt behind all the chaos. Mike burst out of the back, already crying and being his usual loud self. Usually, this would have annoyed Shoyuta, but he found it to be exactly what he needed as the familiar scent of hair gel and expensive cologne hit him just before his husband threw his arms around him, hugging him for just a second before pulling back and giving him a once-over, checking for obvious injuries. How is he? Is he okay? Where is Izuku? His eyes scanned behind Shoyuta, searching. On the way to the hospital. He'll be okay. I think. You think? Mike scanned his face, knowing there was something else. He's alive. Mike let out a breath. Alive we can work with. Do you know where they took him? Shoyuta nodded and pulled his husband gently towards the still open door of the SUV. Namuri sat in the front seat, the anxiousness in her eyes obvious. After quick reassurance that Izuku was okay, they were speeding through the roads, on their way to the hospital. Shoyuta considered telling them about the little girl, but decided for the time being to keep it to himself. He'd talk to Izuku about it first, then go from there. The way that little girl looked at him was loving. She'd used a nickname, they'd obviously known each other a long time. The car coming to a halt at the front of a large hospital jolted Shoyuta from his thoughts. Without saying anything or looking back, he slid out of the car and ran towards the front doors, making a beeline towards the front desk. Izuku Midoriya, where? He barked at the woman behind the desk. She looked almost afraid as she frantically shuffled through a binder, finding what she was looking for after what felt like forever. Room top floor. He turned towards the elevators, but she called after him. Sir, you can't go up there. That level is for secure observational personnel only. High-risk patients. You aren't qualified to be there. You are going to have to wait until the doctors give the all clear. His fists clenched at his sides. Try and stop me. He headed toward the elevator, pushing the button over and over again until the car appeared. He pushed the button for the 8th floor, but nothing happened. Said beyond rationality now, he stormed from the elevator back to the front desk. He didn't hesitate as he snatched her keycard from her front pocket and rushed back, swiping the card and spamming the button. It obliged and started to move, the doors closing on the woman as she frantically shouted for security. The ride felt like hours as he ascended, but finally, the doors slid open and he was greeted with the sight of a long, stark white and empty hallway lined with windows. His head whipped from side to side as he checked the room numbers. Finally, he looked through the window, and the sight dim near made his heart stop. There was his kid, still unconscious, lying on the bed with tubes and monitors attached just about everywhere they could be. He was tied down and the room was filled to the brim with doctors rushing around, checking machines and writing in notepads. His fist hit the glass before he realized what he was doing, and every person in the room flinched and spun to face him. One said something, and the rest continued what they were doing. The man who spoke, head to toe in protective gear, walked toward the door, pausing before opening it. He shook his head at Shoyuta. Understanding and taking a step back, he waited for the man to open the door. He opened it, stepped out, and closed the door in one fluid motion, pulling his mask down to speak. What the hell are you doing up here? He snapped, looking Shoyuta up and down. That's my kid. What the hell is going on in there? Realizations dawned on the doctor's face as he studied him. Look, I get it, okay? I do. But right now, you need to take a step back and let us do our jobs. The doctor spoke calmly, only enraging Shoyuta more. If he wakes up strapped down, he spoke, his voice low and threatening. He is going to panic and destroy everything in that room. Those restraints aren't going to last seconds, and he is going to lose control. Tough. The doctor sighed. We can't, at least not while we are in there. It's policy. I get he's just a kid, but protocol says dash. Your protocol. Shoyuta interrupted, stepping closer. You're only making things worse. He's out cold, even I can see he isn't waking up anytime soon. Take those restraints off or I will. The doctor scoffed. And how will you do that? You might have gotten up here, but only doctors have the key cards to get into rooms. Shuta's eyes flicked to the badge in the man's hand, then back to his eyes. In less than a second his capture weapon was around the doctor's throat, pinning him to the wall. Okay. The doctor spluttered, clawing at his throat. We'll take them off. Shoyuta released him and he fell to the floor coughing, clutching his throat. Now. The doctor nodded and rushed back inside, frantically speaking to the other nurses. They looked hesitant, but after more insisting, they removed the straps. show you to let out a breath. Hopefully, when he woke up, Izuku wouldn't immediately panic. He stood there watching for a long time as the doctors and nurses did their jobs, never moving, hardly even blinking. By the time the last doctor left the room, enough time had passed where his legs were starting to tremble. He didn't want to, but he knew that nothing bad would happen to his kid if he wasn't standing right there, but at this rate, if something did, he wouldn't have the energy to do anything to help. He swayed as he walked back to the elevator, tripping over his own feet. By the time he made it to the waiting room where Mike and Nemuri sat anxiously, he was barely still standing. Mike rushed over, looping an arm around his waist and pulling him towards the chairs. He'd barely hit the chair before he crashed, the weight of the day hitting him all at once. He passed out in his husband's arms, finally letting himself rest. He'd deal with everything after he'd slept off the adrenaline and had some coffee. Izuku was so sick of hospitals. He couldn't stand the white walls, beeping machines, or the smell of antiseptic. It burned his nose and reminded him way too much of worse times. He couldn't remember getting there or even most of the lead up to it, but he could remember running. Running, jumping, fighting. Blood, tears, pain. He knew he'd been shot. He remembered the feeling of the bullet tearing through flesh, the searing pain. Collapsing. The sky. That was mostly all. When he woke up, the room was dark. There weren't any windows in the room, but he assumed it was nighttime. What surprised him the most was the lack of pain he was in. Lifting his shirt, he could see the absence of, well, everything. There was no wound, no stitches, not even bandages. But what troubled him most was the lack of scarring he knew should be there. Old scars, burns, cuts, there were more than he could count. But now, nothing but smooth skin ran under his fingertips as he glided his hand over his stomach. There was only one person he knew of that could have done that, but it couldn't possibly be her. He watched her die years ago. He pushed the thought from his mind. He'd worry about that later. For now, he tried the door, of course it was locked. No windows, no way out. And where the if were his clothes? His whole booty was out, feeling every gust of cold air from the vent. The vent. Pulling his bed, rather noisily, under the vent, he stood on his tiptoes but still, he was too short. He waited patiently, booty out, for his brother to boost him up. Venom didn't. Come on, Venom. Help me up. He whisper-shouted. I will not. Venom said back, refusing. I will not aid you in escape this time. I vote we go back to UA. Yeah, well. He attempted to reach again, only off by a couple inches. It's my body, so what I say goes. Groaning in frustration, he jumped towards the vent, desperate. Maybe if he jumped high enough, he could knock the vent cover into the vent, making an opening just big enough to shimmy through. That should work. He jumped, hands hitting the vent with a metallic thud. It gave slightly. One more jump and Venom glued his brother's feet to the sheets. That little sheet. He jumped again, successfully knocking the vent away. Now to get into the vent. Sheets still stuck to his feet, he jumped up one last time, his fingers grasping to the edge. Unfortunately for him, pull-ups weren't exactly his strong suit. He dangled for a minute, attempting to pull himself up but was ultimately unsuccessful. It took him nearly 5 full minutes to get his torso into the vent and another 2 to get his legs in. Panting, he just stayed in the cramped space, resting. He was embarrassed at how hard he was breathing. Stamina, without Venom to aid him, was clearly something he needed to work on. He stared ahead, the tight space cold and dark, and he resigned himself to his fate. He shimmied his body forward, not really seeing where he was going but figuring he'd get to some kind of hallway eventually. The light coming out of a vent just up ahead was his saving grace. Hopefully, he'd be able to get out of these cursed vents here, and take the rest on foot. He crawled towards it and peered through the cracks, searching for any sign of a doctor or worse, Eraserhead. He cringed at the thought of the man, knowing he would take no chances when coming after him this time. Seeing nothing, he started at the vent, pulling it towards him. With the little leverage he had, he managed to pry it loose and poked his head through the hole in the ceiling. The coast was clear. He was about to crawl through the gap when an alarm sounded. Yelping, he pulled his head back up and pushed himself back away from the vent, deciding against going any further. Moving through the vents was loud, and the last thing he wanted to do was alert everyone to his presence. Underneath him, he could hear footsteps and shouting. They knew he was gone. A voice jolted him, sending a shiver down his spine. Eraserhead. He couldn't have gone far. The vents can only get him somewhere on this floor. He can't get downstairs without a keycard. That he's got to be around here somewhere. The gruff voice spoke from directly below him. He glanced ahead, at the vent he'd already removed. Don't look up. Don't look up. Don't look up. See that vent? He must have gotten out through there. Izuku said. Come on, he's got to be close. The footsteps rescinded, and when the hall was quiet, he slowly shimmied his way through. Hitting the ground bare booty first, he stood and looked around. Thanks to Izuku, he knew he couldn't escape through the elevator. It wouldn't move without a keycard. That only left one thing. He sighed as he turned to the window. He'd been thrown through windows before, jumped through them, but he'd never done it without Venom to brace his fall. F.U. Venom. F.U. Beach. He'd have to be careful. First, to break the window. He was certain that as soon as he broke it, Eraser would know where he was. Oh God, Eraser was gonna murder him if he was caught. That's okay, either he escaped, or he was murdered by the most terrifying hero he'd ever met. The way, oh well. He pegged back a fist and struck the window, only for his fist to bounce off with a dull thud. Rubbing his stinging fist, he struck it again. Nothing. A third time. Nada. A fourth. It cracked slightly. Perhaps he wasn't weak without Venom after all. You totally are, you fucking normie. He rolled his eyes. It took him 6 hits to break the window. Another alarm blared. Perfect. He glanced over the edge. He was at least 7 floors up. Each floor had a ledge until the bottom, perhaps. Don't even think about it, problem child. Izuku froze. He turned, knowing exactly what he'd find. There stood Izuku, eyes red, capture weapon flickering. He glanced back towards the window. Efasake, kid, please don't. He didn't waste any time jumping out the window. In a moment he was wrapped in Izuku's capture weapon, dangling out the window, but on display for the world below to see. Was there anything worse than this? Being pulled up from the open window, Izuku decided that no, nothing could be worse than this. If he fell and splattered on the ground at that very moment, he'd be grateful. Izuku just looked at him, silent as he plopped to the floor, his bare booty still out. The man sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Do you have any idea how much hell you've caused in the last few days? Izuku just stared at him, guiltily. You've cost hundreds of thousands in property damage, gone viral for fighting villains, nearly gave me 1,000,000 FING heart attacks, and Shinso has been blowing up my phone since you disappeared. He paused, taking a breath. And yet, I can't bring myself to let them take you to prison, despite everything. Izuku blinked, surprised. I don't know why the hell I care so damn much about you, but right now I just can't rationalize letting you go, not after everything that's happened. You can keep running, fighting, and causing the hell you always do, but I swear on every FING thing in the world, I'm not giving up. The next time you run, I'll catch you, and I will catch you over and over, until it's drilled into your thick skull that I am not leaving you behind. His voice sent shocks through Izuku's body. He felt tears well, but blinked them back. Even if it means you'll die? The pro just stared at him. Kid, what are you talking about? They know where I am now. They'll come and they'll kill all of you just like they killed my mom. The only reason I've lasted this long is because they thought I was dead. Now, it's only a matter of time before they come for me. Who is they? Izuku just shook his head. Izuku tightened his grip on the capture weapon. No matter what, problem child. I promised I would protect you, and I'm going to. You're my kid. Whatever's ahead, I'll help you face it. But you can't do it alone. You have to accept my help. I won't force you. You have to choose this. Choose to come home, or I'll leave you alone and let you face the consequences of your actions by yourself. You can either take my hand or you can jump out that window and try your luck. He extended a hand, letting the capture weapon fall away. Choose. Izuku glanced behind him once more, hesitant now. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to go back. The heroes could protect him. We'll go back. Venom's thunderous voice echoed down the empty hallway. Venom reached out a massive hand and clasped tightly to Aizawa's hand. "We will not run. Again." Aizawa smiled slightly. "Good choice, kid. 'Cause either way, I was taking your butt back whether you wanted it or not."